स्कूल जाना है मत दो पापा स्कूल जाना सुबह फिर जागी स्कूल में फिर सोएगी पापा जाके मत दो
पापा मैं नहीं सोती स्कूल में कई बार स्कूल में मेरे क्लास के दोस्त लोग हैं ना कि मेरे को हिंदी नहीं आती
घर पे पूरा दिन
और एक ना न्यू हाउस की दीदी है वो बीजीएमआई डी क्लास या पूरन की और इसका बिल्कुल नहीं ये मेरे साथ आते हैं और दीदी मेरे को ज़्यादा जानती है अच्छे से
चालूच आहे.
So that will be a challenge that the teams will have to deal with. But let's have a look at the teams as we are about to jump into the action. And I guess we have talked about the underdogs, the upcomers that we expect a lot of big things from. But let's not forget Reckoning Esports. They are here because they were able to secure 2 chicken dinners in the 3 matches that they played. That is a 66.6% success rate.
Yeah. I mean, look, I'm not really that good with math, so I'm not going to try to break down the success rates of these teams, but I can definitely talk about the individual brilliance of these teams. And now, look, there's a lot of these names who barely qualified, and I'm also talking about Godsreen, who barely qualified in the Group 1, if you remember. First ever week, they were able to duke it out. Godsreen was in the first group ever, and they barely made it on the 8th spot. So the main reason behind that was because Godsreen wasn't really focusing on the placement points. Instead, they were just going all guns blazing for those elimination points. And somewhere down the line, you can also say that the overconfidence sort of hit him, or maybe you can also say sometimes the unfortunate stuff as well does exactly happen. But you know what, considering that was just a round 1, so we did not really look that much into it. But now in round 2, we are definitely going to be even more clear. Another team that I'm personally going to be looking out for has to be Team Mayavi, Johnny, because Blacks from this team, if you remember, this man has a lot of potential.
Exactly. I mean, we've seen him bring his team a lot of points, even when he was a solo survivor inside the game. And again, all eyes will be on him. Big things are expected. But on the contrary, one thing, I mean, we have been talking about teams and players that have been doing well. One team that I would like to look forward to is Initiative Esports, because their total point tally after qualification, after 3 games, was just 17 points. They have made it to round 2 with 17 points, and it's going to be interesting to see what the improvement is going to be like, because that is the lowest. The second lowest point average that we have is 22 points, so there's a 5-point difference there. So Initiative Esports, especially considering it is 6 matches, they are going to have to step up their game, because ladies and gentlemen, the qualification rules are still the same. Only the top 8 will make it through.
Exactly, and you know what? Speaking about the and hits the skies, we're also going to be seeing the planned flat path in front of us soon enough. The planned flat path starting all the way from Novorapnoi towards the northern side. Yeah, it is not going to be exactly from the center. It is going to be a little bit tilted on the right side, so definitely a tough extent for all the teams that are looking to go to the left side, and especially the Georgia Plan Gatka region.
Well, it's going to be quite interesting to see this flight path leaning heavily towards the eastern half of the map. It's going to make things a little bit more challenging for the teams that do like to play from that western shoreline or anywhere towards the western half of the map, especially Primos, Feripia, Query. Georgia Pool, I'm not going to be that concerned about since the teams are going to drop towards between Severny and Rozok, pick up a few vehicles along those highways and then traverse towards the northern Georgia Pool city. For teams that do like to play from the Georgia Pool containers, they're going to drop either towards School, Pochinki, or in the open farms, and then take the longer rotation from Gatka. So this flight path does give us a little bit of a build-up situation to those mid-game, late-game fights. But again, chaos is part of the equation. You never know when the drop clash is going to happen. And look at that, Yasnaya. It is completely cluttered with bodies right now.
Yeah, 3 teams, Johnny. Yeah, we know it's a big city, but still, I think the maximum amount of teams that can loot in the Yasnaya region is going to be 2. But now the third one is definitely going to be creating a lot of suffocation. So one team needs to get eliminated from that spot. Now look at the BGMI gods as well, Johnny. They're just so cruel. Shifting the circle on the left side while the plain flat path was tilted on the right side. And now we've got God's Reen duking it out against NC, which is no coordination. It's going to be a tough outing for any of these teams because whichever team engages in the fight first, the possibility of being third parties increase even more.
Well, I mean, it is going to be quite interesting to see. As you mentioned, the possibility of getting third party, it has gone up quite a few folds. And God's Reign, I mean, they are used to this challenge for them, but I'm concerned about Raw because we saw the players from the side of Raw drop out towards this Yasnaya Poliana city as well. But I think with the way 2 of the players landed outside of the city, they might be double guessing their own decision to take control of this.
And speak of that, we've got Forever Esports already getting a knockout onto the player in the front. It's Rising since 80s, if I'm not wrong. It's one of those teams. Hyper is the one who's been knocked out. So Forever Esports, it's one of those teams, Johnny, if you remember, they showcased a lot of potential even in their own group fights. So I'm going to be eyeing out for this team, that's for sure. Looking out for how they're going to be rotating. The positioning as well is going to be so important because when we saw them in the past, they heavily relied on positioning themselves really good because they have the firepower to sustain it as well. For now, as they've got the first knockout, the one thing that Toy's going to try to do is that make sure the knocked player is not going to get any backup.
Well, yeah, completely isolated out in the open. Nowhere left to go. And Forever Esports, they're going to be quite happy with this, securing the early eliminations for themselves. Don't have to worry about it during the mid-game stages, securing those extra points. One more player. Acid is trying to...
हाँ जी, क्या कर रहे हो तुम? हो गई प्लेसमेंट? नहीं हुई? कोई बात नहीं, मेरी भी नहीं हुई थी. Until I found Internशाला का Human Resource Management Placement Guarantee course. Yes, 100% placement की guarantee. Learn skills like recruitment, HR branding, HR analytics, and many more from top industry experts. तो सोच क्या रहे हो? Join Internshala's Human Resource Management course with guaranteed placement and get your career की guarantee.
One more player. Acid is trying to... big point of concern. And even Rozok, I mean, it is going to be extremely tricky for them to find an escape route out of this city as well. I think True Falls might actually just move down south towards School and then move towards Gatka, play for survival. But for Acid to escape, it's going to be a massive challenge.
It indeed will be. 4 AM all the way at the top near Severny. We'll be chilling out there. But we haven't seen any fight erupt just yet inside of Yasnaya, so That is really boggling my mind. And we've got ruling since 80s. Acid just stuck inside that building. The nade's going to be perfectly tossed inside that little closet room. And he gets knocked out. Not a good news for the team, considering now they've already lost out on 2 of their valuable pieces out of the game, dude.
Yeah, it's going to be quite interesting to see how the remainder of the match is going to go out for them. But again, Forever Esports, 3 finishes secured in the early stages, and also a control of a very, very good drop location has been secured completely by them. So they're going to be very happy with themselves with how this game has started. But again, this is just the beginning. This is just game number 1, only a few minutes in. And I mean, now the expectations have started to build up from this 4-man lineup. But as we talked about, a true false, he has managed to find an escape route for himself, has picked up vehicles. Getting in the buggy is proving to be a challenge, but finally gets in.
Yeah, able to escape out of that situation, but Johnny, ruling since the 80s, with only that one player, I don't exactly know how are they going to be executing the upcoming game. It is just going to keep on challenging them as they're going to keep on stepping forward. You are going to need the maximum amount of firepower to sustain all that damage that's going to be accumulated or dealt onto you. Reckoning Esports on our screen, a team that is well known, and everyone's going to be looking out for this team, that's for sure. If they're going to be able to deliver onto the expectations, really good. If they're not going to be able to do so, at least make sure that you're trying to qualify to the round 3.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, round 3 is going to be more intense than this, but Team Anonymous Gravity, mid-rotation collision expected, but no, he turns it around, goes for the high ground. And his team is going to take control of this ridge, but no fight expected. They do divert themselves in the other direction. Do not want to risk anything in the early stages of this match. This looks quite interesting from their side, especially considering now, I mean, as we transition into the mid-game stages, slowly and steadily, avoiding a fight is not going to be an option in a few moments.
What we've got on our screens, and considering it is also one of those teams that has showcased a decent performance, not exactly to the top echelon, but to be honest, in qualification games, once again, you're always going to be like questioning that, okay, was team really playing to their full potential, or were they holding something back? But now is where they should not hold anything back and try their best to achieve anything inside the game, as we've got Team INR officials taking a couple of shots, but instantly just moving out of that spot, not really want the smoke anymore.
Well. Team INR official, their run during the qualifying matches was quite interesting, extremely enjoyable, but now since they've made it into round 2, things will be extremely difficult. INR official, I mean, they were one of the aggressive teams in their group, having secured 25 finish points and only a mere 13 placement points. So, looking for fights right now in the early stages, it is going to be quite difficult and a little unusual if that is one of the sort of options or routes that they decide to go. But again, having a zone towards the western side means you will have to try and get the early cover for yourself and for your team. Switching over to God's Reign, again, here we are. We saw them in Yasnaya a few moments ago, surrounded by 2 different teams, but this is where the experience pays off. Even amongst a massive, massive threat, they know how they have to get out and how they have to avoid it.
The next circle is going to be on their screens too, so that means a lot of the anonymous aura, or that might be a massive icebreaker too, because it can't take a drastic shift, but no, instead it's just going to shift a little bit to the northern side. Still, teams are not going to be struggling at all to reposition themselves. There's just so much free landmass that's available that can be up for grabs, and also a decent amount of cover too. But if you're going to try to contest for that central spot, that's where you're going to be facing a lot of firepower and the team threat. Fight erupting in front of us, and one of the players getting knocked out as well. The signer officials against the team LQD. Oh, and they have been knocked out. Liquid, unfortunately for them, they've lost out on one of their players.
Well. I mean, this is not the start that Liquid were looking for, but Team INR, they are going to be happy about it. As we were discussing a few moments ago, they do like to take these early fights. They do like to go for those finish points, and they will be looking to hunt the remainder of the players from the side of Liquid Esports. Well, the first one has come their way, and it wasn't too difficult for them to secure it. And since all the players from the side of INR official are here, they're going to be quite free and open and welcoming to take this fight. But Liquid Esports, resistant as ever, found the squad house and have parked their vehicles inside as well to hide their presence in this location. Look at this, ILF. Oh, Canary has taken a lot of damage upon himself. No wonder.
Lucky to be alive. This man is lucky to be alive. One more shot and he could have been knocked out. So yeah, Canary definitely quite lucky to be alive in this situation. One Blade is one of those teams that, once again, can struggle if you are going to put a lot of pressure. One thing I've noticed about this team, Johnny, is that if there's a lot of pressure onto this team, they tend to crack under the pressure. Hopefully, we're not going to see that happen again, but what do you think?
I agree with you. I mean, every team has its limitations of the amount of pressure that you can deal with. And I think, again, the players from the side of One Blade, they are still, they are definitely one of the experienced teams of the bunch. But even amongst the experienced teams, they are the new upcomers. So I think the build-up is there. They are still learning. They're still improving day by day. And one thing I like about this team, One Blade, they're all about the good vibes, man. I mean, you will enjoy their matches. Doesn't matter if they win the game or they get taken out early. You will enjoy every single fight and the way they approach every single situation. But for aggressive man on our screens right now, and again, their run during the qualifying matches, their run during the first opening rounds of this BGI as the grind was quite interesting. We saw them pop off in a few games, but overall, I mean, they did make sure that there was a good balance being maintained between the position points and the finish points as well. And as expected, Team INR still looking for their prey. These guys are hunters.
Indeed. Oh yeah, first man spotted. Good spray, poison knocked out. ILF. That one player being knocked out, at least not confirmed, so you can say that was just a little bit of warning from the side of Team INR officials that do not be too free. Do not think that you guys are free. You guys have as much as freedom as possible to move around because INR officials is eyeing them out. So that, as I said, that was just a little warning knock, and as soon as the knock was found out as well, you can see the push being made. Saydan pushing up way too up close and personal. Position might be compromised, but you do see some exchange nades coming out as well. A really good re-knock onto the player who was knocked out already. He tried to get back to safety, but it's next to impossible. Saydan also gets the confirmation. INR official, now finally they're going to start ramming their vehicles in this compound. ILF in a massive world of trouble.
Shooter, ILF, as you mentioned, they are in a world of trouble, but Shooter, that nade was lined up brilliantly, went through the gaps of that window, but now he knows where OP Dom is. OP Dom, the man who pulled off a miracle for his team, but this time he is gonna get busted by the DBS, or so I thought, but no, Shooter with the impressive backup is there to save his teammate, and now the numbers have been equalized between these two teams, but oh, in the distance we do see one more team in the backline that they hearing all this commotion. The third party is going to be interesting to see if they can pull it off. The drop shot with the UMP empties the clip inside the opposition, and ILF, they are recovering from this fight.
Oh, and there we go. Another player from INR once again gets the knockout on one last fight. One last fight with only two players and their final glimmers of hope. Are they going to be able to clutch this one out? Even Rivalry just ramming their vehicles inside this compound. It just seems like Team Anonymous, they might have a fair share of chance of winning this entire fight. They have tried to third-party this, but let's see if they're going to be able to successfully third-party this situation or get knocked themselves.
Look at the map like vultures. Everyone is swarming in for this one compound. I mean, I have no idea where Team Anonymous just showed up from. It was like they instantly just teleported and were right in the middle of everything. Not a position they necessarily wanted for themselves, but now they will have to deal with it. But it's not just them. We see the players of Reckoning Esports in the distance. There's another team, One Blade. They've taken control of the hill, and they're keeping their eyes locked onto this compound. So LOC Esports, they also want to be a part of this action. But again, there's too much commotion in those 4 shacks. So that is all the noise, and just the finish feed not being fast enough is the thing that's deterring these teams from pushing in. But as soon as one of these teams is out, someone else is going to come in to replace them, and I can't wait for that to happen.
Exactly. Now, even One Blade is looking to close onto that distance, Johnny. So that means another third party can happen. At this point, it's the 5th party, not even the 3rd party. But yeah, so many teams just wanting to engage inside that single fight now has made this situation next to impossible for the players that are trapped inside the houses. And Team Anonymous was one of those teams that tried to take the advantage of all this sound, of all this fight that was going on. But then now they've found themselves in a tricky spot themselves. Let's see how Anonymous can get out of this one. All the 3 players inside the single house, they're surrounded with all the players around them. For Anonymous to find any sort of a breathing space, it's going to be a challenge, a tough challenge.
It's definitely going to be a challenge for them. And I think they also realize that is why they're just tucked in the corner, trying to protect themselves, just praying to the BGMI gods that no one notices that there's going to be lads hiding in the corner. Shikari, Assaulter, and Yash, they're waiting for either ILF or INR official to get taken out, and OP Dom again left to pull off a miracle for his side. He's the last player surviving from the side of one last fight.
Yeah. Looking to cook the nade, say Den. Yeah, it's going to be able to toss that one. Nicely done. But even the return nade from Dom sort of really tipped out a lot of damage. But at the end of the day, the man who comes out on top of that fight's going to be Team INR officials. Nicely done. They've managed to wipe out one team in the nearby vicinity, but still one more to go. In the name of Anonymous, let's see if INR officials are going to be able to successfully wipe them off the root, off the face of the planet. It is going to be a tough fight considering they've also got a man disadvantage, and now they're looking to breach inside the house where 3 players are just holding the doorways. It's going to be tough to breach in. So for INR officials, the smart move or the wise option has to be to get out of this fight, get out of this compound, reposition yourself in a better spot if you do have the vehicles to do so.
Yeah, it's just 2 players remaining from the side of INR officials. So running inside into that compound that is in control of Team Anonymous was not going to be easy. It is going to be a 3v2 situation. Especially, you never know when anyone's going to show up with the DBS in their hands. And that weapon, as we all know by now, is extremely lethal. But Reckoning Esports, you are OP with a nade, is trying to pull the opposition outside the cover. And he has managed to do that to a certain extent. This next nade, oh, he was trying to predict the pathway that Vulcan was going to take to try and make an escape. But Vulcan, being extremely cheeky, just stopped in his tracks, making Yuva miss his utility.
Reckoning Esports, all the 4 players towards ruins. The team in the front is in the name of no coordination. It is going to be a tough outing for them, but even Team Miyavi now getting in a fight, and even they're finding themselves in a really tricky spot. In the massive wall of trouble, Team Miyavi is Cypher and Legit are so separated out. Even look at Blacks, there's a massive separation between all these players. Don't exactly know what Team Miyavi was thinking, but maybe, I think so, they got caught in their rotation. And now for Legit to get out of this position in a legit manner is going to be next to impossible. Cypher, there's also just utilities raining down onto his back. It's next to impossible to withstand all the damage that's currently being inflicted onto them by the utilities. Look at him, only barely surviving onto that sliver amount of HP. Now looking to back out inside that compound, but there's another team just ramming their vehicles into that one in the name of Godsreen.
Yeah, had Ninja George just shot him once, Cypher would have been knocked out in a very uncomfortable position, but lucky for him, Ninja George, he went inside the house first, and that gave Cypher enough time to put on that first aid, bring his HP back up. Now, God's Reign, they have a lot of decent cover available for themselves. They're going to be playing from the southeastern zone, southeastern edge of this circle. They have one more team right next to them in the form of Team Mayavi, and we did see Cypher take the high ground. Blacks is still there, hiding in the first floor of the building. So I believe they know where Cypher is, God's Reign, but they aren't really aware about Blacks' position, and that might be a detrimental factor to the end result of this fight. A precautionary nade being lobbed by Ninja. Johnny's trying to catch the opposition off guard without, in fact, going for a direct fight. But Blacks, as we know, he has been impressive throughout his journey so far. And even now, he continues to be impressive. Avoids the damage entirely, drops down to the ground floor, and is ready to make the run towards that high ground and join his teammate.
But even the circle shifted quite an interesting fashion, Johnny. Shifted a little bit on another side, tilted on the right, but now I need to focus on this fight. As we've got Anonymous engaging in the fight against INR. It's a 2-on-2 situation from which now it's down to a 2-on-1. 2 players knocked out. 1 more to go. The man's got a DBS in the hand. For Thunder to get out of this fight safely is going to be quite a tough ask. Let's see if Thunder's actually going to be able to pull it off or not. Try to go for a man. He tried to patch himself up, but the DBS is always going to reign supreme. But look at Shikari, barely surviving on that 1 HP mark. I don't even know how is he standing on 2 his feet.
It's so lucky for him that the clock is still running. Otherwise, if the blue zone had closed in on him at right that second, Team Anonymous would have been wiped out. He was so lucky, just a few steps away from the blue zone. But now, saving his teammates is going to be a massive challenge. So he does realize this as well, that he is going to be the last surviving player for his team. And now he will be forced to play for the survival points. But 12 teams remaining, 31 players still alive. And now we see Reckoning ESports' name on the finish feed. They are bringing in the heat slowly and steadily.
God's Reign 2 looking to make it in a better spot. They know that there's only a solo man in the front lines. If you do manage to take him out, you can have a solid, rich cover. And that's what God's Reign are trying to do. They actually do get that rich cover in the hands too. And now we've got a fight brewing up between the players of 4 AM and Reckoning ESports. As Black goes down. First man knocked out from the side of Reckoning. Now it's a 2-on-4 scenario. Next to impossible to pull off. They need that knocked player back on their side once again. But he's out of reach.
Well, let's see, out of reach for now, but Fox is there to help his teammate back, and 4 AM, they also go for the push. It's going to be a 3v1 situation for Fox for his team, just bringing the... Well, I thought he had brought the advantage for his team. I mean, a 3v3, a 2v3 situation is still manageable, but no! From the distance, Reckoning ESports, they get destroyed as Flicker was able to connect the shots onto Yuva, and his teammates were knocked out. So 4 aggressive men. They got 2 points from that fight. The last one was taken from them, but look at the challenge that lies ahead. They are out in the open, and it's not going to be easy for them to gain access to the zone.
I told you, Johnny, Team Forever Esports is one of those teams that is really good at repositioning themselves and finding those good spots, making those decisions on the fly, where to rotate, where not to rotate. This team is just really good. They've got that instinct automatically, which works out. But now Zaisu, we've got him. And he tried to just dish out a little bit of damage on the teams in the front. Now, considering every single team's going to be exposed and out in the open, it's going to be easy to get the knockouts. But then, even the circle's out in the open too. So all the teams that are currently having those rich, they soon enough will need to move in the circle. And where Team LOC might just have the prime positioning.
They're playing with this tip. If anyone gets close to them, then it is going to be their grave, literally, because then people are just going to dump a lot of utility in that position and you won't really have any room to move around in. But look at this! 4 angry men! They are extremely angry, but at what password and skillful just slam onto those players directly, picking them apart. But they have lost a lot of HP in the process, and God's Reign is going to make them pay for this miscalculation. And down to the top 3 we are, ladies and gentlemen. It's between God's Reign, Team Forever Esports, and the individuals remaining from the side of LOC.
7 elimination. That team got eliminated from. And now LOC, as I mentioned, this team has got a really solid position, but look at even Team Forever Esports. How are they slowly and steadily managing to creep inside the circle? They've created a really nice smoke wall for themselves, but that wall's not going to be able to block the bullets. It's only the visual. And that's why you see Godsreen just spamming through with the bullets, trying to pierce through that smoke, hoping that at least some bullets will find that flesh connection. And they're actually able to do so as well. But Godsreen now, considering they've got a really solid spot, they can't keep on unleashing, they can't keep on unloading their magazines on the team in the front in the name of Team Forever Esports.
Team Forever Esports stuck out in the open. But for now, this fight is going to be a standstill between these three teams since all of them have decent position inside the circle. Not really any incentive to step out into the open, force a fight. Clowny, an awkward angle for him, and he's going to get knocked out by the players of God's Reign. LOC under heavy fire towards that dip. The line of fire is available. Blaze. Ninja on the other side. He has managed to secure one more knock, and this time, this one was from the side of Team Forever.
Yeah.
God's Reign taking 2 fights at the same time.
Yeah, this is too much to ask for. Trying to bite on too much that they can chew, but let's see if they're going to be able to do so. As Team Forever Esports, still the only amount of cover they've got is the vehicle that is blown up in front of them. And soon enough, they will actually need to leave that cover and make it inside the circle. The circle actually favoring the players of Godsreen, right on top of them, just forming. And this is where Godsreen have all the advantage now in the world. They can also try to just make sure every single team is going to be held outside the circle. They're probably trying to make sure that they're taking out the teams on the bay. And one of them is going to be LOC too. LOC with all the 4 players, there's a chance they can give a tough fight, but they first need to find one knockout at least.
साईडला ठेव ग. मी माझं नवीन पार्लर उघडलंय ना, तर आधी जिथे काम करायचे तिकडच्या मॅडम माझ्या पहिल्या कस्टमर आहेत. थँक यू मॅडम. मॅडम तर आता तूही झालीयस.
कधी दुसऱ्या कोणाच्या आनंदात सामील होऊन बघा. कॅडबरी डेअरी मिल्क.
Exactly, I mean, this open fight situation, it's not going to be easy to deal with Team Forever Esports. Did manage to sneak into the edge at the last second, but now, again, exposed. They get knocked out. Chicken Fry was the man who was taken out. Last player remaining from the side of Forever Esports. And if God's Reign do manage to pick him off, then they will just have to deal with the players from the side of LOC. But look at this. As you mentioned, Necro, God's Reign, having bitten off more than they can chew, have 2 of their players knocked out now. And the utility from the side of LOC is not looking good. But down to the last player, and Robin is also going to get finished. LOC, 2v1 should be an easy finish. Round 2, the first chicken dinner is going to go into the hands of this new upcoming name, LOC Esports. You were talking about them in the pre-game, and they have surely delivered.
What just happened? Tables being flipped, the switch being turned around. I don't even exactly know what just happened there. But yeah, I mean, something that just really blew my mind, Johnny. I think so. One of the main issues in that factor, in that entire final game scenario, was Godsreen was too focused on taking down the team in the front instead of focusing on the team that could have been a much more potential bigger threat than Team Forever Esports, and that's why Godsreen got dealt with so easily. I did not even think LOC had a chance to win because Godsreen had the entire circle. They could have just held them on the bay, but no, instead, somehow LOC got those 2 openings.
Exactly, I completely agree with you. Especially just a few minutes ago when we were seeing the players of God's Reign raining bullets on the players of LOC, I did not see a single escape route available for the players of LOC. One man was knocked out. The other people, as soon as they would try to step out from behind their cover, they were going to be exposed to the line of fires as well. And it was going to be a massive challenge. But as you mentioned, God's Reign, they readjusted their focus, and that allowed LOC the breathing room to step out and also secure this win. But this game was extremely intense from the start till the very end.
That is true. I mean, look at this entire fight that happened inside this compound, right? The 6 houses. Everything that happened was just insanely mind-boggling in that game. And to be honest, this is what happens, right? When you've got the underdog teams now trying to prove themselves that they are the underdogs, right? Johnny,
yeah, exactly.
Now, LOC, I mean, as I mentioned, they destroyed even inside the round 1. And now they're also looking to destroy the competition in the round 2.
Well, I mean, if they can be this consistent, it is going to be an impressive feat, especially since we know the level of competition has gone up by a few bounds, in fact. I mean, talk about this. We were talking about Reckoning Esports as being the most impressive team in this group based on their qualification total points tally, and they were one of the first few teams to get taken out.
I mean, maybe I guess a little bit of caster curse on. What do you think? Because we all were just hoping that Reckoning Esports will probably be able to do something, but then in the end they just get absolutely obliterated. But LOC, this team, they do not fail to deliver at all. I know it's still a bunch of 4 players that are new inside the arena, that are new in the pack, but if they're already showcasing so much promises, taking down to one of the known teams, that is just mind-boggling, to be honest, Johnny.
Yeah, it is a little mind-boggling, but I think that is what the round 2 is going to be about. We knew from the start the BGI is the grind. It is going to get more and more intense as the days go by, and I mean, it will be like this till we get to the finals of BGI as the grind, because from there the teams will sort of start to build up the mindset that, all right, we will have to prepare ourselves for the BGIS itself, because a lot of big names are going to be joining them, plus a lot of new upcoming teams are going to be there as well. So a lot of new variables they will have to prep for, and it's better that you start right now. Otherwise, if you stay too focused on one aspect of the game, it is going to be detrimental to the other side. And we know it's always been the case. You have to maintain a good balance between both.
Yeah, I mean, you always got to do that. You always got to do that. And considering Johnny, I mean, speaking about the circle, right? I'm just gonna focus on the game a little bit more here.
All right.
Because what happened, I'm not really able to wrap my head around it. Circle out in the open. A lot of the teams were on the outskirts. Makes a lot of sense. Open circle, you would never want to be in the smack center. Forever Esports, they've got a really nice cover on top of the hill. Now, for them to actually make it inside the circle, I thought it's next to impossible. But then they laid down so many smokes that they created a smoke wall for themselves. While doing so, you also see LOC slowly and steadily sneaking in. Now, they've already got a massive bow for themselves, but still, some part of that bow was not exactly in the circle. So they try to sneak themselves in the circle, and that's when we saw Godsreen just unleashing wrath, even on the players of LOC. Yeah, LOC did take a hit. One of the players did get knocked out, but they got him back up on the feet. But then Godsreen got so tunnel vision onto Forever Esports that they forgot that LOC behind the scenes are making so much progress.
Exactly. LOC had closed in quite a lot of distance while God's Reign were distracted by Forever Esports, as you mentioned. And again, I mean, we don't exactly know what the comms were from the side of LOC Esports, but the timing of the call to move towards God's Reign was so perfect, and it was so perfectly timed. And I think, as you mentioned, Forever Esports, they had that hilltop for themselves. The zone moved away. They had to come down that slope. And the only way to do that was to lay out that utility to create some soft cover for yourselves. But the smokes that you lobbed out will also grab a lot of attention from the other side, and people usually have this habit of just spraying down the entire smoke wall to try and see if they can connect anything. If you're lucky enough, you're going to secure a few knocks by doing that. But just the fact that God's Reign was so focused on denying the zone entry to Forever Esports, LOC was like, all right, this is our time. It's now or never. Move in and finish them off.
Hey, you know what, though? I mean, it did seem like a lot of those elimination points were just flying on all across the board.
Oh, yeah.
But it's time for us to find out who's going to be the exact MVP of that previous game. Every single time we've seen, whenever a round starts, the games are just absolute menace. At the start, we saw a massive collision in Yasna Poliana. Then later on, we saw a big third-party situation towards the entire Ruins area. And then later on, in the final circle, we saw something that completely blew our minds. But you know what? Top 5 players in front of us, and 3 of them are actually going to be from LOC.
Yeah, definitely, and it is going to be quite interesting to see how far can this team take this performance. I mean, they are looking so good in the zone right now, and since this was the first game, I mean, it can help them build momentum for the next few matches. But let's have a look at the point standing from this matchup, as we do see LOC Esports, thanks to the 11 finishes that they have to their name, get a total tally of 26 points right in the first game. On the second, Forever Esport with 21 points, God's Reign with 18, 4 Aggressive Man with 15, and then on the fifth position is from where we begin the single digit total tally for One Blade. They are there on 8 points.
Where are the known teams? I only see God's Reign over here, Johnny, and One Blade. The other known teams are not even seen over here anywhere. You see our officials, Liquid Esports, Team Anonymous, the bottom 3 in the first page, and then even on the top 2 you see LOC and Forever Esports. The known teams are only 2 in the first half of the board. Probably in the second half of the board we'll be able to see that. But this in itself just proves how much the competition has risen up, Johnny. And we know now the players that are, currently in the names of Team LOC, even Forever Esports, if they get a proper guidance, you can imagine, Johnny, what this team can pull off.
Exactly, and I think this is the platform that they were looking for. As we always keep talking about experience. This is what experience means. You have to give everything that you have in a lobby like this and learn from your mistakes. But talking about mistakes, I think massive blunders being made by a lot of big names. We have Reckoning Esports finishing the first game with just mere 4 points, joined by Team Mayavi right behind them with 4 points as well. Raw Official, look at them on the 13th position with just a single point to their name, and Initiative Esport. I expected them to show up big right off the bat, considering, as I mentioned, their qualification was also right on the verge. So this time around, I expected them to sort of start to build up the confidence right from the get-go, but that hasn't been the case. They finished this point, not even opening up on the scoreboard.
And even Team Mayavi, Johnny, I thought this team also packs a massive punch, but then you saw what exactly happened with them. They were so separated out from each other. We saw Cypher being separated out from the player that was knocked. Then even Blacks, he was already way too far away inside the compound. So that separation sort of really worked against them. Yeah, it makes a lot of sense that you should be separated, but you should only be separated when you know you've got that confirmed amount of land control. You know you're not surrounded by enemies. When you're going to be separating yourself out, when you know that you are sandwiched by 2 teams, it's not going to work out. It's never going to work out. You never need to be separated in that situation, because you never know. When a teammate goes down, you might need to get the resurrection back on that player. So, yeah, for Team Mayavi, they got picked off single-handedly, slowly and steadily. They got eaten alive. But that previous game, Johnny, in general, it was unorthodox. Let's be honest. It was all over the place. And this only sets me up even better mood for the upcoming game of Vikendi.
Exactly. That is going to be a little bit later during the day. I mean, we'll go through our usual maps first so that the teams get warmed up, and then we'll shove the surprise to them. Like, hey guys, this is it. Like, go and have some fun. I mean, it is going to be fun for us to watch, but not for the teams, because they are going to be playing for those points. But it's going to be extremely entertaining to witness what the new strategies are going to look like from these teams, especially from the new Undergod teams that we are seeing in this stage of the tournament. Especially, I mean, one last fight as well. Their approach was kind of right. The idea that they had in their heads was kind of right. They had the advantage in that fight as well, but the execution is where things went south. So I think one more game, especially, I believe they're going to be waiting for that Sanhok map again, because survival instincts for that lineup do look quite solid.
Exactly. I think so. One last fight was actually the one who got approached by the other team. They were the magnets, because they were sitting inside the compounds, and then you saw Team Anonymous and another team just pushing right to their faces, Johnny.
Yeah, but now we are going to jump into the second match of the day, ladies and gentlemen. And, well, this time the groups are not going to change throughout the day. All 16 teams, as you see them on your screens, we mentioned this before the show as well. These 16 teams will play all the matches that will happen today, and that means Reckoning Esports, Team Mayavi, Initiative Esports, Raw Official. They have an opportunity to bring themselves back onto the leaderboard, bring themselves back into the top 8. Qualification marker still the same, only the top 8 teams will move forward, but we are also going to move forward. And ladies and gentlemen, joining me now on the panel is going to be Salty. Did he just
I
toss
mean,
Neko
thank
out
you.
of that chair?
Yeah. I was sitting right next to him, and I just tossed him, and I was like, you know what, this is my time to shine. And speaking of the game itself, I was watching the game, and I was really interested in the way the underdog teams were playing, the way things are shaping up, because a lot of these teams we played. I mean, we saw how they performed in the first round, right? They were
Yeah.
dominating the way God's Reign sort of barely qualified, but then the other known teams, they made themselves the they really got that round for themselves, right? Reckoning winning those 2 chicken dinners in the 3 maps itself. But now the underdog teams are starting to show up, and that just goes to show that how much of an improvement these teams have made and how much of a study that they have done. I'm pretty sure as the rounds progress, as the matches progress, there is going to be a lot of good gameplay that's coming up.
Exactly, and I completely agree with you on that. Like, the homework has been done, and that is displayed there in the first game itself with how the fights were being approached. But I think, again, we'll have to see how much they have studied the other maps as well, Miramar in particular, where things can get extremely tricky. Sanok
Yeah.
is a little bit easier situation to deal with, since at the back of their heads, everyone still realizes, like, all right, worst comes to worst, we are going to go for that heal battle strat, look for those first aids, and just try and get those survival points on that particular map. On Vacandy, that is not really an option. You either fight and stay alive, or you get taken out completely. There is
Yeah.
no middle ground.
Exactly, and I was speaking to a lot of the players this morning. I had breakfast with Robin and Blaze from God's Reign, and I was speaking to them about this whole format, right? And they are very keen on the fact that they have 6 games to show their potential, to show their talent. 3 games
Yeah.
is very risky for the players, and every single player that I've spoken to, they are more comfortable with the 6 game format. Now, Vikendi being included in the mix sort of throws them a little off guard, but for them, it's more like, you know what, we've got 3 Wrangles to work with, we've got Miramar to work with, we are going to finish off everything in 4 games, we are not even going to take a chance on Sanhok and Vikendi. And I believe that God's Reign have somewhat done that. But Team Mayavi, another team that I was chilling with this morning, for them it was not the start that they wanted. They mentioned that they're going to go aggressive, they're going to play the game, they're going to play the way they do every single time, and they are very confident about it. They did not get that ideal start, but I believe that with 6 games on our board, this is going to be one team that I'm going to be looking out for.
I have a question for you, though. Did by any chance, while having a chat with the players of God's Reign, you showed them their group stage standing, round one standing, and asked them, like, what was this? What went wrong here? Why you guys lost in your group?
Hon- Honestly, you know what? My name is Salty, but then in person, I'm a rather sweet guy, so I would not do that to any player. But yeah, I mean, this is a very interesting fact, and probably the next time I meet either Robin or Blaze, I'm going to ask them, you know what went wrong for you guys? That is something which I'm definitely on my list.
Yeah, and I think we all know the answer that's going to come. Like, yeah, we took it too lightly. Because that does happen. A lot of these big names, the problem with bigger teams that usually happen, or why they lose in lobbies like
Yep.
this, is they underestimate the competition. And that is something that never needs to be done. Day by day, every single player that aspires to go pro is working, grinding day in, day out, working on their mechanics, working on their tactics, and the level of the skill cap goes up every single day for the entire region. And again, improvements need to be there. You can't take your matches, can't take a single fight too lightly. I mean, we saw an entire team get destroyed. One last fight, they had the
Yeah.
advantage. It was a 3v4 situation in their favor. They got wiped out. So that will happen if you take a situation too lightly. But again, going into the next game, I think, as you mentioned, Team Miami, the wake up call is going to be there for them. Reckoning Esports, they have also received the wake up call with this opening matchup. And now in the second game, we will look to see how much can they step things up. But on the other side, as we were talking about it, very impressive performance coming in from Forever Esports, especially considering we saw them start the game off by being aggressive as well.
Exactly right. And for a lot of these teams, it's more about racking up that little amount of break-even points that we talk of, right? The amount of points that
True.
you need to sort of get inside, cross that finish line. And you know what? I spoke to the teams and I asked them, what do you think is going to be the breakout region? Because we saw that on the first day of round one, that mark was a little high, but as the days
Yeah.
progressed, the top of the table started stacking up while there was a massive drop off. Teams were qualifying just on 18 points or 19 points, something like that. But ladies and gentlemen, we will continue that conversation. But for now, though, Miramar has begun, and my co-pilot Johnny is going to be taking up to the skies. I believe you can fly a plane, Johnny, right?
No, not really. I mean, it's on autopilot right now. We might have to. We don't know. I'm gonna eject when the flight path ends, so you're on your own after that. But this Miramar, it's going to be a little bit more interesting because now the flight path on this map is leaning heavily towards the eastern side of the map, and we all know Miramar. It's a big map. It's going to be a massive challenge to make it past Hacienda del Patron, San Martin, that middle point. And there are a lot of teams that do like to play from Monte Nuevo, La Triela, El Pozo, all of these positions. La Cobriera has been a preferred drop spot, especially in the recent days. So I want to see how do teams traverse to those positions.
Initiative Esports, for a matter of fact, they are going towards the Minas del Sur region, probably towards even Los Higos. Now, this is going to be crazy because anywhere the circle forms on the mainland, for them, that's a massive, massive rotation. And for them to sort of enter the circle and probably get even good real estate, they have to be extremely quick on their movement, on their maneuvers. They need to find those 4 vehicles extremely quick and take that northern highway up top. But for the rest of the teams, though, I feel like they are going to stick, majority of them are going to stick to the shoreline. Some of them are going to prefer the usual drop spots. And so far, no change in the drop locations as such. But of course, the circle will always, always prefer that El Pozo region. Elsewhere, we have Liquid Esports, who have just spotted him in Initiative Esports, just land in front of their screens, but they can't engage as they don't have any sort of weaponry, Johnny. Once again, that same situation. Players landing completely unarmed.
Boy, it's going to be extremely difficult to take on a situation like this. Winchester in the hands of B-Shot. I haven't really seen this weapon being used in a while now. I would love to see him put into the action, but finds the AKM a much better choice, a much better option for him to utilize, and has the M16 now as well. So he finds the, I would say, not the ideal, but a much more preferable loadout in the early stages of the game.
Yeah. 100%, and for these teams it's more important. We've spoken it time and time again that it's more important to actually get yourself the good loot, find the good loadout, instead of going for those initial battles with a pistol or probably even a shotgun, a double barrel, something like that. So for these teams, they have to figure out what their priority is. For now, the one last fight in front of our screens right now, and Poison, oh my god, this man is just trying to hide from his enemies, and he somewhere has spotted KSR from a distance. Has Poison been spotted though? That is the question, of course.
Yeah, I mean, it is going to change the way Liquid is looking at the fight. But yeah, I think I agree with you. With the way Turban has positioned himself, I believe Poison's position is compromised, and that one individual can be sandwiched. The players of Liquid Esports, but Turban, he realizes there is threat lurking right ahead of him, so he's going to fall back, join his teammates. This is kind of an awkward spot with both these teams. They have individuals completely isolated, and both of them are in the line of fire of the opposition with nowhere to go.
It certainly is awkward, essentially, because you mentioned threat, but then Poison was completely unarmed, right? So that essentially is not a threat, instead a free finish point for the team. And obviously, the other team won't know about it, so Liquid Esports would have to fall back, and it certainly gets very, very awkward, not just to describe, but also for the teams, because they don't know what their opposition carries right now. But LSE Esports, what a beautiful game they've had in the first map itself. I believe they would really want to step onto that platform and make this day theirs so that they can dominate that top half of the table. But so far, they are on the move, making their way inside the circle, and I believe they are going to play that edge of the circle gameplay. They are really good in trying to be anonymous, at least in the early stages of the game. They don't really want to attract that much attention, but when the circle calls for it, they occupy those good real estates and then finally, go all guns blazing.
While we were talking about that fight, and later on we had the look at the map, I just saw OP Dom from the side of One Last Fight moving out of Los Leones and then joining his teammates. So Liquid actually had the upper hand in that collision, but them prioritizing their safety means one last fight, they're going to regroup themselves and move on to a different location, completely avoiding any sort of collision with anyone. But this is a
With a
risky
tree.
move. All 4 players in one vehicle. Wow.
You mentioned collision with anyone, and the vehicle just rammed into a tree. For sure, none of these players have actually had driving license for themselves. But 4 aggressive men. No, I'm almost on the verge of calling them 4 angry men because of that 4 a.m. tag. But
Yeah.
4 aggressive men. They were really good on the first map. I mean, in terms of their rotations, they were really good, and they were finding those good placement points for themselves. But it was all about those finishes, and it was about how they could actually finish things. Somewhere down the mid-table, I believe that it was a decent start for them, but they still need to rack up those points. You know, getting those 8 points, 9 points, 10 points every single game is very, very important. And like I said in round 1 as well, how you decide to approach the game, whether you go passive and actually play for those placement points, is going to determine where you stand, because we've seen teams get eliminated by just a mere margin of 1 point or probably even a tie.
Yeah. I mean, we have seen, I believe it happened like 3 times during the
Yeah.
round 1 of this BGI's The Grind, where there was a tie between the qualification mark, and placement points are always given the priority. But look at that. Both of them just like, nope, not right now, I'm out. Shanu just completely turned around his golden Mirado. I mean, I get it's a golden Mirado, you want to keep it protected, but he was like, all right, buddy, you just keep heading straight, I'm just going to go somewhere else.
That was an awkward contact. I kind of felt like he's actually going for it with the vehicle instead. But yeah, just like you mentioned, he doesn't want any blood marks on that vehicle. It's very, very expensive, ladies and gentlemen. But elsewhere, you've got Team NC, no coordination. Now, this team, we were actually, me and Necro, we were talking in round 1 that this team might actually not have no coordination in them. But eventually we found that this team does have a good bit of team coordination. In the 4v4 fights, they're actually well positioned. Their formation is really good, and so far look at their position in San Martin prime location. They can gatekeep so many teams coming in from the western shoreline.
Yeah. I mean, and that, I mean, it is going to be a little bit of a challenge to actually gatekeep a lot of teams, because I think they are going to think to rotate themselves inside towards the El Pozo Hills a little bit earlier on. We all know getting that early hill control on Miramar is something that teams do like to have for themselves. It gives you a lot of vision of your surroundings. You are going to be protected since you are going to be up above everyone else. But as you mentioned, the aspect of gatekeeping, yes, it can get them a lot of early finish points. And my theory is, if at any point during the game you cross that 8 or 9 finish point marker, then you don't really care about placement points in that particular match anymore.
Yeah.
You want to keep your average up as close to 10 as possible, and I think 8 to 9 eliminations gets you in that position already. So that game is pretty much already secured from your side. And for now, though, in the early stages of Miramar, we haven't seen any action. Not a single shot fired. We saw vehicle clashes, teams avoided that. We saw players lying out in the open, teams having spotted them out, teams have decided not to go for the picks. And still, the first stage coming to an end. We still have 64 players remaining, but look at that. Ruling since the 80s, again out in the open, have been spotted out by the good friends of Forever Esports. Shots were fired now, finally, ladies and gentlemen, but they did not connect.
Finally, some shots at least. We could hear the sweet sound of the guns go blazing. But look at this, the Turban all by himself and Team Raw. They are approaching him like hungry men, of course. But will they actually fire some shot? That is the question. Turban actually moves out, disembarks from the vehicle from the other side, and he charges in with the UMP. Brilliant use of the topography, brilliant use of the box right there. First knock being secured, and instantly goes back to cover. This is interesting. One man being knocked out. This is an advantageous position for Turban, but an impossible task to achieve, because a 1v3 is still a massive job. And 2 players pushing in. Paritosh is still trying to find out where the player is. Turban is right underneath, and now he has been knocked out. Yes, there you go. Game's up.
I mean, it is up for him, but Raw Official, they have to be careful now, because Turban's job was simple. All he had to do was delay the players from Raw Official, and he has done that perfectly. Superman knocked out, Abhi has been finished off. Raw Official, they're down to the last 2 players, Ronak and Paritosh. But look at what Turban has managed to pull off. His teammates have rotated. Ronak is out for 1 player. They're going to get 4 points. The entire team of Raw Official is going to get finished off, charging in with the DBS, and the finish is going to be there for Glitchgod from the side of Liquid, but from the distance, they're going to be knocked out as well. They will have to recover as soon as possible, and that is why B-Shot was the man who was kept in the backlines. He still has HP to work with, the revives are going to come through, and then Liquid will see to, well, we'll try to figure out how they want to face the next fight.
Yeah, I mean, it was a lying grenade which was cooked earlier, I believe, by Paritosh. Before he died, he just laid that nade out there so that he can, you know, slightly damage Team Liquid Esports even after death. But that's not going to hurt much because the players are going to get resurrected. They are slightly inside that blue zone, taking a little bit of that chip damage from it, but it's still the second stage, so it's not going to be something massive. And especially with those 4 crates that they can loot out from, I believe that this team is going to be well set for the rest of the game itself. But they need to rotate quick because majority of that real estate has been occupied. Look at this, though, ruling since 80s. They are in a compound where it's almost like a trifecta. It's almost like a triple threat where 3 teams are extremely in close proximity. Now, I know that this city, for a fact, has like such tall compounds. 3 teams can easily have that peace treaty amongst them that they don't really fight. But I believe that the exit strategy is going to be extremely important. Where do you go from here on, and when do you make that maneuver is of prime importance. If you get spotted out in the open, none of these teams who are holding these high ground territories are going to, you know, hold back their triggers and stop from firing at you.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, no one's going to let you walk away for free. They want those points. Everyone is hungry for those points right now. Forever Esport, I want to see what the max performance from the side of Forever is going to be like. Because, I mean, this team had a very interesting run during the opening round. They were able to secure a chicken dinner in their particular group as well, but even after that, their total tally was just 29 points. While on the other side, we've seen teams cross 40 points. So the consistency wasn't really there. And this time, since this is round 2, things have gone up quite a few notches. I expect Forever Esports to be consistent. They did manage a top 3 finish in the previous game. In this match, the first challenge heading their way is going to be the players from the side of OneBlade, as we talked about them a few moments ago, and also ruling since the 80s have moved in towards El Pozo. The zone is going to shift right on top of that city.
Wow. Wow, I love this, right? Some sort of an urban warfare. But look at this, though. Players from No Coordination have actually been knocked out, and Molotov's being thrown in. Mafia is looking to finish things off as quickly as possible. And it's just one player that's going to be Omen. He might actually eat up this nade if it's cooked properly. And here it does. Mafia getting that first knock for himself. This is LOC Esports on the charge, and once again looking to double down on that performance in the first game. Finish confirmed. No casualties so far. 2 players, in fact, that have been eaten up by this team. So 2 finish points for them. But they still need to find out where the rest of the players from No Coordination are. But they can't get complacent. They can't get spotted out in the open, because any damage they take is going to cost them in the end game, Johnny.
Well, let's see, though. LOC Esports, Cloudy, he needs to be extremely careful. They know exactly where he is, and Redox doesn't even wait a second. Just connects that headshot so perfectly. The finish going to be secured by the players from the side of LOC, the winners of the previous game. Another impressive name in this lobby. But Team I are now official. The last game might have been a struggle this time around, though. Shooter did spot out Pro, but I think he just double guessed himself taking that shot. And now Team INR, turns out, have made a blunder.
They certainly have, right? Being spotted out in the open, especially with so many teams in the vicinity. Now, this is an extremely barren land. There's no cover whatsoever. If a player gets knocked out, reviving him is going to be such a difficult job. Look at this, shots being fired as Ice was trying to revive his fallen brother. So far, they're just trying to find at least one angle where they can hide from the bullets from. Team INR officials certainly in a pickle, and they need to find an exit from here on, because with no vehicles, I believe they have those vehicles. The buses are there for them to exit from this location, but it's going to be so tough. Voltex Gaming, they are not going to let them run away, especially with that Scarl. I believe that he has enough visibility to try and spam out any vehicle that is trying to exit from the situation. 1 finish confirmed for this team. I believe they're looking for more, Johnny.
Yeah, they are going to be looking for more. And as you were talking about it, and they were a little bit further away from the collision that happened out in the open. It wasn't their fight, but no one's going to say no to free points if they are being handed out to you. And Team Iron are official reduced down to just 2 players stuck out in the open between these haystacks. They just have one option: stay hidden for as long as possible. Their rotation is going to be delayed. Their survival is going to be a little bit questionable, but I believe in them. I believe they can make it through. They just have to be patient.
Interesting theory, but look at that finish read though. Players are being knocked out, and it is damage coming in from the side of, I believe, Liquid Esports. And they've lost a player already, as we can see from the team status on the right hand side. But so far, Voltex Gaming just don't seem to stop. They have a Volt action to work with, but the 3x scope is certainly not the best one to actually take these shots from, to probably break those skulls open. The circle though shifts out a little bit from the El Pozo region, moves to its outskirts,
Yeah.
and that is going to make things interesting because a lot of that territory is out in the open. The little bit of that urban warfare that we were talking about, that is where majority of the teams are going to be, and that means that there is going to be less space for the players, Johnny. This basically means that there is going to be more action.
Exactly. I mean, normally being out in the open is when you get taken out. But in a situation like this, when teams were hungry for that cover, when teams wanted to take control of the El Pozo city, so everyone found whatever they could work with, and they were holding those cop-outs for themselves, are now going to have to try and get out of those buildings as quickly as possible while keeping themselves safe. And Anonymous Esports, they're going to be the happiest of the bunch. Since all these teams are going to be distracting each other, they can just move out in the open, find a little bit of a high ground situation, and just stay there, keep themselves safe, not make a single move. But talk about moving, LOC Mafia, he's going to be moving on his knees though, as he has been knocked out in the open. And Liquid Esports, they're going to look to secure his finish point and make their total tally go up by 1.
You know, this is the reason why the job of a scout becomes so much more difficult, because Mafia was the one who was in charge of finding that compound, finding that little bit of a space inside that El Pozo region. And as soon as he rammed in with his vehicle to try and see if the compound is empty, he got knocked out. And there is no backup whatsoever, and that makes sense because the rest of the teammates, they need to stay safe for the rest of the game to be perfectly fine. But I mean, they're not certainly safe. Look at the mini-map, right? They've got 2 teams right in front of them on the right-hand side, and I believe that it's going to be hard for them to actually survive from this region. 4 AM, who is trying to enter the circle, they're the ones who are in charge of gatekeeping Team 4 AM. On the other side, there was another team, and they're already a man down. So for 3 players, that's a mammoth task to deal with. Elsewhere, Team One Last Fight also holding a very good spot. I love the ridge that they are playing across, and there is no team coming in from their backside. There are a couple of players who are taking shots, but I believe that is a fight happening between 2 completely other teams. So for One Last Fight, they're in a good position. I believe that they can hold on to this for as long as possible.
Yeah, have they not been a part of the action yet? One Last Fight. I mean, I know that's God's Reign behind them on that eastern edge, and the team up north is going to be the lads from Initiative Esports. Oh, that's why they've taken control of the tip. And Initiative Esports have completely ignored them and are shooting over them towards the players of God's Reign. So One Last Fight, quite lucky over there that the teams around them are just the more aggressive of the bunch, so they will try to prioritize whatever fight is in front of them. But oh, Robin heading close to that ridge might have just realized, like, all right, we don't necessarily need to take on Initiative Esports. We can try and take the zone position away from these players from 1LF, and if they actually manage to pull that off, that will give them a little bit of compounds to work with as well.
Exactly, but look at this, the Team 4AM, they found a knock on Team Forever Esports, and Toy, I believe his finish will be confirmed if, of course, he is in that building. But for Forever Esports, they've lost a couple of players already. Their strength have been cut by 50%. For them to convert this game into a chicken dinner, it's going to be a very, very tough job. And we also saw Team God's Reign playing in from the back lines. They're really not engaging into any sort of fights. They're really not trying to pull the trigger way too much, trying to unsettle whatever mess that is in front of them. A good strategy coming in from the top teams, because they've sort of realized that all of these underdog teams, they are very capable of taking those 4v4 battles. It's not like you can take it up to your ego and you can just, ram in and charge them and finish them off. That is not going to happen, especially in round 2.
We just saw the map a few moments ago, and remember a few moments ago we were talking about Team Anonymous. Yeah, the zone has given them an advantage. They'll be the only ones out in the open, quite safe. But then the BGMI got suddenly decide, yeah, we like LOC more. So now the zone has taken a hard shift towards the players of LOC.
Oh, no.
And over here, God's Reign are being ripped apart by a lot of different teams surrounding them. Volt X Gaming, they're going to look to secure these points, and well, before that, they are going to look to move out of this. The monster truck, it's going to be extremely difficult to turn it around. The place is too constricted, 3 vehicles moving out of this. The rotation is going to be delayed. They're going to take some damage from the blue zone, and Team One Blade is right ahead of them. Volt X Gaming, those few seconds, those few ticks of damage can be game-changing in the heat of the moment. And look at this, Mickey Gaming YT taking a lot of shots upon his body. One Blade getting destroyed by Team Mayavi Cypher, who gets that free point for himself. And look at this, Anonymous Esports, from being the top contenders of this lobby since the zone betrayed them, they're going to be eliminated in a few shots moment. They have nowhere left to go, nowhere left to hide.
They certainly don't, right, Johnny? Life is hard, but look at this, the Voltex Gaming, they're still pressing their trigger, they still have their foot on the gas pedal as Himo is charging in. One player is knocked in, of course, he knows there is one behind the fence, but from the back lines, it's actually Cypher, was it? Himo has been knocked out, and I believe he might just get finished very quickly as Rockstar, as well as Jadu, both of them, they are cooking their explosive. Jadu, in fact, moves in, spots Himo out in the fire, and shoots him down. He does have the time to raise Canary up, and I believe that One Blade will sort of reset for this fight once again. It's interesting because for Voltex, they only have one player left. And do they try and escape the situation? I believe they have that little bit of the time when the player is being revived to actually escape it. But Leon OP, he doesn't actually shy from a fight. He wants to take it head on. But so far, it's just smokes. He wants to hide.
Players from the side of One Blade, they're going to try and pinch him down, try and finish him off. He's hiding, tucked in the corner. And of course, I mean, just the fact that Cypher is there, he might not be in their team, but just the fact that he's there is putting up a little bit of extra added pressure on the players of One Blade. And Canary is going to be knocked out again. Jadu, barely with a sliver of HP, is still surviving though. Canary getting finished off. One Blade, they've made a massive blunder trying to take this man and giving him individual 1v1. Cypher, look at him, he's panicking inside. How many shots are being fired towards that isolated individual? My goodness.
It's a very messed up situation with a 1v1v2 situation, right? One Blade, of course, they are confused exactly where to push because they don't know if it's a 2v2 or those are two players from two different teams. But so far, they've made their move, right? They're still trying to infiltrate this compound by trying and using their explosives. Jadu, of course, just holding his ground for himself. But still, that area hasn't been cleared up and they only have 3 seconds to work with. The zone is going to shrink and they're almost hugging the wall of death. Need to make a move, and of course Jadu does. Spots him out in the open and shoots him down. But the problem's not over because Cypher is still lurking in the background.
Well, Jadu putting his magic to work over there. He's going to have to do it again. Rockstar this time, trying to hunt Cypher, and Cypher, he's focused in on the front line. He knows the players in the back lines, the team, the lads from the side of One Blade are going to have to deal with their own situations. They are being gate-kept as well from the zone, but only one of these teams will make it through. Cypher steps out into the open. The peak with the UMP is going to be good, but from the distance, Reckoning, oh, they pick up both of them. Reckoning Esports, very cheeky, very smart, minimal effort, maximum result.
Absolutely. 2 free finishes for them who were not even firing back. This is absolute genius, and this is the beauty of Miramar, right? You always have to cover your backs. But look at this though. Initiative Esports still have those 3 players up and running, and they're beautifully holding that entire ridge across the edge. So they have that high ground, they have that real estate to work with, but it all comes down to the circle where it exactly shifts. 6 teams and 15 players left, and shots are being fired left, right, and center. Liquid Esports at the smack center of the circle. I believe for them it's going to be the toughest job to try and hold on to that location. Oh my god, I haven't seen monster trucks tumble like this ever in my life, Johnny.
Well, I'm so glad Anonymous Esports, they were able to secure a few points from that entire collision. And of course, just rewatching this fight against LOC, Anonymous, again, the call was quite right. It was on point. LOC did have an advantageous spot for themselves, and I think just had they not really gone on to secure it, they would have been taken out a few moments ago without any points as well. But this game was taken away from the players of LOC because of that challenge. Now, back towards the city, well, right on the edge, Initiative Esports still surviving with 3 players.
Yeah. I mean, it's a
the
good
edge,
thing,
though,
right?
and-
I mean, they still have those legs, and especially with LOC right up front, I believe that they do have that call of trying to push up and maybe finish off this team first, so that they can have that adequate space to work around. And Blasty is moving up. He actually wants to finish all of these players. He's all by himself, and there is no cover whatsoever. Vampire from the back lines, but a 1v2 is going to be too much for Blasty's Liquid Esports. They disengage for a while, they fall back and create that space between the teams, and Kasar wants to deal with it with nades itself. Explosions happening left, right, but no damage being dealt.
Damage hasn't been dealt yet. The utility is going to be waste, but no, B-shot catches one of the individuals from the side of IE off guard. The trade does come in from the players of Reckoning Esports. In fact, with the down to the last player, Kasar gonna have to completely take on the players of IE all alone. And Blasty has given the revive to Vampire, so that's another added challenge for him. He's hiding in the corner, trying to protect himself, keeping the line of fire available whenever needed. But no, ruling since the 80s, Hyper got a little too hyper, tried to go for the finish. And now, 2 of the players are getting knocked out by Reckoning Esports. Absolutely phenomenal. Reckoning Esports, beautiful way, as you mentioned, of bringing themselves back into the game.
Yeah, back into their prime form, of course. Yuva, brilliant movement out there to get that knock for himself, but they are taking a little bit of chip damage. Shantanu, of course, has been blown to pieces with that nade itself, and now they have time to reset. They can revive their fallen player Ace Black, and they can also keep on the charge, but of course, they would want to confirm all of the finishes that are in front of them. And 3 players being knocked down, just 1 up alive for Team Ruling since 80s. It's going to be interesting to watch out as Yuva still cooking the nade. The finish feed is going all bonkers as guns blaze every single direction. 8 players and 3 teams remain, as a lot of them have been knocked out. And look at this though, Acid is going for that heal battle, but he only has 4 first aid kits to work with.
Yeah, I think now it's pretty much secured. Reckoning is going to win this game because Initiative Esports, as soon as they step out from behind those containers, they won't have any cover to work with, and they will be forced to make this run out in the open. Blasty, all right, he has 7 smokes upon him. Gorax has none. What about the third lad? He's going to have a few smokes available on him, but Fox! My goodness, that accuracy with the red dot! It does connect. A few shots, HP being dropped to, well, just a sliver. Ace Black and Yuva, they're going to come charging forward, taking control of the ridge that IE was going to charge towards, denying them any advantage in these final few moments. And the Molotov as well was so brilliant.
Yeah, the fire trail just catching him, but this is so interesting to watch because we thought that it is Initiative Esports who were cornered and they were the ones who were supposed to make the first move, but instead it's Reckoning, right? And they're the ones who are making the first move. They've placed 1 player back up, that is going to be Fox, right? He is back up in the compound. He's the one taking in shots, but the rest of the players, they are being the front lines, and Yuva OP is charging up. It's a 1v2 situation for this man, and the DBS, of course, is going to reign supreme. The songs of death have been sung, and Reckoning Esports, they are back in their prime. A winner chicken dinner to solidify the fact that it wasn't a bluff that they played in the first round. They are really, really good.
As I said, I mean, the wake-up call from Erangel. Finally, the rings of the alarm were heard by Reckoning Esports on this map of Miramar. And this is what we expected. This is how I expected this team to play from the start. And again, as we've been talking about it, round 2 is a challenge for everyone to check how consistent can you be in the 6 matches that you have in a day. Reckoning Esports, they have recovered the points that they lost from the first game. But again, another impressive performance from IE, because IE, it's not necessarily a new name. We have heard of them before. We know they have a lot of good players in their lineup as well. Vampire is definitely an experienced player, quite a lot of experience under his belt. So I expect big things from them. I was a bit let down during their run during the group stages, but I'm happy that the team is back to the best form now.
Exactly, but look at this though, ladies and gentlemen. The first fight which happened, it was so technical and it was beautiful.
Yeah.
The way Liquid broke it down, right? Got the first knock for themselves. Yes, they did have that trade-off of that one player which they lost in the form of Turban, but Turban did his job, just like you mentioned during the cast. He delayed the fight and he
Yeah.
let his teammates follow up so that the rest of them, they can be the cleaning up crew and they can just finish off the rest of the team.
Yeah, and this was an interesting situation for INR to actually deal with over there. Oh, all right. I did not see how this fight was initiated, but anonymous. I mean, it looks like they were put in a disadvantage even before LOC showed up to pick them apart.
Exactly, but another fight which we have to talk about was this one blade fight, right? Two players being caught in a very precarious situation where Jadoo as well as Cypher from two different teams were just holding their ground so that they can, survive being the lone survivor for the team. But one blade just could not approach them, especially the fact that there is just a player lurking around somewhere who could potentially finish them off. And it eventually was Reckoning from a distance who wasn't even placed in that situation. But from there on, Reckoning started their onslaught. They finished off one team first, and they went on to finish off IE, who were the last remaining survivors. But brilliantly done. Look at this formation. Fox OP held his ground on the top of that compound so that he can, take the shots, be the backup line of fire for this team. While the infantry, Yuva as well as his friend, they went and charged in with those shotguns so that they have no place to move. And this is such brilliant move, especially from such experienced teams. And this is something which a lot of these underdog teams should learn from. It's not always the fact that you have three players, just charge in with three players. You might want to try and limit the opposition's maneuvers by placing one player at the top in the back lines, providing you cover fire as well as unsettle the opposition.
Exactly. The aspect of cover fire sometimes getting ignored, but you need to make sure that the opposition is pinned down while your players are moving forward. And the only
Yes.
way that is going to happen is if you leave a man behind in the back lines protected, and that man's job just becomes to keep the line of fires on the usual peaking angles and just delivering a few shots wherever needed. If you have a weapon and an extended mag on it, I mean, the best weapon for middle range suppressing fire, I believe, still is the M249, just because of the max size the weapon has. But usually, I mean, we know the ARs, the players do find those extended mags in lobbies like this. So you will have to suppress with just by emptying out clips on nothing but thin air. And Fox did do that to a certain extent. He was punished in the initial stages when one of the players from the side of IE dished out a little bit of damage, but then they made another blunder. They got distracted. They got distracted by UI and Ace Black, as you mentioned, the people who had closed in upon the players of IE, while Fox was just being a distraction in the backlines. And then it was just a fight for Reckoning Esports to just finish, wrap things up, and secure the win, secure the chicken dinner to their name.
It was such an exciting move because, honestly, when I saw that whole terrain, we saw that Initiative Esports were the ones who were pinned behind certain compounds, and they're the ones who had the ball was on their court, basically, right? They had to make a move, they had to use a ridge somehow, maybe fight Reckoning Esports in that compound. But then Reckoning were like, you know what? Let's flip the sides and let's actually take the challenge to them. And they were the ones who went charging in, but brilliantly done, brilliantly executed. They're probably like, there's that meme going on. I am Jose Mourinho, especially when you pull off such a gigabanger move. I feel like they kind of are feeling that way. But all in all, I want to come back to an extremely important point which you mentioned, and that is about consistency. 6 matches might mean that the stuff which we were talking about in round 1, right? One chicken dinner will let you qualify throughout the next round, This time, it might not be the same way. Even if you get that one big chicken, you might not be able to qualify if you're not consistent.
Exactly. I mean, you will have to make sure that you are walking away with a few points every single game. And I think considering it is 6 matches, the average should be around 8 to 9 points. I think just make sure your average drops between 8 to 9 points per match. Doesn't matter if you win a chicken dinner in one, and then the next game you just finish off with 2 points, 3 points. As long as that average is good enough to keep you inside the top 8 bracket, it is all going to be good and dandy. But again, focus needs to readjust, because next map, I believe, is the map that will put your survival instincts to the test. And I think the teams are still setting the tone of how this lobby needs to function. And I think because of that, the last two games will be extremely important for the team, especially in that middle pack. But I think we're talking too much about the future. Let's talk about what happened in this game. Who do you think is going to be the MVP?
Maybe Yuva OP, you know? Oh, it's actually Ace Black
It's Ace.
from RG, of course. I was thinking it's supposed to be Yuva because he was mainly in the front lines. You know, the infantry most of the times does have the most number of finishes. Yuva is right there second, so I'm exactly not wrong, you know, Johnny. I'm gonna take probably a second position trophy for myself.
Just like Yuma takes it on the top 5 players, followed by his own teammate, by the way, Fox OP. So they have 10 points within these 3 players. Then we have Cypher from the side of Team Mayavi and Redox from the side of LOC. But let's have a look at the standings for this game. Reckoning Esports, as we keep saying, they showed up and they showed up big. 25 points being secured by Reckoning Esports. The team on the second position walks away with 17, and a good start, a good recovery from Initiative Esport in this match. But Liquid is there with 12 points, ruling since 80s with 11. INA Official are also there. Team Mayavi, they were outside the top 8 in game number 1. They're still outside the top 8 after game 2. What's going wrong?
Interestingly enough, they had 4 points in the first game itself, and the second game as well, they have 4 points. It seems like this team always finds themselves in the wrong positions where they can't actually find that exit from. But ladies and gentlemen, the overall standings are in front of your screens right now. And of course, in the first position, you have LOC Esports, so secured the chicken dinner in the first game. Reckoning Esports followed by with 29 points. Forever Esports, in fact, they've been very consistent. 24 points without backing that chicken. It's a very good feat. But apart from that, apart from God's Reign and Reckoning, there is no big name in the top 8.
I mean, Initiative Esports are, well, yeah, they are getting left behind, and if they do not step things up, they're going to be outside the top 8 soon. But as we move on to the next page of the rankings, talk about big names that were missing there. One Blade on the 11th, Team Mayavi on the 13th, and Raw Official on that 14th position with just 2 points secured in the 2 matches that they played so far. And as we were talking about the standings, I mean, I'm actually quite interested to see what LOC will actually do on Sanhok and how will they play this weekendy game that's happening today. Because LOC, you see how they've gotten to the first position. It's quite clear, they're prioritizing those finish points. They play for survival when they want to, but for number 1 priority for them is going to be those finish points.
Exactly, and for them, that means that Sanhok and Vikendi should be their home turf, and they must enjoy themselves. It's also about how do you enjoy the day, right? Where do you actually find your momentum? You might find momentum at the start of the day. You might also find your peak probably at the end of the day, right? Mentality also depends how the players are feeling, and currently I feel like a lot of the players from One Blade as well as for Team Mayavi and other big names who are out there, I believe they're not in the right mental state. They're probably not in the zone. But this makes things so much more complicated, especially because the basic maps are over, right? Erangel obviously is going to come 2 more times throughout the day. You've lost Miramar already. Miramar players are very comfortable to play from. Now they have to perform on the maps of Sanhok and Vikendi, which might not be their comfortable ground. So we'll have to find out how does this team actually recover and, you know, figure out their fighting game and come back strong.
But I guess since we still have a few matches remaining, it's going to be quite interesting to see how do these teams, especially the teams on the second page, readjust themselves. I mean, they know what's going to happen on an angle later. They know what's going to happen on Miramar later. But Sanhok is coming up next. And, of course, the surprise element of Weekendy still remains.
Certainly. But ladies and gentlemen, we are going to come back after a very short break. Don't go anywhere. It's going to be a very short break coming.
मैप की जरूरत तो अनजान गलियों में पड़ती है, पर इरेंगल की गलियां तो हमारे दिल में छपी है।
What's up, team? Hey, guys, रिच पे बंदा है, रिच पे। अरे यार, अभी हम स्मोक कर रहे हैं। साइड। मार किया मैंने।
लाइफ में हर जीत है इम्पोर्टेंट।
थैंक यू। नाइस वन, परफेक्ट।
लेकिन जीत का असली मजा सिर्फ अपने स्क्वाड के साथ ही आता है। ये बैटल ग्राउंड ऐसा कंफर्ट जोन है जो कभी भी रेड जोन बन सकता है मेरे भाई प्लीज रिवाइव कर दे।
अबे यार
युद्ध के मैदान में बड़े बड़े MVP भी कर जाते हैं भूल। नूडल सूप। पर चैंपियन बनने की मंजिल में क्या नूब क्या प्रो
on guys, compound hold, कोई नहीं है सामने. Center slam, smoke कर cover ले.
एक HP है भाई.
ये गेम हम सबका है. धड़कने और जोश है हाय. इंडिया खेल रहा है BGMI. मैप की जरूरत तो अनजान गलियों में पड़ती है, पर इरेंगल की गलियां तो हमारे दिल में छपी है.
What's up team?
गाइस रिच पे बंदा है, रिच पे.
अरे यार अभी हम स्मोक कर रहे हैं. साइड.
मार किया मैंने.
लाइफ में हर जीत है इम्पोर्टेंट,
थैंक यू. नाइस वन, परफेक्ट.
लेकिन जीत का असली मजा सिर्फ अपने स्क्वाड के साथ ही आता है. ये बैटल ग्राउंड ऐसा कंफर्ट जोन है जो कभी भी रेड जोन बन सकता है मेरे भाई.
भाई प्लीज रिवाइव कर दे. अबे यार नू.
युद्ध के मैदान में बड़े बड़े MVP भी कर जाते हैं भूल.
नूडल सूप.
पर चैंपियन बनने की मंजिल में क्या नूब क्या प्रो.
on guys, compound hold, कोई नहीं है सामने. Center slam, smoke कर cover ले.
एक HP है भाई.
ये गेम हम सबका है. धड़कने और जोश है हाय. इंडिया खेल रहा है BGMI.
Welcome back after the break, ladies and gentlemen, to BGIS The Grind. This is Super Johnny, joined by Necro alongside with me. And with 2 games of today done and dusted, teams usually in round 1 would expect to play their last game right now. But things have changed. They're going to be playing 4 more matches. And as we move on to the next game, Necro, what are your expectations? I mean, we have seen Reckoning Esports bounce back, but is there a team that you're still waiting for them to show up?
I mean, to be honest, all the expected teams, they're already doing great. Now, I'm only going to be having more expectations from Miyavi. That's it. I just want Team Miyavi to actually try and shine through as well, because all the known teams, pretty much even God's Reign, yeah, they didn't get the chicken dinner so far, but still in the game of Erangel, they had quite a solid showing. Now, Reckoning Esports, they won the previous game. Now, only Team Miyavi is left over to showcase and dominate their true potential, because we know they're capable of a lot of things, but one thing that I've noticed, one thing that they're really lacking on is communication.
Yeah, I agree with you. I mean, a little bit, you do notice in their fights that the players are quite often caught in an unorthodox position, wherein you wouldn't really expect them to move out so frequently. But I think it is still the build-up. We know that this team does have that big brain coach behind them, Maya, who's going to be guiding them as well. And Blacks, we have seen him perform during the opening round 1. His matches were incredible. His individual performance was there as well. So expectations are going to be there from this player, but who knows? I mean, maybe they were waiting for Sanok this entire time, and as we jump into the next map, maybe they're going to walk away with the win on this one.
Exactly, Johnny. We talk about having a deliberate game plan, right? That's where sometimes it does seem like Miyavi do have a rough sketch in front of them, knowing exactly what they want to do, but still, when it comes to the execution, they're not able to execute it deliberately. So something they need to figure out is that how are they actually going to make things happen in the action? And now, considering the upcoming map is also going to be on the map of Sanok, and you know this, Johnny, I think Sanok really gives a massive upper edge to the teams that are trying to make something happen for themselves, because usually Sanok brings in the variety.
Exactly. I mean, usually it does bring in the variety, and I mean, these teams at this point, I think Erangel, they were testing each other out. Miramar, they figured out, all right, this is how we want to approach the team fights. This is how we want to approach the rest of the matches. And Sanok, as we talked about this, is going to be extremely important for the teams, especially on the latter half of the leaderboard, because this is the map that gives you the survival points. This is the map where the opportunity is there for you to actually play for the heal battle strat, secure those placement points at least, and get your total tally to a decent position. And because of that, I think it is going to be quite interesting to see what the other teams are going to do to stop them, because not everyone will be able to finish with those 10 placement points, 12 placement points while making it to the top 2 or the top 3 by pulling off that heal battle. But as we jump into the game, I mean, we're going to find out what the teams are thinking and what's going through their heads.
Exactly, Johnny. Here we go. Moving on to the map of Sanok. Soon enough, the plane flat path is also going to be in front of us. As we do take a look at the plane flat path in front of us, it's starting all the way from the island from top left towards Camp Alpha, all the way towards Camp On. The plane flat path, once again, inside the map of Sanok. Majority of the times, it does not really matter, because for teams, it's not going to be that big of an extent, because Sanok is a much more so smaller map. And you know, I talked about bringing in the variety. Now we've got the variety in the map pool itself, Johnny. Now the upcoming map is going to be in the name of Vikendi. I think so, even on that map, imagine how much unorthodox plays are going to happen. You never know which team is going to drop on what spot.
I mean, it is quite an interesting map, and Vikendi can get extremely chaotic during the end game stages. I mean, you talk about testing your survival intakes, that map will put you on a whole another level. But I mean, we still have to wait for this game to come to an end, and then we'll be moving forward to the icy tundras of Vikendi. But look at this! Oh, I love this opening zone in this particular Sanok, and of course, this opening fight as well between Ruling Since 80s and Voltex Gaming Aryan, who does have a shotgun to work with, and also was trying to lob a nade upon the other lad, but now he does back off a little bit, realizing that Hyper might also have found a weapon in his hands to deal with the situation.
I mean, Johnny, if I'm Voltex over here, man, I'm just going to be running the hell out of this compound. I do not want anything to be done in early game fights, especially in the map of Sanok. You never would want to lose out on your teammates. As long as you're having a 4-man squad, you have got the maximum amount of strength to stay alive and sustain all the damage that can be put up against you in the future lines. But soon enough, I mean, as we did see some drop collisions happen inside this entire group overall, and as the games are also passing by, it does seem like now the games are starting to settle down a little bit, right? We're not really seeing those early game engagements anymore, but one thing is for sure, the ice, the silence is going to be broken on the map of Vikendi. But for now, on the Sanok game, Ace Black, all by himself, he's only got a shotgun in his hands, Johnny. Both of them are actually shotgun, so he couldn't do anything against that player from Voltex.
Exactly. I mean, the distance is a little too much. I don't even think the pellets are going to make it that far, but
if it was me, I would have still shot.
Oh, man. Then just like fire a few shots and then just run back, hide.
Yeah.
Just make the other people panic. Where are these shotgun shots coming from? I hear the sound. I don't see anyone.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, the pellets making it or not, but if they do land down, but how are you going to feel as like the pellets, of course, the spread's going to land around you, right? So you're going to think there's multiple players shooting at you at the same time. So it's going to be a little scary, you know?
Yeah, that's not how the physics in the game works. You know that, right?
At least that's how it worked in John Wick, but okay, all right. I'm not going to speak about that anymore. We've got the circle on the northern side. Now I'm just waiting for it to take a massive shift on the left side. That means every single team will be struggling, and I love to see teams struggle.
Yeah, I don't know how I feel about that, but I mean, it's going to make for an entertaining match nonetheless. Reckoning Esports, I wonder what they are going to be up to, since Liquid have taken control of that ruined bridge. And they know for a fact that there is bound to be someone holding the Temple Hill on that Camp Alpha island. So crossing from Ruins to Camp Alpha might be a little bit of a challenge for them, but lucky for them, they're still inside the zone. So they don't really have an incentive to force this rotation. On the other hand, God's Reign taking control of Hathin for themselves do have quite a decent position inside of the zone right now, at least for the early stages of the game.
Indeed they do, and even speaking of One Blade, I think so, yeah. They're actually not really going to be opting out for that mid strat this time, Johnny, because last time when I saw them on the map of Sanok, I still remember they were actually trying to go for the mid strat, but this time the game plan's changed up a little bit. So you can't say that maybe it's good news. You can also say that maybe if things don't really pan out as planned for the players of One Blade, then it can go down south for them. But let's hope that things will be looking a little bit better. Speaking about Initiative Esports, a big step up in the game of Miramar.
Yeah, I mean, the step up was there, and the recovery was definitely needed. The start that they wanted to this round 2 was kind of turned around on an angle when it was taken away from them. They were wiped out quite early, but on Miramar they recovered, and now on Sanok, the question is, can they keep the ball rolling? Can they secure at least 10 points from this game? They have a decent spot inside the zone right now. Not a lot of trouble for them. Look at this, Mickey Gaming YT. From the side of Volt. He's gathering all this information, and I believe Reckoning Esports, they've crossed over to this side towards Camp Alpha Island.
Yeah. Voltex Gaming. I like the thinking, the quick thinking, the decision-making from this team. They've deliberately taken control of the high ground because they know somewhere down the line, there's a chance the circle might just take a shift on the left side, but if it doesn't, then yeah, of course it's going to affect them. But you know what, Johnny? It's been such a long time. One of the rarest circle that we've seen is the bridge circle that connects this island and the main island of Sanhok. It's been a while. I mean, we have seen those circles in the past, but it's been really a long time. But for now, as we've got Team INR officials on our team, and speaking of the struggles, yeah, somewhere down line, even they're able to see a lot of struggles so far. And as I said, known teams, Raw official. Raw official is such a known team, right, in general, and still being able to struggle that much inside the games, man, that really does not justify the name.
I mean, there is a legacy that's there for Raw official. They were the team that were just very, very impressive in terms of scouting talents. I mean, a lot of big names have come and gone through this particular name, and I think, again, even though the performance right now might not be that great, but you can expect a lot of big things from these individuals in the future. Reckoning Esport. Yeah, Mickey has completely marked that angle now. He knows where the players are and how they're going to be splitting themselves up amongst these 4 compounds.
I mean, Reckoning Esports, at least have got the compound control in their hand.
Yeah,
so I like the planning once again from their side. As quick as you're going to be in these moments, the more it's going to reward in the future lines. Unless the BGMI gods just don't want you to come through victorious, then that's a complete another outing for you. But Voltex Gaming, they've got information on every single team that's currently around them. Even ruling since 80s, Voltex Gaming knows exactly where every single team is on a piece of this land. But once again, Johnny, as I said, as long as you're going to be in the circle when you're on the high ground, it's good enough. But when you need to get to the low ground, when you need to climb down the mountain, that's where the real problems start to hit you.
Well, let's see who's going to hit who first, though. Team Anonymous, Salted needs to be extremely careful. INR official backlines. And he's making sure he's just constantly checking those angles to make sure no one's going to be approaching him and his teammates. 4 aggressive men. Haven't really been that aggressive throughout the day so far, but maybe in Sanok, we're going to see them rack up those finish points for themselves. Sanok off to a very interesting start, though, Necro. Wouldn't you say?
Yeah.
We haven't seen a single fight yet.
I told you, as the games are passing by, it just seems like teams are starting to get even more organized, and they know the playing patterns of the teams that they're going against. So it's just about getting familiar with each other, getting to know each other. That's how it works in real life too, right? Speaking about relationship at the start, you don't know what's going to happen. It's all over the place. But once you start knowing the other person, you start getting used to that person as well. That's how it is inside the games as well, Johnny. Technically, all these teams are in a relationship with each other in the battlegrounds.
Let's see, though. I mean, the battleground itself doesn't really like anyone else. Blue Zone is going to constantly put you down in a very uncomfortable position, but Talk
Oh,
about
LOC.
discomfort and LOC. They are there to face off against the players of INR. Saden with a nade is going to try and secure a knock. It looks quite good, especially Clowny being down to a sliver of HP. Saden still trying to spray him down.
Oh
but
my God.
Saden himself was extremely low, and because of that, he's going to be knocked out. But Redox is going to be there to finish off the players from the side of INR. The push in tandem by the players of LOC. Phenomenal.
Yeah, this team is just so good, Johnny. Clowny pushed up way too close. All the attention was grabbed down to Clowny, and then from the back, Redox works his way and shuts the man down. Nicely done. Well-coordinated play from the side of LOC to take charge of this compound. And now even Omega looking to flush out the players from that shack. For Team INR officials, considering they've already lost out on one of their players, now they're down a firepower. Now they're down a man. It's going to be tough to deal against a team like LOC, a mammoth of a team. But even Clowny's now starting to catch a lot of hit onto himself, so he needs to fall back to safety. Godsreen in front of us, just trying to eye out the compounds. Even they're probably wanting to get a little piece of this action that's going on so far. But INR official, now you can take a look at the compounds control. Before, they were taking care of this entire compound. Now they've been limited to just one single house. That means they're getting suffocated to death, Johnny.
Oh, it's not looking good for them. The players of INR all just huddle up together, and LOC, they're looking to go for the push. But before anything happens, look at that. From the back lines, they get knocked out, and INR Thunder, he gets picked off by Anonymous Esports.
Oh my God!
They weren't anywhere close to this, but INR, they're going to get destroyed as LOC just charge indoors and finish off the two remaining players. But as I was talking about it, look at Anonymous in the back lines. They picked off one point from the side of INR, and that means they have a line of fire, a line of vision available inside this compound.
Johnny, I don't know what's going on with LOC, but this team is absolutely insane. Just out for blood, and somehow they're actually able to win every single encounter they've had so far inside the games. But now as the circle's going to shift up north even more, still, it's going to have that Anonymous aura. We don't exactly know if it's going to be shifting to the left side or to the right side. The circle creating so much Anonymous aura, teams needing to adapt on the fly. It's going to be a tough call. It's going to be a massive gamble, Johnny.
Well, let's see though. Gamble, will it pay off? Will they have to deal with a massive loss for themselves? Oh, the shots do connect. Gravity taking a little bit of damage. The zone shift, not too brutal upon the teams that have managed to cross to the Camp Alpha Island in the early stages of the game. But now all of them will have to fight amongst themselves to decide who will control what position and who will be surviving with majority of the numbers. While all of this is happening, look at what One Blade is doing. They started their journey all the way from Docks and now have finally managed to cross Mognai all towards Cow. And also one last fight. Did you see they have still left one player all the way back?
That is true, yeah. But speaking about One Blade, once again, I think so the struggles, they're not there for now. But soon enough, as they start to close in towards the circle even more, that's where they're going to start to get hit with a lot of struggles inside the game. Probably with a lot of bullets as well. Just lead penetrating through their armor. I.e. Initiative Esports, a team that has had a good game in the past. The momentum so far swinging in their favor. For Aggressive Men is going to be the team in the front lines. For Initiative Esports to take down this team is going to be a tough task for Aggressive Men. They're well spread out, but once again, if one of the players gets taken out the game, it's going to be tough to get the resurrection back onto that player. So every single player from For Aggressive Men needs to have a line of fire onto each other.
Let's see though. Mayavi securing the first knock. Tyler is the man knocked out and finished off by Cypher. Legit, he's looking to secure the second as well. Oh,
nice.
The nade! It does connect. Dishes out a lot of damage on the opposition. And Black's nade is going to be enough to secure the knock as well. Team Mayavi, they're charging forward. The DBS, shots fired by Legit. And the flick was so beautiful. ILF is getting absolutely destroyed in this collision. They're down to their last player.
Exactly, Johnny. Team Ivy finally in their final form. And this is what we like to see. Destruction from a team like Team Ivy. Blacks working in tandem with his team, and now is also spraying down a team in the front. He's barely able to make it back to the safety. How is that even possible? Beast. He takes so many shots, but in the end, as long as he's going to be able to make it alive, that's all that matters. And if he's got smokes, then yeah, that's going to be the cherry on top of the cake. This man's going to be able to make it on the other side. His teammates there too. Initiative Esports, this could have been so bad for them, but Beast, luckily enough, is still alive. Now I just want to take a look at the circle and find out how things are looking like for them. And as I said, Johnny, for One Blade Esports, as they're going to try to close the distance to the circle, the problems are going to increase even more. I am not a huge fan of this rotation they took.
I mean, it all depends. Can they beat the players of Forever Esports, either in rotation or just pick them off, secure the points, and then move out from here? Oh, the third party. That is another added challenge that they did not take into account as well. And as you said, this rotation, it's not really going to work out for them. Canary, look at him, avoiding the line of fire, staying behind that broken wall. But how far is One Blade going to go? 1 point secured.
Yeah, just stealing that elimination point, Johnny. I mean, One Blade, it's next to impossible to get out of this spot. Let's be honest. For them to get out of this one, it's going to be next to impossible because you've also got a team like Raw trying to eye you out. But we have seen even Raw looking to reposition themselves. Probably the next circle shift's going to be in front of us soon enough. Initiative Esports, with 3 players up and alive, still caught up inside the wall of death, taking a lot of damage going for the Mets. But the problem is, on some of the players, they haven't even got any meds available. So it's going to be a tough ask for Team Initiative Esports to get out of this spot. And they also need to make it inside the circle. But the team that's going to be in the front lines meeting against them is going to be in the name of Team Miami. And that team has a lot of potential to take you down. They've got so much firepower packed in them. They're looking to unleash that firepower onto you.
Exactly, and now with hands all warmed up, they are not looking to stop anytime soon. 6 eliminations already secured by Team Miami, making up for the points that they've lost in the first 2 matches. And how far can they go? That is the question that they're asking themselves, and I think everyone watching them right now is asking themselves, can they win this game with a double-digit elimination numbers? Because that is what will be needed for this team to be in a spot on the overall rankings that justifies the name that they have. Blacks, he's looking to take the fight against 4 angry men who have the high ground advantage, but Team Miami, I don't think they're going to back off.
True. It's going to be next to impossible to back off.
Yeah.
For Raw, though, considering they're still on the edge of the circle, so they're going to be chilling for a long time. Nothing to worry about. Just relax inside this compound. But once again, if the circle takes a big shift away from them, Johnny, that's where Raw, they probably know the bodies are going to start to hit the floor. And the only way for Raw to accumulate points is the elimination points. And that's why you see them taking a couple of shots, some pop shots against the players of LOC. It's just those little burst fires to get something done, to pull out a peek from the players in the front. But no, that's not possible at all. One Blade, somehow, they've managed to get themselves out of that tricky spot because they waited for Team Raw officials to move out.
Let's see how far is One Blade going to go. They are taking things a little bit slow in this matchup and have only secured 1 point till now, and we all know why they are playing like this. They are also there on the second page of the leaderboard along with Team Miami. So for both these experienced teams, it is going to be extremely important for themselves to bring themselves back up into a decent position, especially considering that this is the third game of the day. That means 50% of the matches will be done and dusted. And look at that, a central shift in the mid-game stages. Now, how will you cross the water? How will you cross the bridge?
A big question. A really massive question. When you try to cross the bridge, you're going to get spammed with so many bullets that next to impossible to survive. The vehicle's going to be shredded to pieces. Your armor's going to be shredded to pieces. So the only safe route is either water lines, and that too, you need to make sure that the team in the front are not going to be looking out for you. So you need to be sneaky enough to managing to sneak yourself in the other side of this island. Reckoning Esports in a really solid spot themselves, even Anonymous Esports in a decent amount of spot, a decent amount of land coverage. They've got Raw officials being able to reposition themselves. Even that is going to be a tough task, Johnny, considering they're barely on the edge. And as I said, if the circle takes a massive shift away from them, the problems are going to start to knock their doors. And now Anonymous Esports on the receiving end of Raw official. Look at that instant cavalry.
Oh, just a few shots fired. The damage dished out onto Yash, but as you mentioned, the cavalry has arrived. And Anonymous Although they have reset themselves. Look at Yashi just backed off instantly. The knock wasn't secured. Raw official might have overcommitted onto this spot, onto this fight before actually creating an opening, and that can be detrimental. Now they're going to have to push indoors, take the fight at point blank range, and Ronak is quite eager to do that as well. In the meanwhile, Anonymous, they are just pushed inside that corner. It's just Yash over here, completely isolated with the DBS. We know this weapon can be quite deadly. Oh, surrounded from all directions. Quite brutal. This was an execution.
Indeed it was. It was a really well-planned execution, and it actually worked out perfectly as well. Nicely. And now we've got LOC. Even they're looking across on the bridge lines. Johnny, this is way too risky. The longer you're going to stay on the bridge lines, the more threat you're going to have approaching you. So LOC needs to find a way out of this spot. Now, even from the back row, officials are going to start to work in. So that means LOC, they're going to take fire even from the back lines. Way too risky to get out of the bridge lines. LOC will need to fight their way out of this one.
Will they be able to do so, though? That is the real question. I believe the team underneath them can work as a distraction for the others, keeping an eye on the players of LOC. But look at that. LOC, the first man being taken down. Clowny is going to be knocked out. And ruling since the 80s, this is a revenge for them, by the way. Because in the previous two matches, LOC was responsible for dishing out the most amount of hurt on the team, on the players of ruling since the 80s. And now they know for a fact that they have them pinned down and they have to take this fight if they want to cross the bridge themselves. LOC getting a little distracted by the team, team of no coordination. And no coordination, they don't really have an option. They will have to step out in the open, take that fight.
As I said, the back lines are exposed, Johnny. And soon enough, the bullets are going to start to tickle your back. Not exactly tickle, maybe. Also come in contact with that flesh, but LOC still haven't managed to cross the bridge lines. Look at Anonymous ESports. Just trying to be those sneaky rats. Sneak onto the grounds lines off that island. It's going to be an extremely tough task, considering no coordination players one player is right there. So he's not going to let him cross on over to that side. Anonymous ESports on the verge of getting eliminated. Same thing can happen with the players of LOC too, as Clowny is the only man who's got no vehicle. So he will need to traverse onto his foot.
How far are they going to get? Shikari, running around the support beam and failure. He had the HP advantage and also the DBS. So he's going to be the victor of this 1v1. But boy, is he in trouble now. He's all alone from the side of his team, has 7 first aids to work with. He's going to put the first aid and then maybe try and get some boosters going.
Oh my god!
Where did he come from?
This fight is so awkward! So awkward! But Clowny did not check that angle, but he did hear the shots coming in before. And eventually he tried to go for that elimination points, but Clowny missed out on one of the most crucial angles that he should have cleared. But still, luckily enough, the opponent was busy healing himself up. And that's where he got the advantage and shut him down. Now one blade, as I said, the rotation, all those efforts that they showed in that previous pass to this game, it's not going to work out. All that effort into making that perfect rotation, all thrown to dust. Now we've got 4M over the players. That is going to be a really good sight for the players of 4AM. But once again, if they're not able to get their line of sights on the player that are right underneath them, then this high ground's going to mean nothing. But at least they found themselves barely in the circle.
Just barely inside. Looking to secure a few elimination points before they get taken out eventually. But for Aggressive Man, they have a decent spot for themselves. We all know if you have the control of this Temple Hill, you're going to have a lot of finishes coming your way, but it's going to be a massive challenge to come down from there afterwards. And that is what 4 Angry Man will have to deal with, since there is a good chunk of the zone sticking to that low ground. But now, finally, all the teams are looking to move up. LOC Mafia is completely exposed. An easy point being secured by Sean. 2 finishes though, the total tally for ruling since 80s. Not enough, Necro.
Not enough. But still, Shantanu, as long as he's alive, the team's alive as well. So So there's a chance ruling Senseides can still clutch this one out, but not as long as the players of 4 aggressive men have got their sightlines onto them. And now even the last player's just getting chipped away, tapped away to his death, and he gets taken out of the game as well. Ruling Senseides, nicely done. They were at least able to make it to the late game situation, but top 7 teams are now in front of us. Liquid in a really tough spot. They know above them is 4AM. One single misstep that can lead to their demise. So every single decision they make inside the game, they take inside the game, has to be extra cautious, has to be thought 10 times. And now Reckoning Esports, Ace Black, the only player alive. He's got the sightlines on every single piece of this player of 4AM, but he's not going to decide to strike just yet, Johnny, because if he does, he's going to reveal his position, and that's going to minimize the potential of him even making it inside the circle.
Yeah. Look at these individuals surviving on the edge of perdition. Oh, Turban. It's massive fall damage. It's going to be knocked out instantly. And it's not just him. Liquid, they just get wiped out from the face of the map in a matter of seconds by 4 aggressive men. No escape. None allowed.
I don't even.
LOC
Oh
Omega against Shantanu. He's going to get beaten as well. Team Mayavi, they're still there. Cypher and Legend doing a brilliant job surviving so far. Wow.
They indeed are, Johnny. As I said, I'm really going to be looking out for Team Mayavi. This is the only team that has not won so far, and I think so they've also got the best position because look at this. Soon enough, the circles actually pan out down. So every single player from the top, they will need to drop down, and this is what Team Mayavi is taking advantage of. They know it's going to be raining down players, and that's why they're looking above them, just raining down death and destruction. Inflicting so much pain and hurt onto the players of 4 aggressive men. Next to impossible to get out of this situation, but eventually Skillful peeks out and puts that final nail in the coffin. Team Mayavi eliminated out of the game. Ruling Senseides, a team that was on the verge of getting eliminated, but still that single player makes it till the end, and it's next to impossible to get down from that mountain.
How has he won the second inner? What? He was in the blue, just minding his own business. He was out. That player was out of first stage, Necro. He was out of healing utility.
Johnny, I mean...
what a game, what a game.
I don't even understand how his LOC was able to stay alive for that long. Omega was till the end. It was in the top 4. While LOC was in the middle of the breach, every single team inside the circle had their visuals locked on LOC, but still they make it in the top 4. I mean, some things, as I said, today is going to be an astonishing day.
It is astonishing because you believed in Team Mayavi. I was believing in Team Mayavi. They had 11 finishes. They had the perfect position to secure the match as well. They got complacent. Like in chess, you sometimes blunder up the queen. They blundered their queen, their position inside of this game. Forgot about the line of fire from up above, and Skillful just peeked out at the right time, took down both individuals and made sure that he was there in the top 2. And also, after that entire fiasco, it should have been a turnaround and 4 aggressive man. I was hoping they would secure the win, but no, just that last... You realize, like, had you just stayed up, they would have just won this game by seconds. They had enough HP on
I do realize. And I also realize the fact that if that last player from Team Mayavi did not go for Resurrection and instead he would have still looked on top, there could have been a chance he could have actually won that game. Yeah, in the end, it could have been 1v1, 2 teams fighting for the supremacy, yada, 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 but still, at least the chances could have been even more. And another team that I would really like to mention over here is One Blade. So much effort rotating all the way from docks towards the northern side, and then rotating all the way from the northern side towards the central part of the circle. So many efforts shown into making that rotation, and the game pans out bad for them once again. One Blade, I think so you guys should really stop overthinking situations and instead just try to think on the fly.
I mean, we know One Blade has the firepower amongst their players for sure. And I think from the way they started the game, starting with the drop location being decided as docks, because docks is quite notorious. The only reason teams head and start their game from docks is when you plan on playing for survival. It's one of the most isolated zones inside of this game, and it has hardly ever been the ending zone has been formed to... Yeah, 4 aggressive, man, they were brutal on anyone that just came towards them.
Look at this. Legit and Cypher, last 2 players alive, Johnny.
Yeah.
This is what I'm saying. If the fallen player would have not been resurrected right there, and if Legit would have looked up on top legit enough, he could have actually won this game. Secured this game for his team. Team Miami could have got their first chicken dinner, and then in the end, as I said, it's next to impossible to get out of that, to get down from that mountain. It's next to impossible. It's really good to rack up a lot of elimination points, but you need to make sure that you're taking so many fights from that high ground. But when the circle shifts away, which will happen 99% of the times, that's where you are absolutely screwed.
Exactly. I mean, if the zone moves away, it's impossible, as you mentioned. That drop, that cliff is too big of a drop. No one survives the fall damage from there. And I mean, it was a good thing that during the highlight, we saw him go bit by bit. So we saw him slowly approach his demise. And he was falling in the blue zone, by the way. So he was taking damage from the blue zone all throughout that fall. Plus that fall damage was too much to deal with. So that was an instant finish. Here's the chicken dinner. You guys take it. We don't want it anymore. That's what 4 aggressive man did.
And this is why I love Sanok. These circles, they are just so unique, and they also make players struggle so much. Now,
Yeah,
I
unique
wouldn't
is a
really
good way to say
that,
it.
Yeah, it is just unique because no matter what, at the end of the day, you need to accept the fact that somewhere down the line, it also comes down to the luck factor. 100%.
True.
If you're lucky enough, if the teams are really not going to be looking at you, you will have the potential to sneak inside the circle and maybe make something happen. If you're lucky enough, you can be the team that the circle has been just magneting on top of you, just attracted on top of you. Like, for example, the teams that were on top of the mountain, they got so many elimination points because they were on top of the mountain. So once again, somewhere down the line, the luck factor gets involved so much in these type of circles. And the teams that are unlucky, well, unlucky for you guys. You guys have Weekendy coming up, which is going to be even more unorthodox. And I think so. It's going to be action-packed as well. I just can't wait for Weekendy to start.
Yeah, me neither. It is definitely going to be action-packed. I mean, as we talked about it, Weekendy has been one of those games where you are going to end up playing mind games with yourself, man. I mean, the map just goes completely silent in the early stages. All the fights occur, I think, post. There used to be a while when you would wait like 15, 17 minutes for fights to break out on Weekendy. All of that has changed since the zone meta was sort of redefined on that map. And I think even now, teams do sort of try to struggle. Not try, but they do struggle, in fact, in readjusting to certain situations. Especially rotations on that map is extremely tricky since it is the icy tundras. You know that hill terrain all throughout the map is going to make for a lot of interesting fighting scenarios. But coming back to the conversation of Sanok and how this map played out, I mean, it should be enough for Team Miami. They had 11 eliminations, if I'm not wrong. So for them, they have kind of recovered the mistakes of the previous map, and even this map they were there in the top 3, so a good number of 21 points I believe have been secured by them. But OneBlade, as you keep mentioning them again and again, they definitely do need to step it up, and Weekendy is not going to be the map to make it happen. I think they're going to have to wait for the last 2 matches of the day.
I mean, yeah, and I do not want to be too rude as well, right? I do not want to sound too rude when I keep on saying OneBlade as well. But you need to understand that this is an old team. You do not expect performance like that back to back. That too.
Yeah.
Already 3 games have been done, and you're still not able to perform that great enough for yourself. And considering you've got so much experience, and then you take a look at teams like LOC, Forever Esports, Team Miami, who were able to deliver. And then you're just standing there, and you think, what exactly is going wrong with OneBlade? Are these players not really able to click with each other? Something needs to be changed, or they're having some communication issues. And to be honest, I just think that they're overthinking because they want to avoid fights. They want to play it safe. But the more you overthink, the more things are going to get complicated for you.
I mean, it sort of goes back to the conversation that you brought before, the aspect of luck being involved, the RNG of the game being involved. They were just unfortunate in the first 2 matches, and I think that sort of made them overthink their decisions on Sanok. So it is a snowball effect going on for the side of OneBlade, and they need to recover ASAP. They need to recover in the very next map. It is going to be extremely tough because there are like, I don't think I've heard of teams that do specialize in Weekendy. Yeah, there are teams that used to specialize on this map, but it's been ages since that time. And I guess now we'll just have to look at the rankings for this game to see how many points they secured. But before that, MVP of the game, it's going to be Mafia from LOC. And Necro, LOC is just impressive, man.
I mean, well, what can you say? LOC, they're more than impressive, to be honest, John.
Yeah, true.
And as our producer mentioned a while ago, they're the undergods. He said it perfectly. Undergods, without a doubt. They have proved themselves, and now they deserve to be called the undergods as well. Finishes, he got 6. Then you've got legit in front of us from Team Mayavi with 5 finishes himself. Even skillful from 4 a.m., getting 5 elimination points. And then, of course, it's going to keep on descending downwards. Fox OP, Cannery, trying to get something done for their team individually. But for Reckoning Esports, they're still going to be in a really good and a chill spot. Speaking about the point standings that are now in front of us, Ruling Since 80s was one of those teams that won that previous game, but still they didn't really get a lot of elimination points. That's why they only managed to secure total 18 points.
I mean, but still, they're going to be glad that they walked away with at least the chicken dinner for this game, because 18 points is not... it's not less. I mean, it is going to propel them quite high up in the rankings. But talk about teams that have been struggling throughout the day. I see a few common names again and again on the second page of the ranking. Raw Official, One Last Fight, Team Anonymous. All of these teams have been extremely, I won't even call them inconsistent, because they have been consistently on the second page.
I mean, speak of that, and soon enough, Johnny, we're going to be able to see the overall standings in front of us. To take a look at the overall storyboard of today's day of Group 1 Match 3, and this is what we've got, the overall standings. LOC Esports on the top with 48 points, Reckoning Esports not that far behind, so at least we're seeing some consistency. Even Ruling Since 80s is in the top 4. Johnny, I told you, in the map of Sanok, we are able to see so much variety, and Ruling Since 80 was that variety that I was talking about.
They had 11 points before this game, Necro. The chicken dinner that they've gotten for themselves has in fact propelled them in the top 4, but Team Mayavi, a totally different approach, moving up the leaderboard with 17 finishes, just 12 placement points, 29 point total tally, tied up with Ruling Since 80s. But as we move on to the second page of the rankings, this is where things get interesting. 21 points there for the team sitting on that 8th position. Liquid Esports and Voltex is there on the 9th spot with 21 points as well. There's a tie, and again, tiebreaker rules dictate placement points are given priority. But this is something that we did not expect. One Blade on the 13th spot, Raw Official on the 14th, and Raw still are on single digit.
I mean, I expected this, considering how the performance was from the overall games. I expected this. I knew that this is going to be happening. One Blade not able to perform consistently. Raw Official just not able to find that groove in the games. And to be honest, now you've only got 3 more games left, Johnny. This is a wake-up call. 3 more games. Make something happen. Do or die. You got to have some nuclear games, some nuclear performances to propel yourself in the top 8, or else you guys know what the drill is.
I mean, we're all used to the drill right now. But I think, again, now we sort of have... I won't call it a wild card. I mean, it's a map that everyone knows, so it's not really a wild card map coming in. But this will definitely be quite an important game, because this is the map where the teams in the second position can turn things around. It's a surprise pick for everyone. They know they're going to be a little bit uncomfortable, but think about the fact that the other lads, the other teams are going to be as much in discomfort as you. Use that to your advantage. And especially as you keep mentioning, teams like One Blade that have been messing with their own heads, if they just readjust their focus, go back to the basics, I'm pretty sure they can secure the win on this game.
True, exactly. And as I said too, in back of the scenes, behind the scenes as well, teams probably haven't practiced this map in the scrims. Let's be honest, I highly doubt that's going to be the case, unless yesterday they found out and then instantly they started scrimming, then that's a complete different thing. But I highly doubt they're going to have enough practice onto this map. So as I said, this map's going to be insanely unorthodox.
Yeah, it is definitely going to be extremely unorthodox, and I think today's day of Weekendy will also set the tone for how the other groups will play their map, will play this map as well. So that is something that I'm actually looking forward to, because the other teams, I mean, we talked about this during the group stages of round 1, where the teams playing in the latter half of the stages of round 1 will have the added benefit of observing the mistakes of the team that came before them. And again, same thing goes over here. These teams will make some errors and the other teams will watch and realize, all right, this need not be done. So it'll be quite interesting to see how the game progresses. But another interesting thing, Salty is back.
I am back once again. But, Johnny, More importantly, it's going to be very hard for teams like One Blade and others who are very bottom of the table to actually make a comeback right now. 3 games remain, one Vikendi, one Miramar, and one Erangel. I believe they will have the chance, especially with Miramar as well as Erangel being up there. But Vikendi, it's such a surprise question for everyone.
Yeah, it is definitely a surprise question. This is that one question that people say, oh, I did not study for this one. This was never mentioned in our textbook. And that will be the case for definitely the younger players, but the newer
Out of
players. But
syllabus.
again, exactly, out of syllabus. But even then, you will have to, it was just. I've heard this recently that even if you don't know the answer to a question in an exam, just fill up anything. I don't know how this strategy is going to work out for
Oh.
these teams. So, yeah, they're going to have to fill up something in this question.
100%, 100%. And I feel like that answer would probably equate to going in aggressive, because if you try and play passive on a map where you're not aware of every single nooks and crannies, because like I said, I have interacted with so many players and everyone is starstruck that Vikendi is going to be a googly for everyone. They're not aware, right? They have played this map ages back and they haven't practiced, scrims don't happen, and which kind of makes a thing about knowing the map, knowing every single ridge, every single compound, where to rotate from where. All of that is a massive question mark. All that they can do is play their basic game, figure out a drop location, pick up your guns, and then go all guns blazing. Try and shoot down your opposition, because one thing is for certain: you might not be able to, place yourself in the inside the podium, but every finish still equals 1 point.
And I do agree with that to a certain extent. I mean, relying on your fundamentals, going for those finish points early will definitely be something that the more experienced players will realize in a few short moments of the map starting. Like, all right, if the zone shifts are not really working out for us, this is what we really need to do. Secure the finish points early. We won't really worry about the placement points for the later stages of the game. But that's the thing. Vacantly works in an interesting thing, and I really hope that we have those central zone shifts in this particular game, because I want to see how the teams react to the fact that if you don't really have to move, how do you figure out a way to fight? How do you figure out a
Yeah.
way to secure those finish points? Because that is what the main challenge of Weekend used to be. Everyone would just move towards the center early, hold on to those compounds, and then just wait till the 7th, 8th zone, 6th zone. If you were lucky enough, you would get to see those fights early. They would just be lying there on the floors using the TPP to scout information through the windows. And that is how the games usually went about. And it becomes extremely challenging in those scenarios to pick a single finish point for yourselves. Only the teams that have a little bit of as you mentioned, the position to take the aggressive stance, the leeway of going aggressive inside of the game, they are able to do that quite well. But I think this is the game that will decide who does what better, survival or fight.
Exactly right. Exactly right. I mean, this kind of shapes up the overall standings in a way where it might not be able to be, altered in the final 2 games. Miramar and Erangel
Yeah.
for sure is there. You might be able to turn the tables. But if you are at the very bottom of the table and you have to make that massive jump, I'm taking one example. If you are One Blade right now who is lying there at 15 points, you know that you have to make that 10-point jump. This has to be the map, because you can't rely on the last 2 games like we always discussed. You can't rely on the last map to make that big jump. Yes, if you do so, we call it the soul route, but it's always very difficult. Mentally, it's always very difficult for the players. But, ladies and gentlemen, this is the first Vikendi map that is being played, and I am very, very excited. We can only theory craft here, sitting here. We can decide where the circle is going to be forming. It can be central. The circle might even have a massive water body towards Dobromesto, right at the shoreline, just like we saw on Sanhok as well. So
Yeah.
it's all theory crafting at this point. But in practicality, we are going to see this map very soon. And as I say that, Johnny, it is getting cold out here.
Since you did mention those water zones, I hope that does not happen, because a lot of bad memories are there of Weekendy and water zones. But we do begin this first Weekendy of BGI as the grind. Ladies and gentlemen, the flight path is going to be on our screens right now, and this is going to be starting from the central middle section right south of Volnova, going through Cosmodrome, which is one of my favorite drop locations in the map, towards quite close to the center. So not a tricky flight path for teams to deal with. I like this.
Exactly, and majority of Weekendy, it's like it's loaded with a lot of loot. So I believe that every
Yeah.
single place where teams might try and drop, they will find adequate amount of utility as well as their gun in terms of ammunition. They're gonna find a lot of stuff. So that might not really be that initial problem. Initial problem might be the fact that we might have a skirmish towards Winery as two teams have dropped very close by. And Team LOC, they are already equipped with Uzis as well as nades, and they are looking out for blood. Mafia picking up that nade. He knows there is a player who is very close by, and this man already has a DPS to work with.
Well, Mafia, the early advantage is there, but can he put this weapon to good use? Since the players from the side of Ayana are trying to hide themselves, he has a nade as well to flush them out. And Thunder, hey, here's the pin being pulled. He just completely abandons the game plan, runs to the other side. Again, another interesting scenario that you will have to deal with in Weekendy quite often is that the compounds have a lot of escape routes available for the other teams to take.
Exactly right, and Team INR, they exploited that and they could come out of that situation, and now they have an exit strategy. They might actually take a southern rotation, move towards the central part of the compound, but elsewhere, look at this though. We have Team No Coordination as well as Team Anonymous, and Yash is already on the rooftop, but Omen is there as well. This makes a very interesting flank from both ends, where both the flanks are at a very high topography. The winner of that flank fight, or the winner of that flank battle, might just be able to, dominate this entire fight as the cavalry moves forward. Anonymous do want to close in that gap, but look at this. So Yash has been knocked out, and in fact, he has been completely wiped off by Omen, and that is exactly what I was talking about.
That's the first few picks of the game. And Anonymous, they're not having a fun time in the overall rankings as well. So this is, again, just like we were talking about Team One Blade, Anonymous also are going to look to turn things around for themselves in the early stages of Weekendy. The nade. Oh, I thought it was going to connect, but no, Vulcan just backs off right in the nick of time, avoiding any sort of damage upon him. Gravity lobbing off the last nade that he had left.
Yeah.
This is going to be quite tricky for these teams to get out of the city.
And that is what every single fight is all about, because teams also have that thing in mind where they might just want to, go in for those battles, rack up the finish points, because survival is such a curveball on this map. Look at the zone. In fact, once again, like you mentioned, the central zone players should actually come in from the eastern shoreline towards maybe Castle and use that massive highway that actually connects both the islands together. But that also becomes a sort of a choke point, right? Players might and try gatekeep that entire region to rack up those finish points as well. But so far, every single region, be it Podbosto as well as other regions nearby Winery as well, there is a lot of battle brewing up, and teams, they know that this is a Cold War situation. Do they engage? Do they not? That question needs to be answered.
Well, let's see. All will be revealed in a few short moments. Team Anonymous getting a little bit of breathing room. I mean, that is what they were looking for. Look at this, Forever Esport. They have been quite consistent, I have to say. I'm actually quite happy watching Forever Esports. Even in the worst situations, they do walk away with those points.
And it's very surprising to actually find out that this team, in spite of not even having a chicken dinner, they are up in the 40-point mark. Like 3 games, 40 points. It's absolutely crazy without having that big chicken dinner. This team is possibly the personification of consistency at this point.
Exactly. And I mean, I just want to see what's their peak performance going to look like, because I still believe with the way they play their games, they're still not giving us 100%. Because they always have enough points. Their average looks decent. Exactly, and I think that is it's a very tricky wire to walk upon. What Forever Esports have actually managed to do so quite beautifully in the first 3 matches, doing enough but not overdoing anything. They are reining themselves in, which in certain situations can be a game changer. I mean, majority of times we have seen these experienced teams just overheat themselves, overexert themselves in situations when it is not necessarily needed. And again, right now you still just have to make it to the next stage. You make it to the next stage of the tournament by finishing in the top 8 of your group. Forever Esports are there. They don't really have to worry about that much. But I hope we see go them. We see personally, I want to see them go bonkers in one game and just drive forward. I want to see how many finishes can they secure if they go all out. But Raw official now in Vihar towards the Villa right now, quite close to the center of the zone right now. And I believe they had one more team in that city along with them, but the collision lines weren't really there. Both the teams were outside each other's line of fire. And One Blade. Oh, look at this. One Blade is there out in the open.
Oh no, what? One Blade, it is absolutely disastrous, completely out in the open, using the snowmobile right there, and players were vulnerable behind in the backseat. Easy finish for no coordination. Players, of course, were knocked out. It's still yet to be completely cleaned up, but so far for One Blade, it has been a disastrous journey. They find themselves in these precarious spots where they can't find, they can't take themselves out of, and it is so disheartening to watch because this team is so experienced. They have LAN experience, they have the experience of playing in multiple finals. So it should not be a way where the nerves are getting to them. It just seems like it's the preparation where they sort of lack, maybe.
I mean, it's quite intriguing, right? Just not knowing what is going on, because we expect this team. It's one of the favorite teams in the lobby. I mean, these guys are experienced. As you mentioned, I mean, the achievements are there, but now struggling. Look at this. Initiative Esports just slam in the first stock, secured. The second is going to be following up soon. And now One Blade, they're down to their last player. Hero is trying his level best. The DBS being shot upon him, but the distance is working in his favor. It is a 1v2 situation that Hero now has to deal with. And with the nade, he's going to be dropped down to 1/4 of his HP. Barely any point in surviving at this point, but the first aid is going to be popped. Initiative Esports, they're going to bring their numbers back up and then finish off One Blade entirely.
Of course, for One Blade, there is no going back at this point. Just one player and 3 oppositions. What can Hero potentially pull out is going to be the question, of course. But Initiative Esports, good decision-making right there, because they could have gone for the finish right then and there, but instead they decided that they are going to raise their fallen comrades, right? They had the situation under control. The knocked-out players were revived. And as soon as I say that, one nade completely pops in out of nowhere and completely rips apart Hero, and he has been extinguished. Absolutely extinguished.
You know what? While we were observing Hero, I was thinking, oh, if he had a DBS, maybe if the players came charging towards him, it's a 1v4 situation. I for sure know they're going to push towards him, because that is what teams usually do. Nah. Initiative, they have had enough, because they are going through their own struggle, right? We kind of forgot about Initiative Esports, but they are going through their struggling phase as well. They also needed the points. And over there, Blasty with that impressive raid, just completely pops the last player from the side of One Blade, and that was the first squad wipe of the game. And Initiative Esports did all of that without losing a single player from their side.
It's actually so brilliant to watch, but for the side of One Blade, I feel like there is so much concerns right now. 2 more games left to go, and they need a massive amount of points to try and qualify. And I believe that they want to qualify to probably proceed to a higher stage of the BGIS as well. They want to be inside that top 32 teams who are coming out of the grind itself. But so far, that journey is still 2 maps away and further rounds away. For Team INR officials, though, INR, if I'm not mistaken, they're kind of placed towards that mid-region. So, and that mid-region entirely, we saw that point stack. It's the difference is very minute, and that just makes things very interesting. You know, every single finish and every single placement point just completely changes the whole situation of the overall standing. So for INR, they have to be extremely cautious, and every single move has to be calculated. I believe they want to take risks at this point, but like I said, it has to be calculated. It has to be extremely detailed so that they don't lose out or miss out on the opportunity of qualifying, because the margin
I
is
mean,
extremely thin.
exactly, as you said, it's a very tricky position to be, and you have to be extremely cautious. You can't mess up a single game, and if you play well, it will give you a little bit of an added safety cushion as well, because of how volatile that situation, it will just straight up propel you into the top 6 or maybe into the top 5. What happened with the other team in the last game? I mean, so it'll be quite interesting to see how these lads do manage to deal with this, but 4 angry men on our screens, Vault is quite close, no coordination in the distance. But again, inside the zone, so no incentive for fighting right now. Spider Jord keeping an eye on the players of Volt. For Aggressive Man, I think the only thing they're going to be looking forward to is just securing the win, securing the chicken dinner, because that is missing in the last game. That's it. Everything else was perfect. They have a good position on the overall leaderboard. They have a good amount of points, and they have a little bit of a safety cushion as well. The chicken dinner, it's just to fulfill yourself.
Exactly right. Everyone wants that sweet or rather spicy chicken dinner to actually satisfy their hunger. And I'm pretty sure these players, they're grinding really hard for that big meal itself. But speaking of this map itself, Johnny, your prediction of that central circle and everything being so passive is actually coming out to be true, because just like you mentioned, teams just hold the central part of the map itself till eternity. And it seems like, just like you mentioned, there are sidelines, players are being spotted, but apart from a few pot shots being fired here and there is no incentive to actually fight, because we know for a fact that even the third circle, which usually is a hard shift, won't really cause a problem, because there's just so many compounds and weaponry. Every single region almost has one big settlement or something around it. So teams do have that hard cover, and even if the circle shifts, they can travel from cover to cover. They can go from strength to strength. And that so far has been the game strategy for majority of these teams. But right
definitely.
now, though, they're just holding down, just trying to calm the nerves. It's very cold out there in Vikendi, and I feel like it's also very important for these teams to just, stay inside their homes, stay well warmed in the air conditioner.
What? You just said it's cold. Why would someone turn on the air conditioner right now?
Because you can use it on heating mode, Johnny. I believe you're using air conditioners of a past generation.
Yeah, exactly. I have a pretty old air conditioner. Yeah, you have all the fancy tech. But as we were talking about it, I mean, so if I'll go back to the first point that you said about the central zone shift.
Yeah.
If I'm right, and if this is how this game is gonna go, then this map, I mean, if anyone figures it out and goes for a heal battle strat on this map, it's gonna make look Sanok's heal battle like a ballpark. Sorry, just a walk in the park. My apologies for that.
Yeah.
A walk in the park. Because Vikendi was extremely notorious for those heal battle situations. This is the map that started the fiasco of heal battles.
Yeah. Exactly right, and the fact that the teams, they have that amount of loot, they have that amount of utility, might just incentivize to go for it. But we need to find out, because we're also expecting some sort of an aggressive play, teams to just not stay in and rather go in for those finish points, because that big question mark regarding whether the heal battle is going to work out, whether you will be able to time those medkits to perfection or not, that is definitely up for question. And where the zone is going to shift, that also is going to be up for question. But when it comes to you clicking your opposition's head, that is something which is always constant. The circle did take a shift, but it's not going to matter too much, because again, majority, 90% of the teams, they have that region for themselves. The one position of trouble where I can spot is going to be Team God's Reign. They've sent Robin as a scout to try and seek information from the Western Highway. But look at this though, it's Team Forever, and they found one player lurking around. It's Karan who has been knocked out, and again another solo finish being acquired. This is weird.
I mean, questions being asked, why are you running? And no answer was received. Forever Esports, they're going to settle for that 1 point right now. And again, zone shift, not that drastic. No real reason for the team to move out of this compound. For Aggressive Man, though, since they lost a player, they're going to have to redirect themselves, find a better way to secure some solid cover for them in the later stages. But another team that I wanted to talk about were the lads from Liquid. Liquid, we saw them a few moments ago on zone when we were transitioning towards the second stage of the game. They were all the way towards Dobro Mesto inside the blue, and now they are getting quite close to the center. And they have to realize they're going to be one of the last teams to make it close to the center of the circle. So it is going to be extremely awkward for them to survive out in the open, especially considering that you have two teams, one up north and one down south, for respect to their position. But fight breaking out, and this one is between the players from the side of World Esports, who have finally decided that they've had enough of the players of Anonymous hiding in the corner, and the push is going to happen. Assault with the DBS is trying to make sure that he can deter the players of World, but it's not going to work out. If you have the DBS, I also have one in the back, and that is what Neon OP said to his enemy as he ran towards him, finished him off, and now will look to survive with his remaining teammate, Arun.
But what is that trade-off? Again, shots being fired out in the open, a vehicle transition being completely cut off, and they had to absolutely rush into that compound, try and invade it so that they can potentially survive. But the whole point of that fight was two players were knocked out outside the fence itself, right? And there was just one player who just had to go in and charge inside with that DBS. I believe it was, if not Aryan, the other player from Voltex Gaming, and he absolutely rammed in. There was one guy up top, finished him off. There was another one, the DBS slaps him to death. I mean, that was great execution, but the trade-off of losing two players, just like you mentioned, if the heal battle does come around and not having those two extra bodies, it's gonna hurt a lot. Look at this, it was Aryan who just went upstairs. Neon OP did not even make a move, he was downstairs. Aryan completely cleaned up this beautiful shot being connected onto the head. The DBS just doing so much magic. But for Voltex Gaming, they've also lost equally two players, means it can't really be termed as a success.
Well, let's see where the zone is going to go. The next shift again towards the center. Raw, they're going to be happy about this. They're going to be happy with themselves for this game. And as we were talking about them, Raw Official is again one of those big names that has been struggling so far in the first three matches. So it is a very important game for them. As you were talking about that Volt fight situation against the players of Team Anonymous, completely agree with you. It was a brilliant move. But now the problem for Volt is going to be the fact that Reckoning Esports, we saw the player just holding on to that small little ridge, and he's going to make sure that he has vision of that compound constantly maintained. He will make sure that the moment the players from the side of World Esports step out of the open, he will at least try to walk away with that extra point for his team.
Yeah. But one thing, Johnny, I mean, the BGMI gods have certainly been very merciful with the circle, especially with the kind of positions that the teams hold. We see that every single time a shift coming in, be it a hard shift or be it a central shift, 90% of the entire lobby is inside the circle, even before the circle comes through. So it's quite interesting to watch that there is such a passive game in such a tournament at this stage itself, because teams are ready to fight. But it's just that there is no incentive. They have compounds to work with. They have the zone to work with as well. I really don't know how this comes to an end, or how or when does the fight break out. And as soon as I say that, it's Team Mayavi who is actually on the hurt. LOC Esports, spot shots being fired and two players being knocked out. This is not good news, Johnny.
Yeah, it's definitely not good news for Team Mayavi. They just had a brilliant performance on Sadok, and now the very next game on Vikendi can turn out to be a blunder from their side. Also, it's quite impressive how LOC were able to engage in this fight. But look at this, as soon as the revives happen, LOC is there to engage against the players of Team Mayavi, and Legend is the man returning the favor to the lads of LOC. The first knock is going to be secured. Omega trying his level best to survive, but Cypher pressing fire is a little bit too heavy. The Molotov is going to be lobbed, and Omega is going to be knocked out as well. Team Mayavi, they have recovered brilliantly in a disastrous situation and have brought themselves back from the verge of perdition.
Exactly, and two players from LOC that did not rotate actually. They're still holding the back lines. It was a half-hearted push, and that has been absolutely finished off. Beautiful recovery, just like you mentioned, from Team Mayavi, but elsewhere it's Reckoning Esports who is looking at to hunt them down. They've spotted, they know for a fact that Team Mayavi just engaged into battle, and they might not be ready for another one. no shots being fired, just holding their ground, holding the periphery, because they know if the ball is on their court. Legend, of course, trying to go for that vehicle rotation, but the vehicle can't really take a lot of damage. Legend himself is quite low on HP, and a perfect opportunity for Reckoning Esports to gatekeep the entirety of Mayavi, and this is getting so interesting.
Oh, well, and when you look at that, LOC Esports completely wiped out. There used to be a show called Destroyed in Seconds. I think they're going to be looking for Team LOC Esports next. Because that's what just happened. They had the advantage, they had the upper hand, but one small little mistake and Team Mayavi, they made them pay. Who's going to be their next target? Look at this, no coordination. Living up to their name, two players split apart. Fighting against the players of God's Reign are going to get picked off as well. Another team biting dust.
Yeah, absolutely. But God's Reign, look at them. They found that little safety cushion for themselves on the eastern edge of the circle. How long are they going to hold it down is going to be the question, because we've seen those massive rotations. If you try and take those risky rotations, you might get cut off, and those half-hearted pushes are going to hurt you more than ever. So it's better to try and line the outskirts. But Glitch God, of course, he has been spotted. He has been shot down. It is, I believe it's Turnip who is being tried and shot down right now. Glitch God just holding that little bit of a rage for himself, trying and fighting out from that corner. He has been doing so perfectly.
Who was that one player from the side of Raw who just stepped in front of Glitch God and just stood there? He just came jumping, hopping, skipping, and then was
very
finished
optimistic
off.
Move.
Yeah, Abhi is the man. Yeah. Don't know why he did that, but yeah, that just happened. And
that was a very optimistic move, to be honest. I mean, I wouldn't put myself in that situation, but he did try his luck out. But elsewhere, it's Team Mayavi who are actually trying their luck out against RGE. And this is interesting because RGE have actually been taking the hurt right now. Yuva OP might just decide to disengage at this point because there is enormous amount of pressure coming in from the high grounds from Team Mayavi.
Yeah, two of the most aggressive teams in the lobby colliding against each other. It's going to make the other teams feel a little better that they are not going to be a part of that action. But over here, look at this. INR official have kind of an upper edge against the players of one last fight. Opening knock has been secured. Shooter, he sees the lad indoors as well, straight in the line of fire. But Satan, what will he do to help his team recover? One man knocked out, one man finished off, two men left standing.
Beautiful.
Goes for the reverse sweep, waits for the lad to step out in the open, finishes him off, and that's the squad wipe. Now time to bring the thunder back, and with that some lightning as well.
Certainly, but elsewhere, RG, they've called for backup, and Ace Black is back. This man was the MVP in a prior game, so might just be able to turn the tide for Team RGE. A stun grenade being used to completely block off vision for Blackson. He does not know what is right in front of him. The circle shifts downward, and look at that entirety of teams, be it Raw or be it Liquid. Both of them would try and enter the circle. It's getting crazy. Even God's Reign, for a matter of fact, they need to make that gigantic move, but 4 AM is right at the periphery. But we still have this fight brewing up, and Ace Black has been completely shred into pieces, and I believe Yuva OP is the last player surviving, Johnny.
Yeah, he is the last man. Well, second last man for team surviving. Yeah. Beard Baba is in the backlines, but I believe he does not really have a line of fire available to take on the players of Team Mayavi. Cypher, look at him. He's trying to see if Yuva can be baited from behind that cover. But it's going to be extremely tricky. Blacks has taken a little bit of damage. He's still jiggling and moving forward, trying to survive, trying to see if he can secure the knock. It's a 2v3 situation, and Team Ivy, they don't want to back off, switching over to the DBS. The shot's being fired. UOP connects, secures another knock, but now he's been taken down to Beard Baba, the last surviving player from the side of Reckoning Esports. It's a 3v1 that he has to deal with. It's not going to be easy, especially Team Ivy looking so good right now. Sanok was the momentum builder, and they do not want to let it slip from their hands. 8 eliminations have been secured in this game. I think they're going to make it 9 soon.
They probably will, but look at Beard Baba. He's trying to hold that little bit of a corner, for that, as he waits for Team Mayavi to leave him behind and proceed forward inside the circle. But Cypher, from the distance, so many shots being taken, and he's been knocked out right now. Problems just seem to escalate for Team Mayavi, and elsewhere, Team T4E also taking the hurt as their strength has been reduced to 33%. 2 players being completely bombarded right there, and it's not going to be easy even for Raw officials. They're the ones taking in a lot of hurt. God's Reign, in fact, trying to completely rush in on Skillful. Too many fights brewing up. Skillful quite low on HP, and Ninja John as well as another player, Robin, climb onto him and completely finish him off. There is this Blaze and Aquanox trying to finish off Password as well, and they will. They absolutely will. This was a smoke warfare. The one who would spot the enemies first would gun them down, and it seemed like God's Reign had the upper hand.
And 4 aggressive men finished this game without any eliminations to their name. They're still in a decent position in terms of the overall rankings, but this fight going in the favor of God's Reign. Team Forever against Raw Official. Paritosh, the nade did not really do anything. Team Forever are too far away from that ledge. Where is this utility being lobbed? There's no one there.
I love the fact that Superman is still clinging on to his life due to that nade that was lobbed in by Paritosh, but now he has been knocked out from the distance. This is not good news. Raw Officials at this point just taking in so much hurt, and Team T40 also have to make a move. They need to figure out that exit strategy, or rather the entry strategy inside the zone itself. As God's Reign, they're the ones. Alright, it's not God's Reign, it's actually Initiative who are trying to recover from a fight that they just had.
Yeah. So has it been Initiative this entire time that's been racking up finish points? What? But let's see. I mean, they have 5 eliminations. That's a decent number.
Yeah.
And not too shabby, to be honest. But this game, I know is going to win this. It is going to be the players from the side of Liquid. And I'll tell you why. Because if a team from Dobro Mesto manages to move in late and still figure out where and how they want to control the zone, where the center zone empty spot is going to be, this team is unbeatable on Vikendi. As we talked about this map, on this particular map, you don't have to move as much if you go for the early center control. But the tricky position is securing finish points while protecting your own position, and Liquid have done that phenomenally so far. Everyone else is reduced to just 1 or 2 individuals from their side surviving. Team Miami has 2 players. God's Reign is one of the teams that still has entirety of the team still part of the action, so they might be able to put up a challenge against the players of Liquid, but even that's not going to happen. Look at that, Team Forever. One more player knocked out. Partosh is going to try and move in, but I think the best he can do is secure the point from the side of God's Reign. He can't really go for any fights.
Exactly, Liquid. They have the high ground advantage, and also the fact that they have multiple feet up and running God's Reign. They're taking so much hurt at this process, and Robin, the nade was lobbed in just right beside him. Of course, he is going to dodge that, but Paritosh, beautiful spotting out there, but that just gives away his position, and Liquid Esports would just completely finish him off. You don't sneak in finishes right underneath my nose, and look at this. They are in a world of hurt. Every single team is in a world of hurt because Liquid Esports, they have that sort of a little bit of a high ground advantage to work with. It's a 3v1 situation and only one player surviving. Where can he possibly go? Legit just trying to hide himself, but that's not going to happen as Liquid Esports, they completely dominate their way for a winner-winner chicken dinner. Nicely done as they come all the way from Dobromesto to the central part of the map and then acquire that big chicken dinner.
Yeah, they made it look so easy, but trust me, this was a phenomenal game from the side of Liquid Esports. Absolutely no one stood in their way as they took control of that northern part of that building. And then, lucky for them, by the way, as Nek was mentioning before we went to the break, that there is a little bit of luck involved in the game as well, especially during the later stages. 100%. And their luck arrived in the fact that God's Reign and Raw Official was stopped in their tracks before they could make a single move to try and contest Liquid. So that was one thing that worked out quite nicely for them, but every single thing was just their patience being put on display. And on Vikendi, as I keep talking about, you have to be extremely patient in order to secure a win like this.
Exactly, and also, just like you mentioned, there was that little bit of a luck factor involved where the entirety of that western pathway towards the center of the circle was sort of clear, right? They did not have to go through multiple battles to clear that pathway out so that they can acquire the central region. So, nicely done for them. I feel like they spotted the gaps on the map and they utilized it to perfection. But ladies and gentlemen, we are going to talk about the highlights and the little bit of the action that we got to see in the ending stage. I believe that majority of the highlights will sort of be in the final circle. circles, but there were certain awkward finishes here and there, certain vehicle rotations being completely cut off because players just did not have information where the teams are holding. And this vehicle being overturned, I believe that was lights out for LOC.
Exactly. I mean, initially I thought
nowhere. I even mentioned during a cast, I felt like Yuva was the last player surviving, but Yuva was still lying in the back lines and not really participating in the fight. Not like he tried to survive and go for a heal battle later on. He eventually had to die. Possibly he could have done that better. Might be, they could have had a chance had he doubled up with Yuva OP and participated in that fight. But this was a brilliant move by Paritosh, just trying to hold in the low turf and, hitting when it actually hurts the most. God's Reign thought that they will be the ones who will hold that lower periphery of that ridge, but Paritosh comes out, he's like, surprise!
Yeah, exactly. And I think, again, I mean, it was kind of moment that just presented itself. Paritosh, I believe, wasn't even planning for a situation like that to arise, but that sort of also put him in an awkward spot, right? Because then he sort of realized, like, all right, I have a team behind them. I know it itself. When Raw backed off, gave the position away, they were like, all right, thank you so much. We're going to win this match with this.
Exactly, and they're so clean with it, right? Absolutely precise in terms of taking their fights, not giving away their position, and everything else. And with this, I believe that Liquid Esports are also contending for the top spot. They were somewhere inside the top 5 or the top 6, somewhere in that region. And now with this game, I believe that they have a lot of finishes to work with as well. They have those massive 15-point placement buffers. Team One Blade.
Unfortunate moment after unfortunate moment, and I don't know. I mean, I expected them to just play Weekendy for placements. No idea why they started running into the fight when the game plan was working out so well. But then again, I mean, it is what it is. Can't really do much. 2 matches remaining. If they win both those games, or if they win at least one of those games, they might be able to finish in the top 8 bracket. But still, situation is looking extremely dire for them right now.
Yeah. It's not just One Blade as well, right? It's also Raw officials for finishes as well. You have Pro from Team Mayavi as well, with 3 finishes acquiring the top 5 positions. Team Mayavi went all guns blazing.
Exactly, and they were so impressive. Every single player from this lineup. I mean, earlier on, with what we saw from there on in the group stage, we were just completely focused on Black. But legit, oh my goodness, this player, the moves that he made in this matchup was so impressive. Pro as well. But look at this, Team Mayavi propelling themselves up to the first position with 15 finishes to their name. 27-point total tally. Liquid Esports finishing this matchup with 23 points. And finally, even though it was all thanks to the survival instincts of Paritosh, they have 14 points from this game. I'm talking about Raw official.
Yeah, absolutely. Just one man acquiring all of those finish points and all of those placement points. A giga banger of a performance from this person. One player itself. 14 points to work with. Reckoning Esports, for a matter of fact, who had a good run initially, now are sort of starting to struggle. Weekendy wasn't really their game so far, so they only got 4 points to work with. One Blade, 0 points, down at the very bottom. In fact, Rulings in 80s as well as 4 aggressive man. Both the teams have been playing really good, but Weekendy is just not their map, it seems like. And therefore, there is that little bit of that 1 point that they have acquired. LOC Esports, for a matter of fact, what did they actually suffer that to have actually 0 points to work with?
I mean, this is what you do, LOC Esports. I mean, this is what you do when you know you are leading the charge of your group. You're going to try and take it easy in one game, and that is what it is for LOC Esports, I believe. But again, I mean, they tried their level best to secure that fight. Unfortunately, did not really work out for them, but it doesn't really matter. They are way far ahead of the competition, and LOC will finish in the top 8 for sure.
100%. But ladies and gentlemen, of course, when you know your position is secured, there is that little bit of a tingling sensation in you, the spidey sense. And that is one of the reasons why they pushed in with 2 players just. They had 2 players lying in the back lines trying to revive, and they were like, all right, 2 players are enough. But ladies and gentlemen, we are going to come back after a very short break. Don't go anywhere. Get a sip of coffee. We'll be right there.
मैप की जरूरत तो अनजान गलियों में पड़ती है, पर इरेंगल की गलियां तो हमारे दिल में छपी है।
What's up, team?
Hey, guys, रिच पे बंदा है, रिच पे।
अरे यार अभी हम स्मोक कर रहे हैं। साइड
मार किया मैंने।
लाइफ में हर जीत है इम्पोर्टेंट।
Thank you. Nice nice one, perfect.
लेकिन जीत का असली मजा सिर्फ अपने स्क्वाड के साथ ही आता है। ये बैटल ग्राउंड ऐसा कंफर्ट जोन है जो कभी भी रेड जोन बन सकता है मेरे भाई।
भाई प्लीज रिवाइव कर दे। अबे यार नू।
युद्ध के मैदान में बड़े बड़े MVP भी कर जाते हैं भूल।
नूडल सूप।
पर चैंपियन बनने की मंजिल में क्या नूब क्या प्रो।
Come on guys, compound hold. कोई नहीं है सामने। Center slam. Smoke कर कवर ले।
1 HP है भाई।
ये गेम हम सबका है। धड़कने और जोश है हाय। इंडिया खेल रहा है BGMI। मैप की जरूरत तो अनजान गलियों में पड़ती है, पर इरेंगल की गलियां तो हमारे दिल में छपी है।
What's up team?
गाइस रिच पे बंदा है, रिच पे।
अरे यार अभिनव स्मोक कर। साइड।
मार किया है मैंने।
लाइफ में हर जीत है इम्पोर्टेंट,
Thank you. Nice one, perfect.
लेकिन जीत का असली मजा सिर्फ अपने स्क्वाड के साथ ही आता है। ये बैटल ग्राउंड ऐसा कंफर्ट जोन है जो कभी भी रेड जोन बन सकता है मेरे भाई।
प्लीज रिवाइव कर दे। अबे यार नू।
युद्ध के मैदान में बड़े बड़े MVP भी कर जाते हैं भूल।
नूडल सूप।
पर चैंपियन बनने की मंजिल में क्या नूब क्या प्रो।
Come on guys, compound hold. कोई नहीं है सामने। Center slam. Smoke कर कवर ले।
1 HP है भाई।
ये गेम हम सबका है। धड़कने और जोश है हाय। इंडिया खेल रहा है BGMI।
Ladies and gentlemen, just like I promised, it's going to be a very short break. We had a sip of coffee and now we are back. But speaking of we have Necro with us right now. How are you feeling, my man? And did you enjoy that map of Vikendi?
I had a blast. I told you, I predicted saying that so many unorthodox things are going to happen. Look, I predicted this. I said things are not going to be in line at all. So many unexpected things are going to happen, and that's what exactly happened too. I mean, so many known teams got eliminated. LOC, a team that was looking so promising in the game of Erangel, Miramar, Sanok, they got eliminated quite early off inside the game. But you know what, ladies and gentlemen, let's take a look at the matchup once again, as we have got these teams duke it out once again on the map of Miramar. They have done it once in the past today, and now they're going to do it once again.
100%, and a lot of teams who actually need to pull up the trigger right now. One Blade is one of them. Raw Official is going to be one of them. There is Team No Coordination as well, and a multiple of other teams who are in that second page of that overall standings. We did not see the overall standings after the end of the last game because we wanted to keep it as a surprise. But of course, as calculations happen, I'm pretty sure the teams are also trying to grind numbers, how many points that they need to acquire to try and cross that finish line. But with Kendi out of the way, I believe now it's time to go back to those maps where we all love to see, Miramar and Erangel. What are your thoughts? Do you think the teams are going to go back to their basic style of play, or do you think there is going to be some sort of a unorthodox playing style because of the teams who will try and catapult themselves, try and go aggressive, maybe rack up those finish points?
I don't think so we're going to see anything unorthodox. No, not at all. But definitely we might see a drop collision once again. That happened in the first game, right? Now, I'm talking about the upcoming game of Erangel, which is going to be the last game, of course. But the upcoming game of Miramar, I think so everything's going to be as planned. No problems, no issues from any of the sides. But definitely if Erangel's going to be played once again in Yasna Poliana, we're going to see that drop collision, that trifecta of death that was happening inside the entire Yasna Poliana region. But inside the map of Miramar, I'm expecting a slow and steady start. Maybe a couple of elimination points here and there, bodies hitting the floor, but nothing too serious.
Nothing too serious right there. I'm expecting the circle to sort of play a different ball game because so far Miramar has provided us with the same circles over and over again. If you think about it, it's mostly near the El Pozo region or probably somewhere down towards the Crater Fields area, right? We want to see some sort of a variety, and at this point, I hope that the BGMI gods they answer to my prayers because I've been praying hard for them. And it's not just me who has been praying hard to them. I believe the players are also playing very hard,
Oh yeah.
especially players from Team Mayavi. The way they came back from a bad start, Necro, it's something to talk about because to have that mental confidence to still go with the approach, right? They did not change their approach of trying to go in aggressive. They are every single game, they're trying to build up that 4v4 fight scenarios and they're trying to win every single 4v4 fight scenarios that is possible. And to have that mental strength in spite of 2 games going bad, it's something to actually clap for.
Exactly. I mean, Team Miami, they had a solid game of Sanhok, and I also think so they probably had a really good game of Vikendi, right? Because I was just sitting in the back, sipping my coffee, and I was looking at all the games. And I was honestly enjoying what was going on the game of Vikendi. We saw Liquid ESports actually come out on top, and I did not even think in my dreams that Liquid might just be the one to win that game, but they somehow actually did end up winning that game. So I guess they were fluid enough.
They certainly were, and the rotation, me and Johnny were talking about it, their rotation was so innovative. Not innovative per se, but the fact that they actually find those gaps inside the map itself where the teams are not there. Dropping it at Dobromesto and rotating all the way to the central part of the map. And they were the first ones to try and get that central part of the circle, get that high ground advantage. And the fact that they got it, they occupied it, and they ruled it like an absolute king just displays that this team has so much potential.
You know what, though? The upcoming game is going to be played on the map of Miramar. As I mentioned, we have seen this map being played today itself before, which was the second game inside the entire Group 1 so far in the Week 3. I think so we're not going to be seeing anything out of the box. Once again, teams rooting back to their defensive play style. Once again, teams going back to their roots and trying to get something done. Speaking of that, right, even OneBlade, they're still not able to showcase themselves that well inside the games. They need to step things up.
They certainly have to step things up, and this is one of the reasons why I feel like it's time that they need to switch things up. If one strategy is not working out, then a team should actually have the guts to try out different things, to maybe try something innovative, maybe try and go in for a drop collision, go in for that initial fight, because they know for a fact that they are experienced teams. They are LAN experienced, they are final experienced, and they know how to win those 4v4 battles. So for them to try and drop in someone else's location, maybe taking that fight early, should not be that sort of a risk, because if they win that fight, that's a platform for them. That is a good mentality boost as well as a good morale boost for the rest of the squad, and they might just be able to build upon it. But again, it's for them to decide which strategy they want to approach. Do they want to go with the same strategy, or do they want to switch things up? But of course, I have one question to you, Necro. I feel like these players, they need a lot of endurance, because straight from the ice, we're taking them to the deserts.
I mean, don't you love it, though? I mean, it seems like the ice has melted, and even the water's evaporated. So, the sun's too hot. That's why we're going to move on forward to the deserty land of Miramar. Whichever ice-cool players there are, they might just melt down. So here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Going on forward on the map of Miramar as the plane's going to hit the skies once again. And the plane fly path is going to be in front of us. And I think so the plane fly path is all the way from the southern side. Oh, this is going to be incredible. Every single team is going to be caught off guard with this plane fly path. That means every single player and the teams will need to adapt on the fly. A temporary drop location, maybe.
Exactly. El Pozo as well as some part of San Martin might still be in reach, and I believe the teams who want to go in for that northern part of the map itself, they have to go in for those intermediate drop locations or to go with the intermediate vehicles. And we've seen a lot of teams do that as majority of the players eject out of the airplane. Look at this team, LOC, INR, all of them take their drops and they are moving towards El Pozo, towards Montenegro, as well as further regions. I believe that there will be teams who will try and, acquire La Cobrera as well as Torre Armada regions, because, those regions, they're relatively safe, and we have seen teams go in for those late rotations, especially when the circle is towards El Pozo. The crater field should not be a very big rotation or a big problem for these teams.
Probably. I mean, the expectations are going to be a lot, but Let's see if it's actually going to pan out that way or not. Picado, I'm expecting it to be a hotspot, but I think so the teams are also expecting the same, and that's why we're not seeing anyone drop in Picado region at all. This is not good. Picado being left empty. Now we're seeing a little bit of drop collisions happen onto those small compounds, and from that, we've got a church battle going on. Inside the church, there are two players. And it seems like these players definitely just looting and scooting up, trying to get anything in their hands, and the Uzi's going to strike the player down on top of the roof. Goes down. The knockdown's not confirmed just yet, but one last fight. They've still got a lot of fight left.
They still got a lot of fight left, and currently they are at the advantage because Turban is up on the rooftop and there is no room for any sort of cover as well as resurrection. They just need to find that one last player in the form of Kasar, and I believe one last fight. They're not holding back. They're still trying to find this guy. A little bit of a loot to work with. One gun acquired, please, but not a lot of ammunition. I believe Kasar has enough to try and dish out the rest of the resistance, but will he be able to revive the fallen comrade is the question. As Sparky just jumps in, and he's charging in with the shotgun as he's been completely silenced. Oh my god, one last fight. Probably not the ideal weapon to push in as reinforcements are coming in, Necro. This is bad news for one last fight.
Yeah, not just that, even for Liquid Esports, a game that they won in the previous time, and now it seems like the pace is about to drop down even way too high. Look at this, Liquid Esports, they might just be eliminated right here, right now, but what a spray from GlitchCon. Able to shut down the player in the front and also get the confirmation flown up. Liquid Esports, good fluidity inside those compounds, and now they've also managed to shook away the opponents. One last fight, just disengaging from this entire fight and going back to their designated drop spots, but at least they've lost out on that first player, so that will be giving a lot of disadvantage to the players of one last fight. They lost out on 2 players, actually.
Exactly right, that spray, in fact, the first knock was confirmed when the player charged in with that shotgun. Definitely not the ideal weapon to try and move in, unless and until you have an S12K or probably a DBS, you should not try and do that. They were just extremely optimistic for the fact that the other players, the opposition players of Liquid Esports, would not find any weapon whatsoever. And that is where they played their cards wrong. And one last fight, they have to pay the price for it. At least till the end of this game, when they have to fight with just 2 men, 50% strength for this team so far. But Liquid Esports, their comeback was brilliant. The recovery was absolutely spot on.
Yeah, this team is looking scary, man. I'm not going to lie. They're looking really scary with how they've been managing to take down the competition in the game of Weekendy too, and now in the game of Miramar as well. It seems like they're starting to get their hands on the game way better. They're able to adapt, and that's what I like about Liquid Esports so far in the games from that previous one. Now, Reckoning Esports, you know, on their socials, they posted their drop locations, and their drop locations, one of those is Puerto Paraiso, and the second one's Torre Amuda. And I think so every single team does have 2 drop locations. And the only reason for that is because the plane flight path, if it does screw them up completely, they would at least have their secondary drop location that's going to back them up. Usually one of the drop locations on the complete opposite side of the other drop location, and this is the only reason because that's how it is.
Exactly, and a lot of teams, they tend to do that so that they let the opposition know that, all right, you know what, this is our territory, man. This is the lion's den. You try and come and fight against us, you're welcome. But then it's just going to be harming yourself. So better watch out, probably drop somewhere else, you know, don't come in our territory. But the reason why teams do have those multiple drop locations, in fact, it's just not 2. I believe that a lot of other teams, they have 3 or more drop locations as well. It's also the different strategies, right? The plane flight path obviously plays a factor, but it's also that little bit of a curveball that teams want to preserve. You know, certain teams, they don't want to give away their entirety of their rotation just in the initial stage of the game. They get that temporary drop location and the temporary rotation, which they show up in the initial stages of the tournament. And when it's time for the finals, they show their ace, which is up in their sleeve. So that is one of the reasons why these teams have those multiple drop locations. But so far, LOC is a lot of eyes is going to be on this team because they have performed beyond their minds and beyond probably what they expected they would themselves.
Yeah, I mean, they've performed deliberately well, like exceptionally good. So LOC, yeah, in the previous game, they were the first team to get eliminated in the game of Weekendy. But once again, as I said, that map is kind of like a spanner in the works. It's like a little surprise. For example, you prepare for an exam onto the given format, and then out of nowhere, a question is out of the format, out of the syllabus that you were given. And then you were like, wait, what? You guys said that this question's not going to appear, but the teacher's like, yeah.
More or less still have that information of how do they, where do they drop and how do they take those rotations in, where the circle does form occasionally. And the meta still hasn't changed. I mean, initially it was always about those, either the central circle or completely absurd circles with majority of it being underwater. This time we had that central shift and the teams were well prepared. And we had that majority of it for the game where it was completely passive.
I mean, one last fight. They were the team that actually got the advantage in this fight that happened, right? It was not exactly the last fight, but it was the first ever fight that happened on the map of Miramar. But then still somehow the tables flipped. And they were the one who were in a massive man disadvantage, 2 players short. As I said, firepower being deducted, reduced down to 15% or 50%. That's, of course, going to affect them so much in the future lines.
Yeah. LOC Esports. How do they actually prepare for the map of Miramar and Erangel is going to be the question, because right now they are in a good spot, right? And we saw that they're starting to sort of lose focus on the map of Vikendi. They had that weird push where 2 players were in the back lines while 2 players just completely pushed in. Their vehicle tumbled in the process and they lost those 2 players. I mean, that is something which you don't really want to do. I understand this team wants to try different things, maybe hold back their strategies. But you know what? There's also another way to look at things, and that is going to be to set a statement. LOC Esports, they're sort of an underdog team, and I believe that they would want to set a statement for the rest of the stage that are yet to come in, probably for the further rounds.
Probably. So many probabilities, so many possibilities. But let's hope that teams are going to be opting out for the best one for themselves. The next circle is what we're waiting for, and actually shifts up north. Once again, the circle is going to be quite massive, so it's going to be able to contain all these teams that are still trying to make it in. So we're not going to see any possible fights brewing up unless we're going to see some rotation clashes. And there's a chance we might see a rotation clash in front of us. On the southern side of the map, it's Reckoning Esports. That might just be way too close to a threat potentially, but there's a massive split in the players that are Reckoning Esports too, so they cannot afford to rotation clash just yet. They need to be with each other.
These southern rotations make things so much complicated. I understand that the teams would want to use that highway to make their way up top, straight up. But then there's just multiple teams who have the similar mentality, and that is one of the reasons why they try and end up being in the same location. And Reckoning Esports as well as Initiative Esports, I feel like that this is one of those occasions. Ace Black probably just spotted or heard Initiative engines firing up, and that is one of the reasons why he took that little pause with the buggy, try to scan surrounding areas and then rethink on which path he should take. But speaking of the circle, we just had a look at the map and we saw the circle once again being more or less default towards the central Picardo region. It's a little southern than the crater field circle that we usually see, but I believe that the teams are going to be more or less comfortable. From every single part of the map, they're going to come in. The only problem there is going to be is the lack of compounds, and teams holding the periphery will have the advantage to gatekeep.
True. I mean, let's see how One Blade's actually going to try to play this game out, right? As I said, overthinking's been a major issue for this team, and hopefully they're not going to be overthinking the upcoming scenarios. Or at least, as I said, that's what I'm going to be expecting. Initiative Esports, they were quite close to a threat. That could have been a possible threat, but now speak of that, they're being a threat to another team. 4 AM. They were just peppering down so many shots, but not exactly able to season it well. Not able to find any knockouts, and Pulaski's going to try to get out of that position instantly. Initiative Esports, once again, they're trying to initiate these fights. They're trying to initiate some type of control, a better control inside the circle, but if they're able to find that, then good enough. If they're not able to find that, well, you guys will need to fight and knock out a team that's holding that preferred compound.
And it's very important, Necro, to try and, initiate those contacts. If you see a player outright, right, if you see a player who is vulnerable, maybe inside a vehicle or maybe going through the rotations, it's very important to take those shots. Maybe if not damage the other person, maybe if not knock out the other enemy, it's very important to try and unsettle them. Maybe you can burst out a tire and tumble their vehicle. you might find that opportunity, or you might find a crazy headshot, and that might be the resulting in a knock. So possibilities are endless, and that is one of the reasons why it's very important to take those spot shots, make your presence felt. And Initiative Esports, they've done that, but they are a little on the receiving end of it right now as Reckoning Esports. We were talking about these two teams meeting each other every single time. Reckoning Esports, they're knocking on the doors of Initiative right now.
True. God's Arena in front of us, and Ninja, he knows that the compound that's in the front line is acquired, but it's just waiting for a free knockout. Could have found that actually, but Neo manages to sneak himself behind that vehicle in that second, in that instance, and now the next circle shift's going to be in front of us. Look at that, ladies and gentlemen. It does seem like the Picado is going to be the central and the primary spot inside the circle. Let's see which teams are actually going to be able to engage into fights inside that region.
The circle, of course, is going to play a massive role, but look at this, God's Reign. They found a player completely out in the open, and he has been completely destroyed. The vehicle was taken down. Player's been knocked out. Ninja Jord just being a jawed out here. Voltex Gaming, what do they possibly do right now is a question. Of course, nobody closed in. Smoke's been utilized to try and receive, to try and bring back their fallen comrade back to safety. That's not going to happen because Ninja keeps on peppering in those bullets into the blind so far.
Yeah, just trying to pump that lead in the opponent line. So at least God's Reign, they found out that one knockout, so they're going to be happy. Speak of that, another push happening in front of us, and it's Raw Officials getting pushed up by the players of INR Officials. Satan, as usual, this man's going to be in the front lines, but Raw needs to disengage from this fight right here, right now. Another fight brewing up somewhere else on the map, and that's going to be in the name of Reckoning Esports, INR Officials. Once again, it's the players of God's Reign taking a lot of shots against them, and one player gets knocked out. But ladies and gentlemen, speaking about the good news, we also got a good news for you guys. The registrations for BGIs have been extended, considering you guys were asking a lot of time. You guys were requesting to push the deadline for competing your teams.
Team INR, for a matter of fact, they did manage to stabilize. And ladies and gentlemen, of course, you have Team Raw in the background as well. And so many teams in the vicinity of Team Voltex and you have Team God's Reign. Ninja George just continuously involving himself in a third-party situation. But how do they take this exit from here on? Raw Official in the midst of so much. As soon as they try and exit this compound, they are going to be in a world of hurt, Necro.
Exactly. Raw Official still way too close to that threat. If they would want to eliminate that, they will need to take a fight. And I'm way too scared, man. I don't like how Raw Official is just moving up carelessly. They might meet against a player soon enough. There is one player right above them in the upper story, so at least Raw Officials for now. The understory is going to be safer, and that's why that's where they're moving. But they've got no clue that there's eyes just sitting over there.
I hope so. I hope they have some sort of a clue that Ice is up there, but Ice is not making any sort of noise or sound cues whatsoever. Healed himself up to perfection and is just waiting for this fight to begin. One thing which I like about Team Raw is that they're not going out all by themselves. They are in a pack. They're trying to hunt down in a pack with 3 players sticking very close to each other, which makes it extremely difficult for a player like Ice, a solo player, to try and extinguish the entire team. But look at this, the circle once again shifts, and it shifts right on top of them. So this is going to make things so much more interesting. It's not just the compound itself, but the entire periphery, the higher angles, which were previously being held by Voltex, God's Reign, and others, is now going to be held by multiple other teams, especially teams like God's Reign. For them, their job becomes so much more difficult because now there is going to be so much attention onto them. They need to handle multiple directions at once.
Oh, look at that circle. It's way too small. Does not have enough amount of space to contain all the teams into it. And that's why finally we're seeing some fights brewing up. It's Rising Since 80 is now going up against the players of Team Mayavi. Black's pushed up. One knock found. Second one goes down as well. Third one also on the verge of getting eliminated. And it's probably going to happen. It's only those 2 last players from the player of RS80s to try and hold things down. Are they actually going to be able to do so? That's the question. A good cook nade going to chip out a lot of damage on the players in the front. Black's knows the second story as well is now cleared. Both of the players from Ruling Since 80s are now all the way at the top echelon. They need to push up, but how are they going to make that happen?
Exactly, rulings in 80s. Every single region, every single opening has been turned into a choke point right now as Team Mayavi, they are converting this house into their own right now. Blacks still trying to invade, the nades being lobbed in, but so far it does not connect. Rulings in the 80s, they are managing to survive by a sliver of HP, and I believe Acid has jumped down. He's trying to wrap them from the other direction, but he gets knocked out. Beautiful shots being connected as there's just one player who survives Necro. True Fall 7, I don't believe he has a lot that he can offer at this point.
True that. Being knocked out, of course he can't offer anything. The only thing he can offer is visual knowledge, is visual information. But that too, if he's able to provide, then yeah, good enough. If he's not able to provide, then yeah, it's just going to be a liability that you need to get him back up on the feet. But let's hope that he's going to be able to do so. The Wall of Death as well is now going to start to force the players to make it inside the circle. Grueling since 80s, they're way too low. He's got no men. So yeah, true false. He knows that he's going to be out of the game, and that's what exactly happens. Ruling since 80s, not able to stay alive for long enough, being eliminated from the game. Team Mayavi makes a safe rotation inside the circle, barely on the edge. As I always say, you need to stay on the edge in the final moments of the game. No need to be in the smack center.
I love this split coming in from Team Mayavi. Cypher just holding a different angle. Meanwhile, look at Pro. It's a 2-1-1 split, and Pro and Cypher, they're holding the wings for the team. It is going to be so interesting to watch, because if they do decide to engage on Liquid Esports, they have multiple directions of coverage. They're just spotting players out in the open and completely destroying them as soon as they spot.
And the circle actually also shifts right on top of that spot. So LOC, you guys have got a golden spot for now.
This team, they certainly have played so hard every single time. They just find themselves in the smack center of the circle, and now so many teams have been left stranded, and every single one of them will try and have to push towards the southern periphery of the circle itself. It's completely out in the open, no compounds whatsoever. It's going to be tough. It's going to be ruthless as well. Reckoning Esports still trying to scout out surrounding locations so that they can make the move, because as soon as they drive, they are in a world of hurt right now. One player has been knocked out. No coordination as well. Knocks exchanged, but I believe they have the time to breathe and they have the time to reset for this fight. And once they do so, I believe the fight is going to break out once again, Necro.
True that. No coordination. Thor knocked out. Oh, this is tough. Thor being knocked out. Even so many knocks just now starting to pop up in the elimination feed. Tough to keep track of all of that, but Forever Esports on our screens. Once again, even that team's got such a solid spot all the time, man. LOC, Forever Esports, these teams somehow manage to find themselves at the right spot at the right time. Reckoning Esports, scouting out the lines. They've got a high ground, so they probably have got so much visual information. And look at you, just pulling up in his Bugatti and also shutting down the player in the front. That's a stylish knockout right there. A rich man getting a rich execution done.
Yeah, but again, execution, speak of the word, speak of the devil, and he arrives. The Bugatti has been exploded, and the rich man, well, he's probably not doing so good in terms of health so far. He's been knocked out, and now he needs to be revived. An initiative, they want to capture this fight. They actually want to take advantage of this. So many players inside that depth little ridge out there. Smokes being deployed, so no lines of sight whatsoever. No vampire could have actually fired a lot of shots out in the open.
Oh no, the Wall of Death!
Find a lot of finishes, and now it's a Wall of Death, Necro. This is so unfortunate.
Oh, he got the res onto the fallen comrade, but because of the Wall of Death is going to be dishing out so much damage, it doesn't matter if you're going to get the resurrection back up. One tick, and you are done out of the game. And that's what's happening. Wall of Death now starting to move in, close in.
No.
Players need to flow inside the circle, and that's what this fight is for. It's a race for Vampire. On his feet, looking to make it in. It's next to impossible because there's way too many bullets just on his way, but still somehow has managed to find a little risk for himself where he can call safe for now. Black Stew just slowing down the lawns in the front. Beard Baba, how is this man surviving?
I have no clue, but I'm pretty sure that this man is not going to survive for long, because you're not getting out of there without any vehicle, without any cover whatsoever. Completely stranded out there, especially with Blacks marking him with that M4 6X. I believe that for Beard Baba, it is going to be a Herculean task to actually come out of this location. Does not even have a lot of smokes to work with, but this fight, Team Forever as well as no coordination, this is going on forever right now. And as soon as I say that, no coordination completely wiped them off 6 finishes to their name, and now they are going to resurrect Failure God and come back to safety. Of course, they need to still traverse inside the circle. Look at them. They are being gatekept by multiple teams at once.
Yeah, but still, you need to understand. Look at the circle shift. It shifted away from Picado, and it's on top of the motel and even the gas station. So Salty, the teams that are currently inside Picado, including no coordination, they need to make it out towards that gas station. That means they need to traverse the open grounds. INR official might just be a big spanner in the works for the players with no coordination. They will need to eliminate the likes of INR to actually try and make a safer approach inside the circle. But still, it's not going to be safe enough because the team in the front lines, teams like LOC, Team Mayavi, are looking to take you down. Even 4 a.m., this team somehow, inside that little broken shack they found, the entire team of Godsreen is in the front lines. And imagine the amount of firepower, the amount of gunpowder that's going to be unleashed onto you as you walk out in the open.
And well, you have an example of that. Ninja Jaw just completely wiping out the player who spotted. No damage being taken whatsoever. And that is one man down for Team 4 Angry Men. Just like you mentioned, you come out of that little bit of cover that you have, you are going to be gunned down. There's no way you're making inside unless and until you wait for that right bit of a timing. But here a fight is breaking out between Team INR and Team Mayavi. And Team Mayavi seems to be ruthless right now. Blacks with 4 finishes. This team just does not stop at this point.
They should not stop too. It doesn't make any sense to stop at this point. And look at that nade from the players of INR. Even they're able to just chime inside the action like that.
Yeah, Team Mayavi, they have wiped off another team at this point, and this team probably is standing at 10 finishes for themselves. No coordination, is still trying to make a mark for themselves, still trying to push in, but no space is being given. Every single player who is inside this motel, they have so much visibility and so much firepower currently. With 4 players standing, this is an absolute tank. Team Mayavi, 10 finishes to their name. Blacks is still on the trigger, and I believe that Thor is going to be confirmed as well as the last remaining player, Vulcan.
Oh, look at the circle. It shifted right on top of the gas station. LOC in the lucky and a golden spot. As I said, the BGMI gods are going to be favoring the players of LOC so far, being the zone magnets. I don't exactly know how they're able to pull it off, but there's a chance they might just get a chicken dinner in the hand, Salty. Way too close. They can probably sniff it. They can taste it. And Team Mayavi too, on the verge of might just be getting eliminated. Pro gets knocked out. It's Godsreen looking on top of them. Second player as well on the verge of just falling down on the collision. And Mayavi Blacks is on the save. He's trying his best to save his fallen comrade. Godsreen, they've lost out and 2 of their players being knocked out. And that's why Godsreen, for now, there's going to be a massive full stop into their firepower. So Team Mayavi nicely dealt with that situation.
The return fire being successful, but look at this though. They need to take to their vehicles because a massive rotation needs to be made, and they need to prepare for the worst because so many teams are just waiting to punish Godsreen. As soon as they enter, look at that! The explosion happens and all of them are supposed to fall. It's just Robin who is still surviving. We talked of this. They had a massive rotation to make. They were holding that nice little spot, but the circle betrayed them completely. All that Robin could potentially do is to try and patch himself up, but the bandages are not going to be worth it. The damage is going to be immense and he is going to succumb to his injuries. LOC is just still holding the gas station, but there's Team Route officials in the backlines as well. And even Team Mayavi wants a bit of the pie. This is so interesting to watch, Necro.
Indeed it is. Every single team just closing in onto that gas station, looking to be up close and personal. One blade from the back. Hero, he tried to dish out some damage, but that nate's going to blast right on top of his face. It blows him up. And that's why, for now, Hero will be deactivated. But one player has still lost out on one of their players named Jadu.
What?
This is going to be a tough outing. Team Mayavi, they have managed to eliminate the likes of LOC, and Team Mayavi on the verge of taking this chicken dinner, on the verge of conquering the lands of Miramar. No coordination from the back, looking to just put a spanner in the works, trying to steal this chicken dinner away, and now it's all down to Vulcan from no coordination, and even he gets taken care of by the wall of death. Team Mayavi, what a nuclear performance.
I'm shocked. I am shell-shocked, Necro, at this point, because Vulcan, that man managed to hurt Team Mayavi, and he was in the back lines with 16 first aid kits. He was planning to go for that heal battle, but he did not get that opportunity. Had the circle given him that little bit of a time to apply that first aid kit, probably the tides could have turned. Vulcan could have found himself a few more finishes to work with, but for no coordination. This has been a game that they've been waiting for. But what a nuclear performance from Team Mayavi. What was that clean sweep? They clean sweeped, I believe, two teams, Raw Official as well as Team LOC in the gas station. They came in out of nowhere from the motel itself, right? They were rotating in from the motel. They entered the gas station. They cleaned out Raw Officials and then they cleaned out LOC. This is a performance and a half right now, Necro.
I am just not able to understand how did Team Mayavi make it out of that tricky spot. From the top, it was just God's rain, raining down death and destruction, unleashing wrath. They were just unloading so many magazines onto Team Mayavi, but somehow Mayavi was able to find the return knockouts and deactivate the players of God's rain for a while. So at least God's rain was stopped for a while. But then Team Mayavi used that opportunity to rotate inside the circle, push up against the gas station, take out the entire team of LOC, take control of that gas station, and then right then and there, they won that entire game too. I mean, it's just so much to wrap your head around.
Team Mayavi, you know, I just had a chit chat with Mayavi right today in the morning itself, and he was talking about how he's planning to play the games of the grind and he's planning to prepare his players to be the most aggressive players in the country. And I believe they currently are. With the kind of run that they are, in the kind of run of form that they are, this team probably does not fear anybody at this point.
And I'm a huge fan of aggressive teams myself, Salty. So, yeah, I mean, if Team Mayavi is able to be one of the most aggressive teams, then, yeah, you got to count on me, man. This team will probably be one of my favorite teams, right? Considering even Godlike Esports is one of the most aggressive teams inside the region. But if situation demands for a safe play, they do not back out from that, too. So, once again, that instant adaptiveness on the fly can really work out for you. But Team Mayavi, really good thinking on the feet. They were so quick on the trigger as well, and that's why they somehow were able to get that chicken dinner in the hand too. A nuclear performance, as I mentioned. They were really good in the elimination aspect as well. They were really good in the positioning aspect as well. But you cannot take one thing away from the players of LOC. Man, that zone magnet.
Absolutely. But of course, ladies and gentlemen, if you do want to participate in the BGIS, the deadline for completing your team has actually been extended, and I believe it comes to you as good news because it has been extended till 6th of August, I believe till 12 midnight. I might be mistaken with the time. I will check it and let you know on that, but has been extended till 6th of August. It initially was 2nd of August, so if you still haven't managed to complete your team, if you're still scouting for players, then you get those extra 4 days for yourself.
Yeah, extra days. But still, you got to hurry up, man. 4 days, it does. If you think about it, they're a lot. But when you actually do end up, looking forward to it, those 4 days fly by so quickly enough. Because I still remember we were just sitting on this exact same spot, and we were giving call-outs over and over again, saying that the registrations are now open, and the 2nd August passed by so quickly. So always make sure that you guys are making the task happen right then and there instead of trying to push it to the next day. But you know what? Getting back to the previous game. Interesting game, action-packed game, that's for sure. At the start, we saw
probably one of
Team
my favorite
Liquid.
Miramars.
Exactly. To be honest, I'm going to be hands down saying that too. And honestly, I also would like to mention how Godsreen have changed from their qualifying games, right? Qualifying, Godsreen barely qualified on the 8th spot. They probably could not have been here as well in the top 8. Maybe in the round 2, they couldn't have made it. But now in the round 2, this team is just showcasing a beast face.
They certainly are, right? And that is because of a very wise decision. They're not engaging in bad battles. They are engaging in the right fights. They are always in safety, because I believe that this team has enough firepower. When you have players like Aquanog, when you have players like Blaze, when you have players like Ninja Jord in your team, I believe that this team will never fall short of firepower. But this team is deciding when to actually use it and when not to use it. They are always playing across the periphery. They are playing in from the higher turfs as well, using the topography of the map really wisely, using the circle space really wisely. And that is one of the reasons why they are managing to get those average points every single game. They are managing to chip in 6, 7, or probably more points every single game. And therefore, they automatically will climb the ladder in terms of the overall standing. So really wise decision from the players, from the back back-end staff, from the coaching staff as well. And I believe that this is going to pay off. This certainly will pay off. I just hope that we get to see that one display of sheer aggression from these boys, because I mean, we know for a fact what Ninja can pull off. He is a proper MVP material.
Exactly. As you spoke about the MVP material, and soon enough, the MVP graphic as well will be in front of us. You know what? So let's find out who's going to be the MVP of the previous game. I think so. It has to be someone from Team Miyabi. Maybe Blacks, who's going to be there, but no, it's actually going to be Pro with 8 finish points. This man single-handedly managed to take down 8 players inside a Pro lobby. That is just insane. And then even Blacks is able to take down 8 players. Dude, Team Miyabi, as I said, a nuclear performance from them.
Absolutely. These two players, they share 16 finishes between them. This is absolutely massive. Clowny, of course, with 4, Vulcan with 3, and Ninja Jod with 3 points. And here we have the point standings. Nuclear performance, well, this is it. Team Miyabi with 33 points for themselves, 18 finishes to work with, 16 shared by Blacks and Pro between themselves. No coordination, of course. 18 points for them. And then the drop-off is massive. Reckoning and Voltex barely managing 4 points in the 7th and the 8th spot, but God's Reign still having that consistent run. 9 points yet again. This team has been doing so brilliantly, but there is one team, Necro, that started off well but could not really bank on that performance. It's going to be Initiative Esports.
True. I mean, the point standings, man, these are just insane. 33 points in one single game. Imagine how much of a gap that's going to cover in the overall standings, right? And considering we still have one more game to go, and imagine if Team Miyabi is able to have another nuclear performance or even a decent performance. They can be at the top of the table as well, but you cannot also count out on one thing, is that even LOC, they're having quite consistent games for themselves, right? Considering being able to survive for such a late game situation, also being able to wrap up a decent amount of elimination points. So consistency from LOC has been marked up till now. Yeah, in the game of Vikendi, it was a massive downfall because that was the team that actually got eliminated first from the game, but still, you can say that considering LOC is so consistent, I think so the upcoming days as well, or the upcoming game of Erangel is, of course, going to be quite insane for them.
Exactly. But of course, you know what? I feel like the players so far, they're treating Vikendi as sort of a different turf. If the rest of the maps are like one-day internationals or test cricket for these players, that one is like T20. They're ready to kind of, experiment themselves on that map. They're not really banking on it. So for Team LOC, I believe that it's not going to hurt them quite as much. But, ladies and gentlemen, the matchup for the last game of the day, which is going to decide which 8 from these 16 teams are going to proceed to the next stage. A map of Erangel, a basic map, and I believe that the teams who have been performing, who have momentum on their side right now, are going to be the winners. And that means there is going to be a big chance the Team Miyabi might just pull this off.
Hey, you know what? Considering it's the last game, I'd like to ask you for your prediction. It's the last game, Salty. Which team do you think is going to win the last game from this Group 1 of Week 3?
I just gave my predictions, man. It has to be Team Miyabi. The kind of momentum they had and the kind of form they're in, there's no chance. Yes, a back-to-back.
You know what? I'm going to go with a team that you can say underdogs. I would like to go with Team Forever Esports. We know the potential they've got. Yeah, I know they're underdogs, but still, I think so. LOC and Forever Esports, these two teams being the underdogs, they still have the potential to be the undergods as well. So now I'm just waiting for the players of Forever Esports to showcase themselves up on the board. And even I want to see them somewhere in the top 5 or top 6 because they definitely deserve to be there. So Forever Esports, I'm going to be banking up on you guys. And whichever team, to be honest, I've mentioned, they have been doing quite phenomenal, right? I was expecting Miyabi to do good. They started doing good for themselves. Now I just want the players of Forever Esports to do great. Probably in the upcoming game that might be able to do great as well. But you being able to just select Team Miyabi like that, I think so back-to-back might not be possible, considering now Miyabi knows that they're in a really comfortable spot. So they don't really need to opt out for winning that game. Instead, even if they do get 100%. Some decent amount of points, they're probably going to be good.
Exactly. But I mean, in terms of teams, yeah, I mean, I gave my prediction, you gave your prediction, but there is one more thing which I actually want to know from you, and that is going to be, what do you think is going to be the cutoff mark for the top eight? Because we've seen for a fact that it was very dicey for the round one. With 3 games, it was lying somewhere between 16 points to as high as probably 26 or 27 points, and it was always in between. It was swinging like a pendulum, and it was all over the place. For now, though, I kind of have a feeling that it's not going to be, just because it's 6 games, it's not going to be 18 into 2, that is 36. I don't believe in that ideology, but because I believe that with 6 games, consistency plays a part, and that means that there is going to be a lower average. I believe that the cutoff points is going to be 30 points, because the teams who haven't really performed, they haven't really performed in any game whatsoever.
True that. I mean, you saw the drop off as well, right? From the first to the second position. The team that was all the way on the top, they had a lot of points. And then the team that was on the second spot, they were way too, like pretty much more than half, I think so, less of the points. So, yeah, if a team is on the top and there's still a big difference on the first and the second spot, then yeah, the cutoff is not going to be that massive, right? For teams to make it in the top 8, it's not going to be that tough. One single solid game, and you guys should be in the top 8 whatsoever. So, as I said, but still, the teams that are already not doing that great, for them, it is going to be tough. Let's be honest, because no matter how much we say it's not that tough, at the end of the day, if you put yourself in the player's shoes, it always gets tough. It's easy to sit here and say that it's easy, but it's tough to actually be in the battlefield, to be in the battlegrounds, and play and try and accumulate those 30 points, especially when you've got demons like Gotsreen and even players like LOC who are trying to take that chicken dinner away from you. Now even Mayavi's starting to rack up so many points, and then probably in the future line as well, so many of these underdog teams are going to be rising up. I just cannot wait for the upcoming days to happen. But as we all know, the upcoming game is going to be played on the map of Erangel, and I would really love to see another Southern shift.
Absolutely, man. I mean, I would love to see a Southern shift. I would love to see any circle whatsoever, because it's been days I haven't seen a very, very exciting game of Erangel. We've seen the same gameplay as happening. Just maybe put out a zone towards a bridge, maybe use a Nova Repnoi bridge as a final circle. Who knows? We just want entertainment. And just like you, I am the same guy. You know, I love initial drop collisions. I love when the circle shifts to nasty locations and, you know, puts the players in a little bit of a spot. But this game is going to be of prime importance, because this decides how the table shapes up. And we haven't seen, ladies and gentlemen, if you have been paying attention, we haven't seen the overall standings for the last couple of matches. This is to kind of sort of build that suspense, to not know which teams are exactly placed where. We are going to reveal that at the end of the final game. So even my hands are getting cold, honestly. I have no clue. I'm not that good in math that I'm going to mentally calculate that this team is here or this team is here. I believe that I have a very good feeling the middle pack of that entire table is so close that even a finish can actually make a huge difference. So for these teams, it's extremely important to go all out and give their best on this map.
Usually that's what happens, right? The middle to the end pack is always way too fragile. One single small mistake in the overall standings, and your position's going to get compromised. So you always need to be really consistent if you found yourself in the middle pack. But if you're at the top, then it's completely fine. You've always got a really big cushion for yourself. From the top, the maximum amount of points that you can lose is probably, or the maximum amount of position you can probably lose is to like top 6, which is completely affordable. As long as you're going to be in top 8, you're going to be good to go. But once again, ladies and gentlemen, soon enough, the Wrangle's going to be on the fly, and the plain flat path will be in front of us as well. As I mentioned, I really want to see a Southern Circle. And speaking of drop collisions too, we saw in the first Erangel, we actually did see a drop collision, if you remember. 3 teams in Yasna Poliana region, including Godsreen, no coordination, and there was one more team in that region itself.
Yeah, it'll be very exciting to find out if the same drop locations are being employed. That means you know for a fact that these teams have settled to actually be a triple threat inside Yasna Poliana, for a matter of fact. Because I feel like if that initial first game was a mistake, here the teams will fix things up. And for the teams who are really fighting for that qualification spot, they might not, you know, want to involve themselves in some early fights. Probably would want to loot themselves first and, you know, have those good amount of utility with up and running, and then engage in any sort of battle whatsoever. But we've been theory crafting for a long time, expecting a circle here, a good amount of loot here, some sort of initial battle as well. Now, It's time for the action to begin. Ladies and gentlemen, the match is going to start very, very soon. So I'm holding my horses, Necro. But we've given our predictions. I feel like it is Team Mayavi who is going to dominate at the very top. What about you? Who do you think is going to dominate? Is it LFC by any chance?
It all comes down to this final game, to be honest. It all really just boils down to this final game. If Mayavi gets eliminated early, then we know they're not going to be holding the first spot. If LOC gets eliminated early, then we know LOC is not going to be able to hold the first spot. So many questions just rising up before the game even starts. But as I mentioned, even no coordination, Team Godsreen. These two teams, are especially Godsreen, they're going to be in a really chill spot in the overall standings. Godsreen, they know they're probably in the top 8. They're in a really comfortable spot, so they can afford an early collision. But teams like no coordination, they cannot afford to do so. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. The game of Wrangle is on the way as the plane flat path is going to be in front of us as well. The plane flat path starting all the way from Milta Power towards the Primorsk region, all the way southern plane flat path. And I think so we might see a southern circle as well, Salty. I'm excited.
I am excited as well because you know what? You call for a southern circle. Well, we have a southern flight path at least, and that means that the entirety of Yasnaya, Poliana, Razok, as well as the northern Georgopol region will be cut off. This is going to be extremely interesting because for the teams who want to go up top, they need to find those intermediate drop locations, and thus there will be no drop collision in Yasnaya. At least that is according to me, though. There might be drop locations in the southern area, in the military base island, because that is where a lot of teams might want to try and test their luck out. But so far, players ejecting themselves and landing safely. I don't see a huge chunk coming towards the military base island so far.
Exactly. I mean, once again, the plane flat path being so like down south out of nowhere is of course going to challenge these teams to find a temporary drop location, just like in the previous game of Miramar 2, right? Teams needed a drop in a temporary drop spot, so we might see some collisions happen even more because there are going to be a lot of teams thinking the same way as another team, and if those teams do tend to drop on that individual compound, then once again, we might see those rotation clashes, or we might see that early game battle proven up. Team Mayavi towards Milta. The circle's actually going to be a little bit to the southern side, but still, I think so the late game shifts are still going to be on the main island.
Oh my god, Necro, you're such a pessimistic guy. Just hope for the best, wait for the circle to go towards south, maybe towards the bridge area as well. But, elsewhere in Pochinki, we've got some sort of a skirmish happening as one last fight. Nexus OP has actually been caught out all by himself. He does have the AK to work with, but no helmet in vest, which means he's in an extremely dicey spot. One nice headshot, if the opposition connects, he's down and out.
Well, speak of that, and I guess you really just predicted the future there. That shot connects, and Nexus OP goes down. Confirmation follows up instantly because Turban was in the clotheslines. Liquid Esports, this team, it just seems like they've tasted blood, and now they're just addicted to it. They're really just out for teams. They're really just out guns blazing. Do not care who's going to be standing against them. But it's one last fight. Once again, Liquid and one last fight. These two teams have got like this unspoken relationship going on, right? It's a love-hate relationship where they're attracted to each other at the start of the game, but then they repel away.
Yeah, that is it, right? That is the truth of every single relationship. Necro, my friend out here, ladies and gentlemen, giving relationship advices. But speaking of fights right now, also a part of relationships, it is Tyler OP who actually gets knocked out right now. And Team Liquid Esports, they're dominating from every single area. They are finding players, spotting them out in the open, catching them off guard, and they are finishing them without even taking any sort of hurt. Of course, Kasar and Glitch God, they are a little bit in a weird, precarious spot, but this was another awkward position for Turban to be in. He just saw a player climb the window and he was like, all right, bye-bye. Bam.
Well, I mean, one last fight, I guess Sparky's going to be the only player alive. Once again, they've lost out on every single player that was possibly alive in that previous game. One last fight. This toxic relationship never works out for them. And they're the one who have to put their guns down against Liquid. Liquid, as usual, as their name suggests, they're quite fluid. And they can't flow through those little nooks and crannies and try and navigate their way through in quite a better way in these fights. And also, just in general, they're reigning supreme over the players of one last fight. And for one last fight, all they can do is do not think that you guys are falling short somewhere. Take this as a lesson. Learn to form yourself, or learn to put yourself in a better formation in the upcoming 4v4 fights if you guys are going to be able to make it in the top 8.
Exactly, and more of the fact that they were completely caught out in the open. Like for example, players are not sticking to each other, whereas Team Liquid, they are hunting in packs. They're moving together. There's always backup fire coming in from other players. So that is something which I believe that One Last Fight can do. Try and stick together, especially in 4v4 fights, to have that extra bit of protection, to have that extra layer of safeguard to yourself. But so far, only one player survives, and that means that for him to actually make any sort of mark in this game, he'll have to try and survive extremely long and maybe hope for that podium finish.
Speak of that, and if you do take a look at the replay, Salty, look at these fights. What is going on? The presence, the awareness, it's just lacking. The situational awareness, surrounding awareness, call it whatever you guys want to call it, but in general, the awareness was just so lacking. Player out in the open, not able to connect the shot, so this is embarrassing. Sparky missing out on the opportunity that he could have found potentially to take down at least one of the players, but he misses out on that as well. Now he decides to drop down, and he's also getting surrounded by the players of Liquid. This is it. Sparky's not going to be able to survive. He's surrounded from all the different directions, and he also gets eaten alive.
I love what Turban is doing out here. He is destroying opposition, jumping out from that first floor itself. That man came in like an action hero, turned around, and he blind fired his weapon. He knew that he will be in that general direction. He does not need to aim appropriately because they are surrounding him from all directions, and this is so good to watch. I mean, Sparky could have connected that first shot, could have gotten a knock and finish for himself, but then, you know what, especially when your games don't really go as intended, your shots also don't connect, and I don't blame him for that. For One Last Fight, this is going to be a forgettable outing on the map of Erangel, but for Team Mayavi, I believe that this is going to be one of those teams who are trying to establish themselves as one of the top dogs in the industry, you know, one of the top teams in the country. So for them, we'll have to find out, how does this team react to the circus? How does this team react to the opposition?
Speak about opposition, and we've got Initiative Esports on our screen. One thing is for sure, man. Initiative Esports, they're one hard-working group of players. They always try to work their way up. They're always trying to come up with these new strategies that they're trying to implement inside the game. You're never going to see their playing pattern the similar from the previous game. All the time you see something being changed up in the rotation pathway, in the drop location, but something's always changed up from this team because they're trying their best to make it in the top 8. They're trying their best to qualify, and I hope they're actually going to be able to qualify too, because once again, I'm a kind of person that really appreciates hard work.
Hard work. And speaking of hard work, LSE Esports is also a team, right, coming in as an underdog, but then still managing to dominate and still managing to show up a display like this. It goes to show that these guys have worked really hard behind the scenes. And a lot of these coaches say that when you work hard behind the scenes, you don't really have to worry about the results. The results are going to follow. And I feel like for LSE Esports, it's just a default that their results are following up. They are performing well and they're racking up the numbers. And I believe that if these boys keep up the hard work, if they keep up the grind, then they might just be able to, you know, be in the top 32 teams, because the way this team is playing, they definitely are comparable to the top teams in the country.
Without a doubt. Without a doubt. And as I said, for LOC, I mean, imagine if they get a proper guidance, right? Imagine they've got a good coach, a good manager, a proper, well-organized team. Imagine what this team can pull off. A coach, man, one single good coach who's able to guide this team to get even better. I feel like this team might just be one of the top teams inside the Indian region. Without a doubt, they pack a massive punch. They've got a lot of potential. And I hope they get signed up soon by an official org or something. But LOC Esports, man, definitely a team to look out for. As I said, another team that is really good at positioning themselves in general is Forever Esports. Even this team, their adaptiveness is really good. Able to think on the fly, make a quick decision to where to position, where not to position. It's just really good.
Yeah. 100%, and I feel like T4 Forever Esports is one of those teams who have always found who has always found themselves inside the top 5, top 6 in any different scenario, any different map, because their positioning is just so good. They find themselves in those good spots inside the final circle so that they have those placement points to work with, and they are very consistent with it. One of the places where they can actually work on is going to be their 4v4 battles, because majority of the times they get eliminated with just one player surviving or two players surviving. It's sort of a little hard for them to keep all 4 men up and alive inside the final circle, where they can actually start establishing dominance and actually start acquiring those finish points, which are extremely important. For them, I feel like that is going to be that little bit of stuff that they need to work on. But apart from that, their maneuvering, their movement, and their game sense and the map awareness is absolutely fantastic. And so far as well on the map of Erangel, they've done a good job.
I mean, I'm just taking a look at LOC's rotation. Look at them. They've rotated all the way down south. Salty. From the military island, they're making it inside the circle, and now they're also going to be looking across the bridge lines. I don't know how risky this rotation is going to be like, but hopefully it actually works out in their favor. On our screens is Anonymous Esports, another struggling team. This final game's all they've got. All the hopes are going to be on this final game. Forever Esports, still inside the Razak area. The circle shifted down south. Forever Esports, they don't really have the prime spot, but they will need to adapt in. Just reposition quickly on the fly, and now they're also starting to get picked up by the players at 4 a.m. Spider gets knocked out. Toys, the only player who's managed to position himself in a bit of a safer spot, but the DBS clicks in, but not well enough. 4 aggressive men, they're way too aggressive for the likings of the players of Team Forever Esports, and now they're down to just a 2-man squad. Oh, I went with this team, and I guess I cast or cursed them.
Probably. I did mention, right, they do have their placements and positioning really top-notch, but when it actually comes to those 4v4 fights, they kind of falter, and one of the reasons they falter is because of this miscommunication that happens between them. Look at this. The other 2 players, they are on the run, they are on the move, they are already making the rotation. Meanwhile, the players who were back inside the compound, they have suffered, they've been buried alive. And at this point, it's just going to hurt them even further, because they might be able to rack up those placement points, but they won't be able to get so many finish points as they would possibly want to. It's extremely important for them to take these 4v4 battles, win them, set themselves up for the final game so that they already have a platform, their hands are warmed up, and they know that they will be able to click those heads.
Team Ivy Thunder. I mean, look at the spot that Ivy's gone. If you remember that one game where G Phoenix won, I don't know if you exactly remember, but this was the exact spot. G Phoenix didn't win. It was someone else, but G Phoenix were actually able to make it to the late game situation. I remember that game up till now, and this was the exact spot where the circle ended. So let's hope that the position Team Ivy are potentially thinking where the circle might end, it's going to work out for them, and that's a good, really good prediction. But Voltex on our screens, another one of those teams that is on the struggling phase. Now, once again, all the known teams are going to be on the first half of the board. All the unknown names that are pretty much the underdogs, or most of the underdogs, are going to be on the second half of the board. But look at the circle shift. What a drastic shift. Who expected the circle to shift on the left side? Every single team was just booking it, banking it on the bridge lines, but then the circle takes a drastic shift towards left. Now Team Miami, Voltex, even LOC, everyone needs to go to the left side, to the spot where they actually came from.
But the question is, Necro, are they going to do it right here, right now, or are they going to wait? Because they might just be waiting for some sort of a gatekeeping situation coming up. And I believe they are on the move. Every single one of the players are firing up their engines, and they are on the hunt right now. However, the periphery of the circle has been acquired, and that makes the job so much more difficult for Team LOC.
I mean, it was just a massive wave of vehicles trying to make it inside the circle. And it doesn't make any sense to move late inside this type of circle, right? So small, you know that the position's already going to be acquired, and if you're going to be the one to rotate late inside the circle, then you're going to be gate-kipped. That's for sure. Teams will try to hold you on the bay, and you do not really want that to happen. No coordination on run. Probably a safe rotation they've found. Team Anonymous is one of those teams, as I mentioned, who's on the struggling phase, and every single hope, it boils down to this Erangel game. Team Miami lost out on pros, knocked out up north, or in the upper side of this building. Thunder's going to be able to get the resurrection back onto the fallen player. Team Mayavi not really in the best of the position you can ask, but they still need to make it in.
They certainly do, right? But this team, they know for a fact when to fire up their engines. They know when to start hitting that, pressing their trigger. And every single time they're scouting different locations right up. You just saw a player was landed and he was in charge of scouting that initial building, the compound that was right in front of them, and then the rest of the pack will move up. So they're making wise decisions. It's not like they're going guns blazing every single time. And look at this though. Poor guy, Canary, had to be rescued from that situation. Rockstar was completely vulnerable, but it sort of paid off, and now they are inside a shack. A little safer.
Yeah, safer. A place where they can call home. A little cozy home. But, yeah, one blade.
Hopefully it doesn't
not really in
burn
the
out
best of the spots. Yeah,
or explode.
They're soon enough going to be suffocating to death. That's for sure. Reckoning Esports, though. Yeah, look at him on top of the roofs, just trying out the players in the front. Not a huge fan of the position Yuba's gotten because he's out in the open. On top of the building, that means he's easily spottable as well. One single bullet, Yua goes down. Way too much risk in positioning yourself in that manner, but Team Mayavi now pushing up against the competition. In the name of Anonymous Esports, Mayavi, they're quite exposed, so this push needs to happen in a really cautious manner. Blacks ignores the angles that might be potentially held by the players, and that's what exactly happens. Blacks taken down. Team Mayavi, they walk inside a death trap.
They certainly walk inside a death trap, but Thunder just tries to heal himself up so far. Team Anonymous, they have the lead in this fight, but at what cost? They have two of their own players knocked out. Of course, that little bit of a breather that happens, but look at the flank happening. It's a 1v1, and Yash gets completely smacked, and it means that Pro is actually on the run. He might be able to wipe out the entirety. Shikari Jod is the only player who is still surviving, and that right now, a lot of distance has actually been closed in. No utility being fired so far. It's a gun battle. But Pro decides to disengage, just trying to buy himself so much time so that his teammate can actually be revived, and he spots and he finishes.
Really good spam through the bush. I knew that is only the spot where there's so much visual blockade available, so he probably has to be in the bush. So really good spam from Team Mayavi. Confirms that final elimination, gets the nail in the coffin too. And Team Mayavi, they can keep on moving to a safer side, and that's what they're doing. Blacks was knocked out, and I was really scared if that man's going to be able to get back up on his feet or not, but he still somehow managed to stay and keep himself alive. Voltex, the wall of death is starting to deal so much damage onto him, but look at Blacks. I just love the fact that this man, even he's knocked out, he's still providing so much visual coverage. And this is what is really useful from a knocked player, right? If you're knocked, just try to give all the visual information that you can to your team.
Exactly, but look at this though. Mickey Gaming YT in a very precarious position, especially with the vehicle, and not just Mickey Gaming YT, it's Password as well. He does have some sort of a cover to work with, be it the tree or the vehicle, but now Liquid Esports, they just charge in. They completely dominate that fight, completely overwhelm him with numbers, and now he has been smacked out of the game itself. Liquid Esports, clean wipe. But there you go, they still need to clean up the rest of the squad as artillery being fired up. It is between Team Voltex versus Team Mayavi.
Oh, the nade in the center of those two players. And to be honest, with how Liquid stepped themselves up, I'm just loving. They've managed to adapt to the lobby perfectly. And now Liquid as well, they're just not lacking in the firepower at all. If a fight does come through, Team Liquid is not going to shy short. Not at all. They're not going to shy away from that fight. Instead, they're going to face that fight head on. And that's what I like. Team Mayavi still continuing to be aggressive, even though stepped inside a massive death trap, but still it's not going to deter them at all. They're still going to keep on being aggressive, and I love it. Voltex, look at this one player. Himu, his vehicle smoking out. Now he needs to eject out of that vehicle. That's what he exactly does. Blows it, and now he can use it as a hard cover.
He certainly can use it as a hard cover, but then the big idea was to try and get as much information as possible. But so far, I just feel like Voltex, they made their case even more difficult, because now they are in the middle of so many different teams. They are between Initiative, they are between, I believe it's God's Reign if I'm not mistaken, and Legend. He does have that line of sight onto Beast, but he's still not pulling that trigger, missing it by a bare minimum. But Beast still survives. It's all smoke to deny lines of sight, but Team Mayavi, they're trying to push up, and I believe that this team can clean up every single team in the process. We just saw on the map of Miramar that they did so. It's just about Can they do it in the map of Erangel?
Yeah, but you cannot also overshadow the gods, huh? The gods, Reen, they can unleash their wrath anytime. They can unload the magazines in the front anytime if necessary. It's all going to come down to the coordination and those coordinative plays. The circle shift right on top of the players of Reckoning, RS8, and even no coordination. Ruling since 80s, as always, this team are finding themselves in the lucky spots, but now they need to convert this good circle into a victory. It's all up to them. They will need to start winning all those gunfights as well. Godsreen, they're seeing so many of these teams instantly just booking it in the vehicles. It's a massive wave of vehicles just moving in.
Exactly, and that is how I believe Godsreen are going to go about their rotation as well. So far, Aquanox embarking and just moving in. This is pretty interesting. Initiative Esports, they are on the lower story of the sniper tower. Explosions happening on top as nades don't seem to connect. No coordination, is still trying to fight back, but there is no space whatsoever. And look at this, Frostshot, he actually gets knocked out from a distance. It's RS8 who's also trying to chip in.
Oh, player knocked out. No coordination. Look at this one player, Thor. He's just tucking himself in the corner of this little wizard tower. And if this closet room's explored, then no coordination. They might just meet their makers. I'm not a huge fan of that position at all. One single nade tossed in, and Thor's going to meet his makers. Even though, yeah, he is the lightning.
That has been deployed.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness me. This is just a 1v1 right now. Omen versus Gorax Necro. This is going to be interesting. Two players being knocked down from Force as well as Beast. And with reinforcements coming in, I believe that no coordination, they are converting this fight. There is no way that player is going to survive. Even though there's so much smoke and he's still moving around. This is such a huge confusion inside.
Nicely done. No coordination. They come out on top in that fight. Yeah, they did lost out on two of their players in this one, but still, they're easily revivable, easily retrievable. Look at this entire situation. Look at this entire vicinity. Godsreen versus Ionar. Thunder is the only man that's going to be in the front lines. That can be a potential threat for the players of Godsreen, but now they're looking to nullify it, and that's what they exactly do. Threat being dealt with. Godsreen are now in a much safer spot than Ionar in a really bad spot. As I said, these players are probably going to be suffocating to their death soon enough, and that's what exactly happens. Robin pushing up with the DBS. It's going to be next to impossible to deal with that DBS in that range.
Probably, but there's two players and it's going to be very interesting. He does have some sort of backup as well. INR, they're still holding their ground, not really moving out. And as soon as I say that, shooter pops out. And that means it's a 1v1 right now. Aquanox wanted to be on the move. He embarked on the vehicle and he takes so much damage from the zone itself. It's an absolute disaster. As it's Ninja and Blaze are the only two ones who survive. Miscommunication from Godsreen. Two of their players engaged in a battle where they did not have to, and now they suffer. This is going to be exciting as Team Raw now completely shower bullets on them, and another player has been lost.
Yeah, Raw official, Superman. Finally, Raw official's actually able to make it till the late game scenario. I'm loving it. This team finally able to showcase what they're capable of. And if Raw officials, they keep on progressing like this, it's going to be wonders on Leaf in the front lines. But position Raw officials has got, it's going to be tough to get down from this one. As long as if they have the suitable amount of vehicles, then they are going to be good to go. If they don't have any vehicles, then it's going to be tough to get down from this entire hill. It is just a massive upslope, and you will be quite exposed when you're trying to get down. And yes, they've got those buggies and also the US, so it's easy to traverse downhill.
Oh my god, one blade. They're still surviving. They still have that odd opportunity to actually bag a chicken dinner, maybe sneak in that finish line, of course. But so far, it's actually still a very tough job for them. Only two players are surviving, and they're trying to be ambiguous about their position. In this situation, a chicken dinner almost looks uncertain. But yes, Necro, another fight brewing up in front of our screens as Beard Baba and Ace Black from the bottom lines. They know for a fact that Raw is trying to charge in on Team NC.
Yeah, but Reckoning Esports would not want to give their position away. They would want to stay anonymous, but from the top, it's the players of Raw just unloading the magazines against them. As one of the player goes down, Fox OP's knocked out of the game. Even no coordination, looking to get those spam shots connected, but not exactly able to find the mark. Oh, as I said, it's an uphill battle for the players of Reckoning Esports, and it's going to be tough to get out of this one because all the surrounding grounds are quite in the open. Rockstar 2 in the clotheslines of Reckoning Esports. If they're able to spot the snake out, it's going to be easy for the players of Reckoning Esports to survive.
Canary just trying to stay prone and probably not give his position away, because he knows for a fact that if he gets spotted, there's so many teams who are trying to eat him alive at this point. Nades in, but so far it does not really dish in so much damage. Random nades, random smokes being lobbed in. He knows for a fact that he can actually hurt Team Reckoning from the backlines, and he has found a knock for himself. But did he give away his position? Is going to be the question.
Yeah.
Yes, he does, and he's been knocked out. That is it. Lights out for Canary.
Oh, Reckoning Esports 2 now finally able to spot their enemies, their snakes, and able to shut them down and strike them down. Now they know the main objective for them is going to be to get Fox OP back up. Rockstar all the way out in the blue could not survive the amount of damage the Wall of Death was inflicting on him, and even he will be taken out of the game. Top 4 teams alive, ladies and gentlemen. Raw Official, no coordination, Reckoning Esports in the clotheslines, and then you've got Anonymous Esports all the way in the back. It's the battle for survival.
It certainly is the battle for survival, and no coordination. They're still holding their ground. They're still holding that sniper tower. And it's amazing. I've never seen a team hold a sniper tower for so long, especially with teams lurking around, especially with enemies lurking around right underneath. Ruling since 80s, they're still holding on to their position. They're not moving at all, even though they have to almost cover approximately 50 meters to enter the circle.
Oh my god. Look at that circle right on top of the players of no coordination.
Exactly.
And they're the only one who've got a solid piece of cover so far. All the odds are stacked with the players of no coordination. Now all they can do is, with their individual brilliance and their firepower, they can try to convert this game into a chicken dinner.
They're still trying to spot out players in the open. Failure God still trying to take pot shots against Shantanu, but shots aren't connecting. Vehicles being employed so that RS8, they can make those huge rotations. They're still quite off. Absolute display of spokes out there as players trying to crawl inside the zone itself. Hyperwhale will try to lob one in, maybe get inside the sniper tower. It's not going to explode exactly where intended, but that just gives him that amount of space so that RS8 can charge in. This means Shantanu is also going to ram into his vehicle, and this, ruling since 80s, they are on the move right now. Omen charges in, but he falls down. One nade, and I believe no coordination will be done and dusted.
True that. Now even ruling since 80s, they're starting to deal so much damage in the front lines. A team that was trying to keep themselves unknown, a team that was not really partaking inside all the action that was going on. They finally decide to unleash themselves against the entire competition. Right above them are the players of no coordination. Before now, the team that is in the front lines in the game of Raw, they're going to be their main enemies. They're quite exposed. The ruling since 80s, they're completely tunnel visioned on the player of Raw, but this also gives a potential opening for the players of Reckoning Esports to try and close on it, and that's what they're starting to do slowly and steadily. Raw, they lose out on one of the players. Ronak will be knocked out, but the other two players, now they've got everything on their backs.
4 teams and 10 players still remaining. This is extremely difficult. Failure God still needs to find a revive onto Vulcan, whereas RS8 needs to find their fallen brother in the form of Acid. And this is the opportunity that Reckoning was looking for. And this is time, I believe, that they are going to completely clean sweep.
Oh my god, what?
360 from Yuva OP, and he completely wipes the floor with no coordination. But times haven't stopped for them. Their guns haven't stopped firing as they found Team RS8 in the backlines, in the first floor itself. And now they're shooting them to death. And only one team survives this wrath, and that's going to be Raw. And even they approach them right now. They are in for a fight.
Yeah, just looking to press on, it charges instantly because they know Reckoning Esports are probably softened up. And Raw, they've got the highest chance of winning this entire battle. Every single player from Raw is onto their full HP. HP bars filled to the brim. Raw Official, they can feel all the adrenaline, all the heart pumping, and that's where they're looking to press on the charges and punish the players of Reckoning Esports.
Oh no, what?
Make such a harsh decision. Trades do happen, but now it's a one-on-one scenario. It's one of the players from the side of Raw going up against the player of Reckoning Esports. UOB sits inside of Bugatti, and now finally the battle engages, but it's the player of Raw who comes out on top in that battle. Raw Official, they finally managed to win a game.
Did they manage to make their way in is my question, because this was such a fabulous display. For sure, they did not rack up so many finishes, but the timing on that push was brilliant. I felt like the ball was on the court of Raw Officials and they had to react to Reckoning Esports, and they did brilliantly. Just like you mentioned, they charged in absolutely at the right time. Had they delayed it any longer, the heals would have come in, the fight, the team would have reset. And that means that it would have been a 50-50 fight, but Raw just used the time to their advantage, made it into a 60-40 or a 70-30, whatever it is. But they had that slight amount of advantage. Just like you mentioned, the HP bars were full and they had the right amount of positioning. And RG, they were about pincered from every single direction. What a brilliant display from Raw officials.
And to be honest, Reckoning Esports could have been stopped in that instance. But the only big problem that happened was the players of Ruling Since 80s, they used the maximum amount of firepower they had against the players of Raw to deal with them. So they were completely tunnel visioned onto Raw. And as I was mentioning during the cast as well, Reckoning Esports knows that there's a big battle brewing up, and that's why they're starting to work from the backlines. You could see on the minimap too, slowly and steadily, Reckoning Esports just closing in, really getting up close and personal, just slithering into that action. And as soon as Reckoning Esports knew that, okay, now we've covered the maximum amount of distance, we're way too close, we're probably going to pounce on top of these players, get them taken down, and then in the end, Raw official will probably be our upcoming enemy. But right now, we need to focus on getting this Wizard Tower control. They did do so, but I love that instant push from the side of Raw as well. Just trying to press on the charges instantly, because Raw knew every single player from Reckoning Esports is going to be softened up. They're not going to have the full amount of HP to deal with them. But still, Reckoning Esports, somehow, they got it way too close for comfort.
Absolutely, and that is one of the reasons why they have the last chicken dinner of the day now, which means that this is going to get interesting. I really want to know if Raw officials, they did enough to sneak their way inside the top 8, because I believe the chicken dinner provides you a lot of points, and the fact that they had a sort of a decent, or rather a below average run in the first 5 games, this was their last hope. And grabbing a chicken dinner in the last hope, I believe they are taking that sole route, but we still have to find out if they have enough points, because this is probably the first time we are going to see the overall standings of a day where 6 games have been played by every single team. We have to find out what the cut-off mark is going to be, and we'll also have to find out which are the teams who are actually qualifying and which are the big names who are missing out.
To be honest, you know what? We'll find that out later now. Before now, I think so. I really need a recap of all that action that happened in the previous game, right? Liquid Esports, as usual, just out for blood, able to win this fight against the players of One Last Fight. And One Last Fight, unfortunately, had no surrounding awareness. So they got eliminated one after the other. Slowly and steadily, they started falling down. This toxic relationship is now way too toxic, and these guys need to have a breakup.
Probably. I mean, speaking of breakups, I'm not even gonna go there. It brings back bad memories. But for aggressive men, right? This fight was so easy for them, especially because only 2 players were inside that compound. And we were speaking of team T4E, right? Team Forever Esports, and for them, rotation has never really been a problem. Placement has never really been a problem. But their fighting, their 4v4 battles has always sort of been a very strong nail for themselves, and that is one of the reasons why they're going to falter once again. And this fight, for God's sake, this was interesting.
I mean, as soon as he saw that vehicle just approach him, he knew that he's probably going to get ran over. The first instinct that he has is that get in the vehicle and then eject out once again. And just because he gets in the vehicle, he sort of teleports away from that DBS crosser, and that allows him to live for another extra second. But I mean, overall, he didn't really want it to work out the way it actually worked out, but as long as it works out, that's all that matters, right?
Yeah, 100%. Even Canary, for a matter of fact, right? We were talking of him trying to stay ambiguous, not giving away position, but of course he decided to lob in those nades and strike of RGE from behind, and that is one of the reasons why he gave away his position. He was punished. He was punished hard, without being even given a second chance. He had his teammate, but there was no sense of cover whatsoever. This was one of the very interesting fights that we got to see, like no coordination right up top, and then there is Ruling Since 80s who just completely charge in and completely finish off, and then there comes RGE, right? They completely dominate this fight, finish off NC first, and then take down Ruling Since 80s. But eventually, it's Raw Fisher who just approached them at the right time, and the 1v1 Paritosh. We saw how big of a clutch master this man is. He single-handedly acquired 14 points from the second game of the day. I still remember the man had 4 finishes and 10 placement points to work with, and the team had 14 points to work with as well. And this time, once again, where his excellence actually mattered, he once again delivered in that 1v1 fight. It's absolutely brilliant how much this man has been pulling.
I mean, I understand what UOP tried to do in that last fight, right? He tried to be cheeky. He sat inside the vehicle thinking that the opponent's not going to expect him to do that in such a circumstance. But yeah, the opponent, Raw officials, did not really fall for that bait. Instead, he knew that the person's going to be inside the Bugatti. He started shooting that Bugatti down. And, well, pretty much all the planning that Reckoning Esports had in that final fight to secure it in their hands got taken away. But still, in general, Reckoning Esports, they're going to have a solid outing, man. It doesn't matter. They're going to be in the first half of the board in a really good position, considering the final game as well was way too solid for them. Reckoning Esports, once again, going to be chilling. All the top teams, they're going to be in a really good spot, but I still want to find out, have One Blade made it or not? I highly doubt they've made it in the top 8, man. They haven't even gotten a single chicken dinner or a single good performance.
Yeah, I mean, I think this was their best game in terms of placements. They at least got that little bit of a top 5 finish for themselves, but that was it, right? They could not find a lot of finishes to work with. I believe they had like, what, 3, 4, or probably at max 5 finishes to their name. Only 2 players were surviving, and they were the first one to get eliminated in that final circle. So not like they're going to rack up more than 10 points for themselves, and even if they do, it's maximum going to be about 10 or 11 points. It all comes down to what the cutoff is, Necro, and what is the bar for qualification. We're still in a very gray area. This is the first day of the week. This is the first day of the round itself as well. And therefore, we don't know for a fact how much these teams will have to score to actually qualify. We don't even have that ballpark. We can only guess that it might be somewhere around 30 or somewhere be around 35, 36. But it's still a guess. We don't have facts to actually back it up.
I mean, for qualifications, the bars were 21 max to max, right? And now that the games are doubled up for one single group, 6 games in total, if in 3 games the qualification bar was 21, then in 6 games the qualification bar might be 37, 36. I think so. That is a good way to put it, right? Good calculation. Maybe I'm too bad.
Somebody insert that moving mathematics meme on my face as I'm still trying to figure out what is that formula. Or did you just come up with that number out of nowhere?
I just came up with that number, but I think so it has to be somewhere around 35, 36 to be on the first half of the board. But we'll be able to find that out right soon enough, because we're still wanting to find out who was actually that person who got the MVP from the previous game. And speaking of the MVP, right, Team Miami once again just going all guns blazing inside that previous game as well. We're just able to get in fights after fights. Yeah, they sort of just stepped inside a big trap that was being set up from the players of Anonymous Esports, but then as soon as they got out of that trap, they started fighting against another team. The Team Miami is like an unstoppable machine. They're an unstoppable eliminating machine.
They certainly are. I mean, even in this game, they just find a place inside that top 5 finish. Thunder this time with 4 finishes, equalizing Yuva as well as Aquinox with 4 finishes as well. Beat Baba from Reckoning also had 3 finishes, and Paritosh, of course, with that clutch master finish. 3 finishes for him, and those are your top 5 players of this game itself. And ladies and gentlemen, let's have a look at the point standings of this game itself, and it's going to be Reckoning Esports with 10 finishes who get the first position.
Dude, I highly doubt One Blaze made it. I don't think so One Blaze is going to be in the first half of the board in the overall standings. I highly doubt, but you know what? Let's take a look at the second page and find out the upsets of this particular game. And it's going to be Team I and our official on the 9th spot. And all the way at the bottom, it's Anonymous Esports with only 0 points. The bottom 3 teams got 0 points for themselves. One last fight, they got eliminated right off the bat inside Pachinki. So yeah, sad emojis for them. Even Team LOC not able to perform consistently. But as I said, if Team LOC is not able to perform, there's a chance that their position might be compromised. And that's what exactly happens. Team Mayavi, just because they survived a little bit longer compared to the players of LOC, they're going to get a better spot and a better ranking. Oh my God, One Blade did not qualify.
This is disastrous, absolutely disastrous from One Blade. I mean, such a big name, such a big team, you know, but certainly not the performance that they wanted. And their journey in this tournament is going to end tonight, ladies and gentlemen. But of course, kudos to the teams who qualified. Team Mayavi with 98 points, Reckoning with 71, LOC, of course, with 71, and Godsrin as well. One Blade just missing out by barely a couple of points here and there. 37 points in total. They still bagged 10 points from the last game, but it wasn't enough. Team Forever Esports also missed out by very, very close margins.
Yeah. One last fight all the way at the bottom. Only 4 points in 6 games. Dude, that is rough. Then you've got Anonymous on the 15th spot with 19 points in total. Forever Esports, a team that I thought had really good potential in themselves. They had, or at least they had showcased in the past as well what they're capable of, but I guess that potential is not enough for them to qualify all the way in the top 8, man. Forever Esports, a really good team, a really good underdog team, is not going to be able to make it in the first half of the board.
Absolutely. It's just not them. There are multiple underdog teams who have left us from this competition either. But, you know, there is going to be a lot of talk about OneBlade. There is going to be a lot of fans who are left hurt at this point because they wanted their favorite team to qualify. But, of course, a lot of the underdog teams did qualify. LOC, for a matter of fact, right? They came out of nowhere and they started to dominate. You've got Team Mayavi, as a matter of fact. These young players, of course, they're not an underdog, but they're still very, very young players. And the fact that they're dominating a lobby like this with almost 100 points, it speaks volumes. Not just how good of a coach Mayavi is, but also how talented these players are.
I mean, I like the fact that Mayavi made a statement saying that it's going to be making those players one of the most aggressive players inside the IGC. So I'm loving it. I'm going to be looking forward to the future of this team, and I'm pretty sure it's going to be way bright than compared to all the other teams. But once again, ladies and gentlemen, this day 1 of the week 3 has been phenomenal. We saw some unorthodox starts at the start of the day, but then later on, teams started to get well organized until Sandhawk and Vikendi hit. And then once again, all that orthodox plays, all those organized plays started to fall down, especially Vikendi, such an uninvited guest inside the map pool. But now you will need to deal with that uninvited guest.
Exactly, and I feel like the teams are sort of starting to prepare themselves on how to deal with it, how to play it out a little passive. But there is also a lot of teams who just don't really want to deal with Vikendi. You know, treat him like an unwanted guest. Just let him be. Let's not bother him. We'll just offer him a cup of tea, and that is it. That is how you deal with him. Teams, they just want to focus on the basic maps, on the Miramars and on the Erangels. They want to rack up their maximum, the majority amount of points from those 4 maps itself, not really diving deep into Sanhok or Vikendi, but obviously a lot of teams are going to profit from these maps. These unorthodox maps really change how tables are turning, really change how the table overall standings shape up. And I believe that this is going to play a very key role in how this entire week and the next week is going to shape up as well, Necro.
And I just can't wait for the next week to arrive, man, considering how week 3 is going. And we still have so many days to move forward to look forward to. Then just imagine how the upcoming weeks are going to be like. It's going to be even more hectic. It's going to be even more action-packed. And, of course, you guys will be able to learn so much from the underdog teams as well that are upcoming. And then you guys will also be able to learn from all the known teams. They might be coming up with some new strategies, with some new drop spots. Because always as a known team, sometimes you need to be adapted. You cannot be stubborn, because if you do end up being stubborn, as I always say, there's a really thin line between confidence and overconfidence. If you step that line, you won't even know that you've stepped it, but once you step it, you're done.
Exactly. And with that, I believe this is it. It was a fantastic day, to be honest. It started all the way from LOC starting to dominate. It was reckoning. We were waiting for that bigger giga bang of a performance. And the way Mayavi came back, as a matter of fact, I remember their first game wasn't really that good. Second game was decent. From the third map onwards, this team was just unstoppable.
That is true. And then how can you forget about LOC too? A team that is completely underdog, not even a known organization, able to perform this well. As I said, if this team gets a proper coach, a proper manager, imagine the amount of impact this team can have in general inside the competitive pro scene. So yeah, these underdog teams, man, sometimes they've really got a lot to prove. One thing is for sure, right? These teams are equally just matching when it comes to the firepower. The only thing that's really separating a known team from an underdog team is the amount of communication and is the amount of team play that they're able to showcase on the board. Individual play, I'm pretty sure if you put these players on when we won testing grounds inside TDM or anywhere you guys want, the score will be quite close. But when it comes to a team play, there will always be a massive difference because experience always shines through.
Exactly, and this is one of the reasons why we've always said that all of these underdog teams, all of these underdog players who are coming up, they're mechanically so gifted, they're mechanically so skilled, they're almost at the equal footing. It's just about how a team formation works, it's just about how the 4v4 fight works, how to practice the 2v4 fights, how to come back from a 3v4 fight. It's the experienced teams who have done it at a particular stage time and time again. Because of that experience, they can handle those situations properly. But then again, the way these underdog teams have been shaping up, it just seems like, all of that talk about experience has just been nullified, because these underdog teams, they're really surprising us. And I want to be surprised. I want to be surprised. I want to see these underdog teams shine. I want to see upsets happening. I don't want to call that an upset, because an upset is basically when you don't want a particular team to win, but they go and win. So I definitely want these underdog teams to just go out and get the big W's, get the big chicken dinners for themselves, because that proves a point that the community, it's progressing forward. And I just hope for the best, man. I just hope that this week sort of is for the underdogs. We've seen God's Reign, as a matter of fact, they're playing a little hesitant at this point. They're not really revealing all their cards. They're just playing for qualification at this point. I believe that a lot of these bigger names who are going to play across this week, they are still going to do it. Hopefully by the final week of grind, they do give us some sort of entertainment as well, because I'm just waiting, man. I'm just waiting for these teams to go all out.
I mean, trust me, man, you're going to notice a massive difference when you see these teams perform now and when you're going to be seeing these teams perform on the final stage of the entire tournament. Trust me, there's always these hidden cards they pull out of nowhere, and you're like, oh, if you guys have had this one the entire time, why didn't you use it before where you were struggling? But then once again, if you're going to use it before, it's not going to be the hidden card anymore. It's not going to be the ace in your sleeve anymore. So you always need to have that strategy that's hidden in the back. And speaking about the underdog teams as well, I still remember ruling since 80s. This one team barely qualified on the 8th spot, Salty. 8th spot on the first half of the board. And ruling since 80s in general, I personally did not expect, but that one single standout game really just worked out for them. And luckily enough, they won. Now you guys can say, yeah, they luckily won, but hey, it doesn't matter. As long as you qualify, that's all that matters.
Exactly, ladies and gentlemen. With that being said, I believe it's time for us. I will see you soon. Tomorrow, same place, same time. Don't go anywhere, because we'll be right back with more action. See you soon.